my office, if I've got it correct, and I've got some emails here with me, has followed up, I think at least twice, to just confirm a specific date so that we can arrange my diary accordingly. On Monday last week, we were informed of the date that was yesterday. So we had 7 days notice. Unfortunately, my diary has already been full of commitments that I could not get out of. I have then asked the Director General to represent the department in that meeting. In the invitation letter, it was also stated that the Minister or whoever can then appear online or in person. We have also asked if it would be possible to appear online, and we could not get an answer on that. So I'm willing, excuse me, to appear before the Commission at any time, and I want yesterday not to be seen as me being not willing to appear in front of the Commission. That is definitely not the case. I think the department has got a lot to put forward and a lot that can assist, but I really think that it should be in the future just we must take each other into consideration, especially after my department inquired more than once to get a specific date so that we can fit this into the diary. I understand that members of the community and the public were not happy with what happened yesterday, but I'm also not sure whether they've got the full picture of why that happened, and I think it is very important that they do get that. However, whatever the situation might be, I'm willing to appear online or in person. If it is in person, I would appreciate it if it could be, if we look at the most earliest date, that would be the 2nd of April. I don't know which other dates you've got that you want to propose.
Thank you so much, Minister. We do require the physical presence of all ministers that have been either invited or subpoenaed to the inquiry, and we note that your department as well as yourself had availed themselves for availability, but due to miscommunication that could not take place. You are proposing the 2nd of April, is that correct, Minister?
Yeah, that is the earliest date that I can make it. If you've got another date, we can look at that. And sorry, just on that point, if it is to be in person, then you must please just have a look at your invitation letter, which clearly stated that it can be online or in person. I don't mind being there in person. I think it's much better to be there in person, but I just want to make you attend to the fact that that is what your own invitation letter stated.
That is noted, Minister. Perhaps let me just confer with fellow panelists as well as the evidence leaders on the proposed date of the 2nd of April 2026.
And that should be in the morning if possible, please.
Noted, Minister. Thank you so much, Minister. I've just conferred with fellow panelists. The inquiry will have a second leg to the inquiry given the number of other stakeholders that have been identified. We have not yet decided whether it should be on which dates. Therefore, we appreciate your availing yourself this morning, as well as proposing the 2nd of April. But however, so that we do not have another miscommunication on the dates, we will then sit, confer, and then communicate with your office. We now know who to communicate with regarding the securing the presence of the minister. We appreciate your communication, and we will then communicate with your office. We'll communicate directly with the DG, Ms. Shabalala, regarding the dates for the second leg of the inquiry. Because we have not yet finalized that, we will then just advise the department as well as yourself to be warned that you're still under oath for this particular inquiry, and we will communicate timeously on suitable dates in April. Thank you so much, Minister.
May I ask, please, Commissioner, if you want to, it's up to you to decide that, and in the interest of the process that you are going through, would you allow in the meantime the Director General to represent the department to provide you with the information that's on the presentations? That is up to you to decide. My request is that you would, if they are able to come and appear in front of you before that date, if that will expedite your procedures, it's up to you. Just please understand the willingness from the department to do that.
Minister, the decision of the panel is to have the ministers appear in person. We note the department's suggestion of the DG making that presentation. However, we will communicate the date. We acknowledge and appreciate the minister's willingness to have the DG as well as other officials make submissions. However, we want the political head to lead these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see then on the date that you will propose to us.
You're duly excused as the department. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you. Keep well.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We are then moving to the representatives from Just Transition. In food systems, are they? Okay, I see. Can all the colleagues from the representative from Just Transition in food systems switch on the cameras? Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to Brittany for her introduction of the team, and then once you have introduced the team as well as the role that they play, we will then get into the second leg of swearing the colleagues in.
Good morning and thank you. I was not officially delegated to this role by my team. I'm not sure if someone else would like to take it, or otherwise I will just proceed. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here, Commissioners. We have managed to have some of our thematic experts with us online this morning, but not all. We apologize for that. So we will present our submission and answer your questions to the best of our ability. We have members from a number of different organizations. I think it might be easier for each of them to introduce themselves when they're sworn in, if that's acceptable.
Acceptable if they can just start, because I'm actually looking at the screen, Brittany, so you appear first and then it's Andrew. If we can just have the colleagues introduce themselves as well as the organizations they represent, and then I'll start. After that, I'll then swear in the respective individuals.
Thank you so much. So my name is Brittany Kesselman. I'm from the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Benny from the Institute for Economic Justice.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nonhlanhla Mkhize. I'm an agroecology farmer based in KZN, Umgababa Rural, and a seed saver. Thank you.
Put your sound up. You're going to have to introduce yourself.
We can move to Wade Parker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Wade Parker. I'm from organization Surplus People Project.
The next colleague.
Maybe for time, let me direct. Robert and Celeste, do you want to go?
Hi, Commissioners. Good day. My name is Robert Andrews, and I work for the Trust for Community Outreach and Education.
Hi, everyone. I'm Celeste Engel, and I work for Trust for Community Outreach and Education. Thank you.
Thanks. Yasira?
Hi everyone, I'm Yusira and I work for the Institute for Economic Justice.
Vanessa?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Vanessa Black with the NGO BioWatch South Africa.
I think that's all of us, right?
All of you, just for clarity, I note in terms of the organizations, there was, unless I messed it up, introduction, someone from the Just Transition in Food Systems. Is it the collective or is someone who is supposed to represent, or is it the collective? Can I get just clarity on that, the relationship between the organizations as well as Just Transition in Food Systems?
Should I go? So the Just Transition in the Food System Network
Is it that we have issues on from our side?
we can hear you. Can you not hear us?
I lost a bit of network connectivity for like 2 minutes. You were still explaining the relationship with the respective organizations as well as Just Transitions in Food System.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
So the Just Transition in the Food System is a network of quite a number of organizations. And so the organizations that we individually mentioned in our introductions are some of the members of that network. So the network is a loose network of different organizations.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start in terms of the names that appear on the screen. So I'm going to start with yourself, Brittany. I'm going to start swearing you in, colleagues. We'll start with Brittany. Full names for the record.
My name is Brittany Castleman.
Brittany, will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
I will take the affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth and nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Andrew Benny, your full names for the record.
Andrew Gavin Benny.
Will you be taking the affirmation or the oath? Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Mr. Wade Parker. Your full names for the record.
Full name is Wade Logan Parker.
Do you affirm, or will you be taking the affirmation or oath?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Ms. Vanessa Black, your full names for the record.
Vanessa Black.
Will you be taking the affirmation or the oath?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Robert Andrews. Full names for the record.
The Commissioners, my name is Robert Andrews.
So will you be taking the affirmation or the oath?
Affirmation.
Do you affirm that, do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Celeste Engel. Full names for the record.
Celeste Shelley Engel.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Is it the next colleague? Is Miss Yari? Is it Yisira? I don't want. Apologies. Can you just full names for the record?
Yasira Ahmadi.
Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and I say I affirm.
I affirm.
Ms. Notandla Mkize, full names for the record.
Nonhlanhla Thandi Mkhize.
Will you be taking the affirmation or the oath?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I swear. So help me God.
I swear, so help me God.
You are all duly sworn in or affirmed. You have 20 minutes. I'm going to ask for Kenneth today if you can be our timekeeper. 20 minutes. When they have 15 minutes left, please advise them in the chat. And then when they have no time left, please advise them that the time is up. I'll also ask Tammy, I see that she's online, if she can have a timekeeper sheet, and then she comes on camera when there's 15 minutes left, and then when there's no time, she just tells them time's up. For that support, thank you so much.
Commissioners, I am just trying to share my screen with you so that you can see our presentation. Otherwise, we have shared our presentation in advance, or perhaps, Andrew, you might also share the screen.
Okay, just give me a second. Is the presentation up?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here, and we're happy to be presenting our input on behalf of the Just Transitions group in the Food Systems Group. We are a loose network of organizations representing or working with smallholder farmers, trade unions, informal workers, farm workers, working class women, and NGOs. And our objectives are, firstly, to increase the voice of these sectors in shaping food system policy in relation to more powerful actors, and secondly, to shift food systems policy beyond a focus on economic growth and competitiveness and exports to include more social and ecological objectives. Our vision of a just transition is one that achieves a food system that is environmentally sustainable, resilient, creates decent work, and improves livelihoods, and fulfills the right to food. Our concerns about the inquiry, we are grateful that this inquiry is happening. Our submissions are based on our work with marginalized communities, but our voices should not supersede theirs. The powerful actors in the food system should testify at these hearings. These include input providers, seed, fertilizer, processors and manufacturers, and retail. Treasury, whose austerity policies have limited the budgets of departments responsible for achieving the right to food, should also appear. I'll hand over to Andrew.
In terms of the structure of our submission, we provided written inputs on all 7 themes of the inquiry, and we added 3 additional themes that we felt were important: climate change, gender as a cross-cutting vector, and child hunger and malnutrition. Today's presentation will provide a summary of our submission on all 10 themes. We have a number of people, as you've seen, present to answer questions, but not all of the thematic experts could be here today. In terms of theme 1, on economic and structural factors behind hunger, historically, hunger was created along race and class lines, and these patterns persist today. Deregulation and liberalization consolidated corporate power and concentration. On food prices, farmers are squeezed, costs are passed to consumers by powerful actors in agro-processing, manufacturing, and retail. There is uncompetitive behavior, as well as barriers to entry. High prices disproportionately impact poor households. The minimum wage is not sufficient for food security, and farm workers are some of the most food insecure. Rising prices of electricity and transport worsen nutritional outcomes. In terms then of recommendations to do with economics of the food system, align social protection with nutritional adequacy, which means raising the value of the child support grant and transitioning the social relief of distress grant into a universal basic income. Increased pricing transparency requirements for big food actors, and work towards a food price affordability policy framework that regulates food corporations. The state should also consider economic policy options such as buffer stocks, enhancing competition policy, standard setting and subsidies for climate resilient production, and a role for the public sector in food distribution and retail. Lastly, recognize and support informal and local food systems. Moving then to theme 2 on corporate concentration, what we find is there's been an increase in concentration and corporate power over the food system since 1994. In several key sectors, 5 or fewer companies dominate. Financialization of the food system and international ownership have also increased. Digitalization is providing avenues for corporations to collect data and profit from subsequent ownership. Corporate power translates into capture of food system governance, self-regulation, and lobbying power to influence policy and regulations. Corporations shape the consumer food environment through pricing, marketing, and product formulation. Corporate-led value chains are not amenable to inclusion and so limit economic participation. Recommendations on this theme then are to restrict and regulate corporate concentration across food value chains, increase taxes on food sector profits to be ring-fenced for food system transformation activities, redistribute productive resources to enable wider economic participation, ensure data justice and community control over data, ensure effective democratic representation and mass participation in multi-level and multi-actor food system governance, support or incentivize local production of healthy food products for local consumption with an emphasis on Black, women, and youth-owned and controlled collective and small enterprises. I will hand over to my next colleague.
Chairperson, Commissioners, on theme 3, land, the issues I'd like to raise here is land reform has been slow and too weak to shift inherited inequality. Redistribution has not been effectively implemented and support has not matched policy intent. Productive rural land remains inaccessible to most of the people that land reform was meant to benefit. Urban land allocation has failed to keep pace with urbanization. Smallholders have not received adequate support. Insecure tenure undermines food production, livelihoods, and long-term planning. Women, farm dwellers, smallholders, and communal and those on communage land face the harshest barriers. These key barriers include weak access to land, insecure rights, limited water, inadequate infrastructure, and poor decision-making power. The 3 key recommendations include secure land access for farm dwellers and farm workers. This includes support subdivision of agricultural land for farm dwellers and farm workers, release suitable state land for their use expropriation where rights violation occur or as needed to prevent displacement, strengthen tenure security, expand ESTA protections and create pathways to permanent tenure, integrate farm dwellers into municipal planning, and lastly, support women and smallholders with land, water, and infrastructure. Prioritize women and youth in land allocation and align community policy, budgets, and management, rehabilitate community, and strengthen post-settlement support. I'll be handing over to my next colleague.
On theme 4, the indivisibility of our rights, the key issues we highlight are that the right to food is a prerequisite for the enjoyment of other rights. There is limited judicial guidance on what sufficient food means in practice or on the precise scope of the state's obligations. This weakens accountability and makes enforcement more difficult. The high environmental costs of South Africa's industrial food systems are externalized, highlighting the interplay between various rights such as food, water, and a healthy environment. Costs such as water depletion, pollution, and land degradation are shifted onto communities, leading to reduced access to clean water, environmental harm, and long-term chronic illness. Food security is rarely prioritized at a local government level, although food insecurity is experienced locally. Our recommendations on this theme include adopt a Right to Food Framework Act to define sufficient food, clarify government responsibilities, and establish coordination and reporting mechanisms. Integrate the right to food into environmental decision-making and environmental compliance and monitoring. Strengthen coordination between environmental, water, health, and food governance structures, particularly at municipal level. I hand over to Nonhla.
Okay, thank you. Coming to the agroecology, indigenous knowledge and seed. The issues that were brought forward, agroecology builds from indigenous food system, which are holistic and based on fairness and respect for nature. Support for agroecology and indigenous knowledge is required as a form of redress. Agroecology contributes to the realization of multiple rights, policy objectives, and international obligations. Unlike industrial agriculture, agroecology's diversified production system improve the social and environmental outcome of farming, including resilience to climate shocks. Farmer-managed systems are key to agroecology, supporting agency and food sovereignty. Looking at the recommendations provide appropriate agroecological support to small-scale farmers, including land and water access, and agroecological inputs and extension, stop providing chemical inputs and genetically modified seeds, provide stable markets for agroecological farmers through government procurement, municipal market infrastructure, and other alternatives to corporate value chains. Finalize the National Agroecology Framework for South Africa, NAFSA, and mainstream implementation across government. Revise laws and policies that undermine agroecology and farmers' rights, including the Plant Breeders' Rights and Plant Improvement Acts and their regulations. Protect and strengthen farmer-managed and indigenous seed system, including legal recognition of farmers' right to save, exchange, and develop seeds. Thank you.
On theme 6, policy coherence, the issues are that the food system is not natural, it is the result of colonialism and apartheid. There is no framework legislation on the right to food. There is currently no national food and nutrition security plan. The last one ended in 2023 and was not budgeted and largely not implemented. The National Food and Nutrition Security Council, which should coordinate and oversee implementation, was not activated. And the responsibility for food insecurity currently sits with the Department of Agriculture, which tends to focus on production, marginalizing issues of access and urban food insecurity. Our recommendations are to immediately finalize, consult widely on, and adopt the new National Food Nutrition Security Plan, establish and resource the National Food and Nutrition Security Council with strong intergovernmental and non-state active participation, and set up similar councils at provincial and district levels. Include food and nutrition security in the mandate of all local governments in integrated development plans and spatial development plans. Support local governments to improve existing municipal markets, provide infrastructure for more local food markets, secure more trading space and trading rights in local regulations, and reserve public land for food production. Leverage state procurement for food system transformation, and undertake a comprehensive review of all laws, policies, programs, and regulations relating to the food system across multiple sectors, identify priority areas for intervention, and undertake legal and policy realignment for the realization of the right to food.
For theme 7, participation and accountability, the issues. The right to food is a political question, not a technical one. Civic participation must exceed procedural consultation. It must enable communities to act as organized right holders capable of asserting their constitutional rights. Historically marginalized rural communities have often been treated as passive beneficiaries of development initiatives. Movements emphasize self-organization and agency. Mobilization operates as a constitutional praxis, organized communities demanding accountability while simultaneously constructing alternatives such as agroecology hubs, farmer support, and farmers markets to help communities experience the right to food as a lived reality. The recommendations to recognize and support farmer organizations, movements, and civil society for their important role in realizing the right to food, include them in all food-related policy and governance processes at all levels. Strengthen public accountability mechanisms, including public hearings and civic oversight, and establish national and municipal monitoring systems to assess whether the right to food is being realized. Halt privatization of the basic resources and infrastructure needed for the right to food, that is land and water, and except some other things, and ensure the processes for free and prior and informed consent are respected. Thanks.
On the 8, climate change, the issues are that the food system plays a dual role in the climate crisis. It contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions while also being highly vulnerable to climate impacts. Over 90% of agriculture is rain-fed. Climate-related shifts in rainfall patterns directly increase production risk and exposure to climate shocks. Soil degradation and decline of soil getting better.
Can we just pause because we're struggling to hear Ms. Madi. If you can just try, and I'm going to allow you just for the bandwidth to switch off your camera while you're presenting. Otherwise, we're going to lose the content of your submissions. Try and switch it off and let's see if we are able to hear you.
Okay. Is that better? I hope I'm audible.
Still not better.
Okay.
Try it one more time.
Can I hand over to?
Otherwise, in the interest of time, we can continue.
Thank you so much. We
I
can do
can
that.
hand over to one of my colleagues.
I just wonder, Sarah, are you on your computer speaker or do you have earphones in? Or?
Yeah, my computer. Can I hand over to you, Andrew? In the interest of time.
Okay, sure. So soil degradation and declining soil organic matter across large parts of farmland.
Andrew, your volume is down.
How can you hear me now? Okay, soil degradation and declining soil organic matter across large areas of farmland further reduce water retention and increase drought sensitivity. The food system is highly dependent on climate-sensitive crops like maize, which accounts for nearly half of total crop area and is vulnerable to extreme heat and low rainfall. Climate shocks ripple through the broader food system, affecting informal traders, supply chains, and food prices, while globalized food markets increase exposure to external climate disruptions. In terms of the recommendations then, we propose strengthening climate resilience in food production systems by promoting agroecological and diversified farming systems. Develop targeted adaptation programs, climate finance, and extension support for small-scale farmers. Invest in local markets and shorter supply chains for resilient and localized food systems to reduce dependence on vulnerable global supply chains and stabilize food availability during climate shocks. Strengthen food access by expanding social protection, community food initiatives, and household food provisioning support to cushion climate-related food price shocks. I'll hand over to our next colleague.
Thank you. Theme 9, gender, the issues. Gender inequality remains a defining feature of how food insecurity is produced and experienced. Rural and working class women carry primary responsibility for household food provisioning, yet they remain systematically excluded from land ownership, productive resources, market and decision-making spaces. Women's land access continue to be mediated by discriminatory customary practices, bureaucratic gatekeeping, and the absence of consistently implemented gender-responsive land reform frameworks. Women are overrepresented in informal food economies such as street vending and small-scale production, yet remain excluded from formal value chains dominated by large corporate actors. Our recommendations are: food system transformation must center women, small-scale producers through secure land rights, agroecological support, seed sovereignty, fair market access, and full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas. Prioritize women's independent and secure land tenure within land reform processes, ensuring that women are recognized as primary land rights holders rather than derivative beneficiaries. Ensure meaningful participation of grassroots women's movements in national food system governance, and provide dedicated support for women participation in agro-processing and value chains.
On theme 10 on child hunger and malnutrition, the issues are that the first 1,000 days are a critical window for child development. Children are vulnerable to undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, and rising obesity due to poor maternal nutrition, barriers that prevent mothers from breastfeeding, the low level of the child support grant, poor coverage of nutritional support for early childhood development centers, and the lack of any food interventions for children too young for ECDs. The National School Nutrition Program is hampered by centralized procurement, payment delays, and inadequate infrastructure. On our recommendations, they include adjust the child support grant to align with or exceed the food poverty line, improve maternal and infant nutrition through a maternal support grant, expanded maternity leave provisions, and increased access to UIF, especially for informal sector workers. Evaluate and then strengthen the National School Nutrition Program, and ensure that meals prioritize healthy, locally sourced agroecological produce, including indigenous ingredients. Establish agroecological school gardens and incorporate them into the curriculum. Enforce strict bans on advertising ultra-processed and fast foods to children, and prevent unscrupulous marketing of infant formula. And empower school governing bodies to mandate strict nutritional and food safety guidelines for tuck shops and surrounding vendors.
Thank you so much to the representative from the Just Transitions in Food Systems. I'm going to hand over to our evidence leaders.
Okay, I think it's working now. Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the colleagues for the comprehensive submission, which also centered some of the vulnerable groups that we've been focusing on, women and children. Just a few questions of clarification on my side. In one of the groups that you highlight in your presentation as particularly vulnerable to food insecurity, you refer to the Black majority. I just want to clarify whether when you say Black, is it, I'm not sure if this is politically correct, but the generic Black, which includes Black Africans, Coloreds, and Indians, or is it Black Africans? What are you referring to there? It's a question.
May I come in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. The Black largely refers to Black African, noting also that the highest food insecurity rates are experienced by Black Africans, followed by, in terms of our official racial designations, followed by colored households.
Okay.
And then whites and Indians.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you for the clarity. Because the reason I was asking that is because of the information we also receive from Stats SA about the sharp increases in food insecurity among colored households, which actually with severe hunger, according to their statistics, or the incidence of severe hunger outstrips the incidence in Black African households, according to their 2022 and 2023 stats. But I didn't see that coming out sharply. What may be causing this sharp increase in food insecurity amongst colored population? Anyone can answer. I'm not sure about the expertise, so you if you feel best placed to respond, maybe the expert on that theme, because that is part of theme 1, can assist with maybe responding to the question. Thank you.
I think also, please can I defer to other colleagues if they have to add, and it's something that we could also look up more officially and respond to more fully in writing. But it is obviously, food insecurity is linked to greater unemployment rates and rising food prices. Unemployment hasn't been going down, and food prices especially have been rising since 2018, 2019. But would any other colleagues like to come in here?
If there's no response,
I can just come in briefly.
Okay.
Okay, I can just come in briefly there. It's the employment rates. We've seen in the colored areas, the employment rate is very low. I think we've seen it even with some of the topics that are on the news, with the rise in drugs, people trying to join the cartels so that they can feed their families, starting to join the cartels. There has not been enough employment for people, and the colored area, I would say some of the people are not that much exposed to the educational system because of a lot of things that are happening. So the children, while they are still young, they are being recruited to cartels, which gives them less opportunity to go to the schooling system. And then at the end, it's not easy for them to get access to professional work, hence the hunger or the rise in poverty we are experiencing there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. But I think we will be benefited if by any additional submissions, to really understand, because it seems to be a more recent spike, to understand empirically really what is happening within a colored households insofar as food insecurity is concerned. Now again, moving on to what you have proposed as some of the recommendations to address the food insecurity challenge under theme 1, you have proposed the deregulation of the food system. Maybe if you can just unpack what does deregulation look like from your proposal? Is it certain food, deregulation of certain food items or the entire system? Maybe just to hear more about that proposal, how it will look like in practice, your proposal. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Sorry, just to say, in our submission, we pointed out that one of the key trends since 1980s and intensified after 1994 has been deregulation, which we...
sorry, regulation. Sorry, my apologies. It's me. You've proposed the regulation of the food system. My apologies. You may proceed.
Sure. So some of the aspects that we propose especially are in relation to pricing. So regulation around that ensures greater transparency in pricing, especially by large corporate actors in the food system. Regulations also relating to advertising of junk food, regulations aimed at limiting the diffusion and availability of ultra processed foods in the food system, and essentially overall regulations that seek to limit, and well, not just limit, but respond to the fact that in the context of concentration, corporations have increased power to shape food environments, what food is available, as well as consumption patterns. That regulation also relates to exploring possibilities to enhance competition policy. At the moment, competition policy is one of the main, if not only, forms of regulation, especially in relation to food pricing and monitoring of corporations and of their pricing and other forms of economic behavior. But also regulation that speaks to broader economic policy in the food system is also important.
Regarding the transparency in terms of prices, maybe also unpack what do you mean by transparency, and also maybe link to that, because we did put this proposal also to the Acting Commissioner for Consumer Protection Commission, who raised concerns about the impact of transparency on competition. That it will likely stifle competition if the competitors can know their respective cost structures. So maybe if you can just respond to those two related questions. What do you mean from your perspective transparency, and what will be the impact of that on competition in your view?
So just to say, I mean, some of the latest, just to give a bit of background to that recommendation, some of the latest research, including a paper by economists at Treasury, and that was produced late last year, and we're happy to share that as well, finds that in terms of there's drivers of food prices like global food price rises, geopolitical shocks, climate impacts, and other drivers. And what happens is that the pass-through of those prices essentially in the end get passed through to consumers. But that pass-through doesn't happen from farmers, so farmers are largely squeezed. And so the costs that manufacturers, processors, and retailers encounter, because of their greater concentration, greater market power in the food system, and greater power over pricing, are able to pass those costs through to consumers. Part of the problem then is that because pricing behavior is considered proprietary information, although broad data can be identified and trends identified around asymmetrical price transmission and so on down the value chain, to better understand exactly how pricing is happening at exact numbers at firm level, is it important to understand whether there's excessive pricing, whether there's profiteering, but that information at the moment is proprietary. But it is important in the public interest and in the context of the constitutional right to food that more is known about that pricing behavior and how exactly those costs are passed on to consumers in the context of maintaining markups and margins. So with that said, our recommendation for increased transparency is we hear the Commissioner's response that actually putting more information out in the open can in some sense enable collusion. But I think what's important is that what then happens is that there's steps undertaken to better consider how to increase transparency in pricing in ways that don't facilitate collusion or anti-competitive behavior. I think that's an important task and discussion to be had by competition authorities, the state, and so on.
Yeah, because I think in his response he indicated that there is always a duty of transparency to the regulators themselves, because he did confirm that as the Consumer Protection Commission or Consumer Commission, they can ask for information relating to the pricing, but I think his concern was these pricing structures being made available publicly, like you said, then that will open an opportunity for collusion. So would you then, that's why I wanted you to unpack what you envisage. Is it to the general public, or will it suffice if these regulators, because that's the challenge we put to the Commission, and they indicated that they are open for complaints from organizations where they believe there could be excessive food pricing in certain instances, and then they can investigate those specific instances on a case-by-case basis, and as part of that investigation they can request information about the pricing. So, but will that meet your requirements of price transparency?
We would, and colleagues can also come in here if necessary, but we would promote, those powers of the Competition Commission to receive complaints and gather information based on particular instances or companies or complaints is really important. But our thinking is the need for a more sort of systematic, ongoing, consistent price monitoring approach to inform regulators, including the Competition Authority, but also in light of other forms of regulation and the need to, for example, redistribute value in the food system, that will also relate to a more consistent gathering of data by other authorities as well, like SARS, the DTIC, Treasury as well.
Okay, sorry, it's the Consumer Commission, not I was not referring to the Competition Commission, but your response nonetheless is received, and the Commission will then have to consider the respective submissions in its final recommendations. Also, you say we must restrict and regulate corporate concentrations across the food chain. Again, I'm really more interested in the how. Like, how do you propose that be done?
So there's various forms of regulating concentration. One is to regulate the effects of corporate concentration. So in relation to corporations' ability to shape diets, to make more highly processed, less nutritious foods available at lower cost than more nutritious foods, and their ability to shape food environments. So regulations relating to advertising, and like the Competition Commission has done, regulations relating to ensuring greater participation by marginalized actors, so that corporate power doesn't, as it currently does, to try and minimize the effect of corporate concentration in reducing the space for a wider number of actors to participate in the food system. So the Competition Commission has made some important, like in its fresh produce market inquiry, the Competition Commission has made some important recommendations related to exclusive leases and so on that restrict access to by small-scale farmers and smaller food traders, but also increasing funding and investment in fresh produce markets and a specific favoring of non-corporate actors in access to those markets, and also regulations to ensure that to push corporations to at the moment, corporate regulations, especially in retail, raise quite high barriers to entry, especially to small-scale farmers to be able to supply existing food value chains. So again, regulating providing standards and regulations to ensure greater participation by smaller actors. There's also broader economic regulatory interventions that could be considered around mergers and acquisitions, and efforts to limit the market power of concentrated corporate actors to shape pricing. So again, that's related to corporate concentration in the food system, which increases corporations' power to shape pricing, and so interventions there to essentially limit their power and or increase their transparency, as we were discussing in the previous point.
Okay. Your submission emphasizes the need for support of small-scale farmers, but I did not see anything that also speaks to household, promoting household food sovereignty, meaning, or unless you by small-scale farmers, you're also referring to those who are producing food for their own consumption, like at a household level, not for market participation. But to the extent that that is excluded, do you not see a role for households participating in improving their own food security?
Yeah, I'll answer. Yes, we do. So when we say small scale, we do mean subsistence and smallholder farmers. So those are mostly household producers who, as a family, produce food as a livelihood strategy that's alongside other livelihood strategies. So we mean that whole continuum, including producers that are also selling some surplus for the market.
And with that, then I remember, I think it was in Gauteng, I don't know if it was an official policy, but it was once advertised as this thing called One Household, 1 Hectare policy. I don't know if it was an official policy and where that ended. So in light of what you've said, then will there be a value in a policy similar to that to ensure that we don't only look at small-scale farmers, but also the household at the household level?
Yes, there is, and I'm going to hand over to TCOE, who have had a campaign around this.
Hi, Commissioner. Hi, evidence leaders. So with regards to this policy, the One Household, 1 Hectare policy or policy is only directed to a household. However, women are the producers of a household and sometimes get systematically excluded. So the Rural Women's Assembly has campaigned for one woman, 1 hectare, where one woman gets a hectare of land to produce, to do sustainable farming with regards to that policy. So we've been campaigning for that.
I'll take over now. Commissioners, just to point out that I need my 10 minutes. Ms. Malombo has to leave, that's why she went first, but I was down to lead on this. So I just want to thank the Just Transition Group for their extremely comprehensive and detailed submission, 86 pages. It's difficult, of course, to cover all of that in a few minutes, so I'm going to pick on 5 topics and just ask 5 questions. The first is about the equitable food system that you envision. The second will be about farm workers. Then I'm going to ask a question about social grants, local government, and then finally food affordability. Starting with theme 1 and 2, it's difficult to disagree with your analysis of South Africa's food system, but many of your recommendations seem highly idealistic. This transition towards a more equitable food system, you say, will take 7 to 10 years, but it also needs a fundamentally new vision and massive state interventionism. And I'll just take one of your recommendations on paragraph 83, to reorient food system objectives away from profit and towards meeting nutritional and social needs. Now, given that corporates in the food system are profit-driven, and given the unwillingness or inability of the state to intervene to regulate corporates significantly, is such a reorientation politically feasible? To put it another way, what needs to change, and what specifically should this inquiry recommend needs to be urgently done by government now?
Thank you for that question, Evidence Leader. I think it relates to theme 1, so I'll take it, but if others want to come in, please do. I think broadly, part of putting that bold objective there is quite deliberate in order to have a clear vision and objective and vision that we think we should be moving towards. So we try to move from that higher level objective and vision down to longer term, medium and short term interventions to shift the needle in that direction. I think broadly, in terms of your question about decommodifying the food system, even if we don't reach full decommodification tomorrow, there's important interventions that can be informed by at least a decommodification bias. So number 1, the various forms of possible regulations of regulation of corporate actors that would then inform pricing and behavior and so on through regulation, would force pricing and other behavior that aren't simply guided only by the profit motive. So introduce more multiple objectives that in itself help to decommodify, if we think of it on a continuum, but also supporting more localized food systems grounded in stronger social relationships and so on is another aspect to decommodifying. Just to give a concrete example, I think that shows this is possible. If we think of the city of Belo Horizonte in Brazil, where they achieved zero hunger precisely through decommodifying food, through various interventions. There were a number of them, but the ones specifically relating to decommodification were providing particular kinds of support to farmers to produce in ecologically sustainable ways, preferential public procurement, as well as working with the private sector. I think the important point about Belo Horizonte, it shows how, led by a broader social objective, including actors, including profit-making actors, can be organized into this and kind of brought in line with this broader social objective through subsidization, through preferential market space, through corner kiosks, and so on. But again, I see time is an issue, but we've actually separate more information on that.
Thank you very much.
We could go on for ages on that.
Of course, if the commissioners would allow that, but we are under time pressure here. So I'm going to ask more specific questions which should require more crisp responses. So the second issue I want to look at is farm workers. One of the reasons why food poverty might be spiking among coloured South Africans, as Evidence Leader Malombo mentioned, could be the dire position of farm workers. And in paragraph 44, you set out a very clear analysis of the casualization of labour that's happening, etc. Now, is this just a natural market process? Should we just see that this phasing out of permanent farm work is inevitable, market forces, or is there anything that can be done about it? You mentioned strengthening tenure security, but tenure security doesn't apply to casualized and seasonal farm workers.
I think again, on that point again, colleagues, please also come in. There's also colleagues whose organizations work on farm workers, but should I take the initial stab?
Please.
So I think, I mean, obviously the conditions of work of farm workers are shaped by especially the globalization of the South African food system, with, in that context, farmers have, to some degree, have little control over. But it does raise the question of to what degree there's scope for policy, and especially public policy, to seek to shift the economics of the food system and combine it with ecological goals. So, for example, one of the problems is that at the farm level, the most variable cost is labor. So when you have constantly rising input costs, and pressures on market prices, labor is the first to get targeted by farmers. So if one thinks of what are the economic interventions to reduce input costs, that's one of there's particular economic interventions that could be considered, but also more ecologically friendly production towards regenerative and agroecology also reduces input costs and can thereby be aligned with regulation that limits the possibility of farm workers' conditions being eroded in response to these economic pressures. So it would be important to look into the economic interventions to improve farm worker conditions and not just take those as natural and for granted.
Turning now to social grants, one of your recommendations in paragraph 47 is transitioning the social relief of distress grant into a universal basic income initially set at the poverty line or higher. Can you just clarify what exactly you mean by universal basic income?
So the universal basic income grant is a grant provided to, there could be some specificities like whether it's over 18-year-olds and so on, but essentially provided to all working age adults at the same level and irrespective of employment status.
So every person, for example, between 19 and 59 would get free money from the state every month?
Yes.
At least 855 Rand. No means testing. Okay, so that's not a universal grant, it's age targeted. It doesn't cover children up to 18 who are getting the child support grant or people over 60 who are getting the older person's grant. So it's not universal.
Yeah, the mechanics of it.
Okay.
The mechanics of it can be made more specific as to whether it's appropriate for it to be fully universal from birth to death.
Yes.
But there's also possibilities to phase it in first through age parameters.
I think it's important to clarify that because there are obviously huge financial implications depending on which variant you use. So I'm going to ask if you could make a small written supplementary submission on what you mean by a universal basic income. And then I also want a supplementary on the next statement that you make in relation to social grants. Quote, not only are these grants low relative to the cost of food, their value has been systematically dropping as the government fails to adjust them sufficiently to keep up with food inflation. That's in paragraph 157. This kind of statement is often made, but it's not usually supported by statistical analysis and it's not referenced here. So this is for the record, not for you to answer now, but I would just like, if you can, to provide some supplementary evidence on the trends in food prices versus trends in social grants. For example, the budget increase of just 20 Rand in the child support grant last month was widely criticized as being inadequate, but actually it did match the inflation rate of 3% in 2025. So can you show us the evidence over time that the value of the grants are falling in real terms? Okay, I have two more questions. On paragraph 149, you write that national government has, quote, failed to give local government a clear mandate in relation to food and nutritional security policy and programming. Now, one challenge with realizing the constitutional right to food that we're all aware of is that this is a national mandate, but food insecurity is experienced at the local level and hunger is experienced at the individual level. So given this multi-level reality, what do you see as the role of local government in addressing the right to food, and how can that mandate be strengthened?
Can we hand over to relevant colleague?
If I can begin to answer this one, although our theme leader on that section is not with us today. But I think we have seen that the right to food has been considered
Sorry, Brittany. The Commissioner is asking then if you could ask the theme leader to provide a written answer to that question.
Absolutely, we're happy to. Thank you.
Okay, good. Then that gives me time for my last question. In paragraph 152, you state that the government, quote, has no explicit or clear approach to ensuring food affordability, despite acknowledging that millions go hungry due to not being in an economic position to obtain sufficient food, end quote. And then in paragraph 169, you list some measures that could be adopted to improve food affordability. Just for the benefit of the Commission, can you inform us about some of your ideas, both on the supply side in terms of reducing food prices and on the demand side in terms of raising household incomes that could go into the recommendations of the inquiry?
Sorry, Peter, could you just repeat the paragraph number again where we make those recommendations? This one also have them in front of me.
169.
Okay, so in terms of enhancing affordability, I mean, it's just to say affordability in to simplify it quickly is a combination of both food prices and the income that people have in their pockets. Income in people's pockets is determined by employment, by access to social grants and so on. Food prices are determined by a range of factors. So part of addressing, on the one side, on the demand side, enhancing and ensuring greater alignment between social protection and food security, so increase the ability of social grants, for example, to improve people's ability to purchase food. On the supply side, in terms of pricing, there's important potential interventions there related to reducing input costs. That can be done through economic interventions related to inputs themselves, but also the shift to more agroecological production across production scales can further reduce inputs and therefore input costs. There's also important measures for government to consider to shield local food prices from global food price rises. One of those can be improved implementation of variable tariffs, but also the consideration of buffer stocks that allow the state to, when food prices spike globally, which translate into the domestic context, for government to release stocks into the market to bring prices down. And then there's also other interventions related to climate resilience in the context where climate change increases food price shocks, the importance of increasing the ecological resilience and adaptation of the food system. I'd also just like to give any other colleagues a chance if they'd like to add. I feel like I've been speaking a lot.
I think our time is up. Yeah, thank you very much for all the hard work that obviously went into that very comprehensive submission. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Commissioner. Commissioner, I'm going to now ask the panel for clarity. Questions, Commissioner Ntuli, any questions from your side?
Thank you so much to the network for a very comprehensive submission and a clearly well-planned and well-presented presentation this morning. It was quite impressive to see you go through the themes at the exact allocated time. Thank you so much for that. I have only a few questions, and in the interest of time, I'm going to ask all of them. I'll ask you to note them, and you're at liberty to then submit your responses with your supplementary submissions. You don't have to respond to all of them now, given the time pressures. Perhaps let us start with your proposals towards agroecology. Are we able to say with certainty that moving towards agroecological production can supply food at the scale required for South Africa's production? What evidence, if any, is there to support our submission or your submission that South Africa should move towards more agroecological production? And how would the transition affect food prices if we should move towards more agroecological production? In terms of then the policy period towards this transition, do you have any time frames that you may be able to propose for this policy period and transition? So that would be the first question and its sub-questions on agroecology. I also want to ask some clarity-seeking questions on the land and spatial justice theme. Are you able to give a sense from your own work on the proportion of redistributed land that is currently being used for food production? And in the same vein, do you have a sense of the support models for smallholders that have proven to work? And by support models, I mean from the state. You have also spoken at length about women's access to land. Are you able to support your statements with any evidence base for legal barriers that prevent women from accessing land? So is it a matter of the law and legislation, or is it a matter of practice and political will? You've also mentioned the concentration of women in the informal market. Do you have numbers? What percentage of women constitute the informal trade? And then the last question from my side is a follow-up question from the question asked by Professor Devereaux around your proposed transition from social grants to a universal basic income grant. I'm quite intrigued by this proposal that everyone, despite their income status, should qualify for a basic or universal basic income grant. The obvious question would be, where should that money come from, given the national fiscal constraints? But equally, do we have any evidence to support this proposal that says that increasing access to state support is going to directly equate to then the usage of those funds for food purchases? So those would be my questions. You're at liberty to answer some or any of them, but please do not be constrained. You're at liberty to submit them as part of your supplementary submissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could we have a sense of the amount of time left so we decide how to answer?
I'm informed you have 10 minutes for everything, and the two other panelists also have questions to ask.
Then I wonder if perhaps we should accept all of the questions first and then try to answer what we can.
Indeed, indeed. I think that's a better approach. Thank you.
Commissioner, any questions? Okay, I have several questions, but I think what we'll do is we'll adhere to yesterday's approach, that any additional questions from the panel we will then ask in writing. But I think for me what is important is just one question, okay, maybe two. How should National Treasury be held accountable for the budget decisions that negatively impact the right to food? And then the second one, is hunger in South Africa primarily a policy failure, a market failure, or a constitutional failure? My other questions I will then reserve to have them written in writing, reduced to writing, and then you'll make reply in terms of the supplementary submissions.
Sorry, will we not hear from one more commissioner?
She has no questions, so you are at liberty to answer the questions that you can answer. Those that you can't answer, you can defer to your supplementary submissions.
Thank you. I might go briefly on the question of agroecology. The question regarding evidence for agroecology is quite a common one in global food debates. I think what we can say with certainty is that the industrial food system will not meet the food needs of South Africa or the world, as it does not at present. It may produce sufficient food, but that food is not distributed equitably. It doesn't reach the people who need to eat it and is not of good nutritional quality. With agroecology, there is significant evidence from around the world indicating that the yields from agroecological production systems match and indeed sometimes surpass those of industrial systems. We can provide additional evidence. There is often a dip during the transition period. So with regard to your question on the policy framework, there may need to be support for that transition during a period of about 5 to 7 years as farms make the switch, and they may reduce production to a small degree during that time, but then production quantities would increase. We can also say then that this support during that period would ideally be accompanied by additional sort of price supports, which we've been recommending in any case for vulnerable households to be able to afford sufficient food during that time. But it is absolutely able to supply at scale, and especially if accompanied by the redistributive and other reforms that we've also called for. Thank you.
If I can just come in very briefly on the question about the universal basic income and its affordability. So we'll be happy to submit more detailed supplementary information based on modeling that the Institute for Economic Justice has done, showing the affordability of the universal basic income, partly which is linked to being able to recoup a lot of those funds via tax from higher income earners. But we are also in relation to the evidence of the UBID that money would be used in ways that enhance food security. Again, and there's very good evidence on that as well, and so we're able to provide supplementary evidence. Do any colleagues want to respond to anything else?
Maybe just to also add a very quick response to the question around the redistribution and the percentage of land that's actually used to production. While it is difficult to give the percentage of land used for production, the underlying issues when it comes to redistribution is or includes other policies that speaks to post-settlement support, where land is, in cases where land is redistributed to farmers or communities, it often lacks the necessary support for actual production. While the government has also presented many models that comes with redistribution, like communist land, proactive land acquisition strategy, it's in most cases mechanisms that's not suitable to communities in terms of how they're currently organized.
Thank you to the network, Just Transitions in Food Systems. Just a reminder of one, we will be sending the questions via written correspondence, and that will also form part of your supplementary submission. I think that also covers the additional questions asked by Commissioner Nduli. In terms of what we also request from yourselves in terms of your supplementary submission is the phasing out of permanent farm workers and the role of labor brokers in that space, and how does it affect the demographics and the increase in colored households now being an increase in the colored households. The request is that this written reply must be furnished to the Commission using the email for food inquiries, and this was requested on or before the 6th of April 2026. Thank you so much, colleagues. You are duly excused from the witness podium.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For recognizing us here.
So much to the colleagues. We just want to announce just a few changes to today's program. We will have from 10:30 to 11:30 SATU. Thereafter from 11:30 to 12:30, the Minister of Trade and Industry. Then we'll go for a short lunch from 1:30 to 2 o'clock, and then we will resume with the rest of our program. We just want to, thank the colleagues for the rest of the submissions in terms of the heart and soul, urban, as well as the other submissions that we'll be receiving today, for their patience while we just make those minor adjustments. So we are going to go for a comfort break, and we'll be back at 10:30, and then we'll proceed with SATU. Thank you. Safu, apologies. Softer. It's been a bad morning. Apologies.
Okay, yeah. What time is the KPI? Okay, they need to. First one. He's not able to join on Teams. No, instead of why doesn't he join from the Teams? Yeah, we start link. The next. Tell him to join from the Teams link. Why does he have to be here? Okay, we can mute it. You can bring him here. It's fine. Weta was here. When in the whole of Nali distracted him. Did you see how distracted he was?
On purpose. No, he was distracted on purpose.
So this
That
one
was just some, I don't know.
No, the white thing was playing for the guy.
No, I never allow it to observe in person. But it's off.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I don't bathroom commission. Something.
question for you. Eh, utlwa taba e?
Thank you, colleagues. We are now moving to the South African Federation of Trade Unions and not the Teachers Union. Apologies for that minor mistake. We have the Secretary General who was previously sworn in. Sir, do you confirm that you still bind yourself to the oath that you took?
I didn't change my mind, Commissioner. I still affirm.
Thank you so much.
Someone who must sit next to me must take the oath.
Is there a gentleman? I see that you've pointed to a particular gentleman. If he can
Yeah.
duly join you at the witness table. Mr. Vavi, you can sit down because you have been duly sworn in. We'll just ask your colleague to stand up. So can you just introduce yourself as well as the role you play at the union?
My name is Newton Masuku. I'm the National Educator of the South African Federation of Trade Unions.
Thank you, sir. So will you please still remain standing? Will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
What is the difference?
The oath is where you swear to God to tell the truth, and then the affirmation is where you affirm to tell the truth. But essentially, they mean the same thing, but it's just about your conscience and which one you prefer.
Okay, the oath will do.
So while I'm swearing you in, your full names as they appear on your ID.
My name is Convence Mabudluni Masuku. Yes.
Mr. Masuku, will we be taking, do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Indeed it is.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth and nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi, as well as your colleague. You are given 20 minutes. The timekeeper is Kenneth. 20 minutes, Kenneth. Tammy, please, can we have a times up board as well as 15 minutes left for the presenter so that they're able to see when they have 15 minutes left? Starting now. Thank you so much.
May I proceed? Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning once more to all of the commissioners. Thank you very much for arranging this inquiry. Absolutely fundamental to us as workers and working class communities. And thank you very much to all of your evidence leaders who will be interacting with our presentation later. And good morning to everybody that have decided to be part of this hearing. And thank you for allowing SAFTU in particular to make a presentation. Before we go into the emphasis, commissioners, we have felt that we must summarize so that we do not get to be the victims of the 20 minutes. Summarize the main issues we want to raise in the main body of the commission, and where we have time, we will emphasize further points. The first point we want to make is that we obviously representing workers in South Africa, the working class. We seek to represent the marginalized poor majority which we interact with through our associations and tactical alliances that we build on a range of issues affecting society, including poverty and hunger. We form part, for example, of the Union Against Hunger. We served as part of it. And so when that presentation was made, partly we're being covered by it as well. We are in a country that have a substantial agricultural capacity and a sophisticated commercial food system. The country produces a wide range of agricultural commodities and exports insignificant volumes of food products to global markets. Despite this productive capacity, hunger and food insecurity remain widespread. Data published by Statistics South Africa demonstrate that the scale of poverty affecting the population according to the recent poverty measures is approximately 17.6% of the South African population, which live below the food poverty line, while approximately 2/3 of the population live below the upper bound poverty level. These figures illustrate that millions of households lack the income required to meet both food and basic non-food needs. The persistence of hunger in our country capable of producing abundant food represent a profound contradiction. The contradiction cannot be explained simply by insufficient food production. Rather, it reflects deeper structural inequalities within the economy. Food access in the market-based systems depend fundamentally on purchasing power. When wages are low, unemployment is high, and social protection is inadequate, many households cannot afford sufficient food, even when it is available in the market. Food insecurity must therefore be analyzed within a broader political economy of South Africa, including addressing the wage suppression and declining labor share of the national income. Deindustrialization and the loss of stable employment, informalization of work, and the rise of the working poor phenomenon, land inequality, and incomplete agrarian reforms, corporate concentration within food value chains, the export orientation of agricultural production, and lastly, insufficient social protection for vulnerable households. Evidence supplied by the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group show that the cost of nutritionally adequate household food basket is significantly exceeding the income available to many households. When income levels fall below the cost of nutritious food, households are forced to compromise on dietary quality and quantity. The compromise contributes then to widespread nutritional deficiencies and have particularly severe consequences for children. South Africa continues to experience high levels of child stunting, reflecting chronic undernutrition during early childhood. South Africa Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU, therefore submits that the country's food insecurity cannot be resolved solely through agricultural policies. Addressing hunger requires structural reforms that raises incomes, strengthen employment opportunities, redistribute productive resources, and ensure that food markets operate in ways that prioritize human well-being. That's basically the summary of what we want to present to you, commissioners. We didn't want to leave a central of the main arguments that we're making. We're going to make some emphasis where we have some time left. I guess we have now about 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes. Didn't you give us 20 minutes? Yeah. We have some 15 minutes to emphasize. We've already addressed who we represent. We've already, other allies of SAFTU, many NGOs that have made a presentation, have already spoken about the Constitution and the human rights framework, from which we also want to speak from, in particular, Section 27 of the Constitution, that guarantees that everyone has a right to access to sufficient food and water. We've already listened to other presentations made about Section 28 of the Constitution that provides that every child has a right to basic nutrition. So we're not going to emphasize those because we've been covered by many other representations and presentations made here. Nor are we going to speak about the scale of poverty and hunger in South Africa. Many presentations made to the inquiry demonstrate very well the extent and the scale of poverty in our country. We're not going to speak about the poverty measurements and social methodological considerations. We, however, want to make a special appeal to the Commission to, as part of its conclusion, consider very carefully the report of the Statistics South Africa, which in our view is somehow changing the base of its calculation of what poverty means in South Africa. We want to rely more on what is provided as evidence of poverty by the Southern African Labor and Development Research Unity of the University of Cape Town, that calculated that actually 62% of the South Africa's population live below the upper poverty level of just 1,558. We won't speak about the nutritional adequacy and the cost of food because we believe that the representation by the Pietermaritzburg group does cover us adequately, as well as the Union Against Hunger. But we want to, in particular, having said that, commissioners, insist that we hope that in your final recommendations, you will look very, very carefully and very favorably to what we are presenting about the basic household food basket, which is approximately at 5,383 rands and 81 cents, but more importantly, the nutritional adequate basket, which is approximately at 6,459 rands and 83 cents, with an insistence that currently in South Africa, most South Africans, based on the SALRO research, and most South Africans, based on the Pietermaritzburg Economic Group, live way below those two poverty measures in South Africa. But important, all of the people who receive any kind of grant and support of government through its social programs live way below those poverty measures. If we had time, we would have liked to speak about the historical evolution of South Africa's food system. But I guess in particular, the last presentation from 9 o'clock canvassed that adequately. We don't want to make that long speech about colonial dispossession and the foundations of agrarian inequality in South Africa. We have been covered by that presentation. nor are we going to speak about the impact of the 1913 Natives Land Act and institutionalization of agrarian inequality in South Africa. But we do want to emphasize that today has been shaped by yesterday. And you cannot separate the devastating impact of the history of colonialism and apartheid to food insecurities and food systems of today. We will touch very briefly about the transitions to democracy and land reform policies in South Africa. We will in particular want to draw to your attention, commissioners, that the transition in 1994 saw a government introducing a program of land reform aimed at addressing these historical injustices and promoting equitable access to land. That land reform policy was structured around three primary pillars: land restitution and for communities dispossessed under apartheid, land redistribution to expand access to agricultural land, and tenure reform to improve land security for farm workers and rural residents. In summary, because this is important to us, in particular the last aspect of what have happened to farm workers, we know that the limited budget allocations have undermined that government program, the austerity programs of the government, the budget cuts. Two, the administrative constraints, the hollowing out of the capacity of the state to be able to effect its own programs have undermined the government's own policies. And thirdly, the reliance on market-based land acquisitions mechanisms have undermined that policy. The end result of it all is that even though post-1994 there was a big hullabaloo about land distribution targeted at 30% for the first 5 years of democracy, the reality that we are facing today is that government have simply dismally failed to distribute land. Failure to distribute land means that government is unable to address food insecurity, rising levels of hunger and poverty in the South African economy. Worst of all, when the government reports themselves indicate that South Africa have not been able to provide the type of support you need to start farming, to use your land effectively by supplying supplements, seeds, and as well as educational support to the, particularly the black people. Black people, we always speak the old way of defining black people in the manner that Steve Biko defined it. We don't like the current sophistication, even though sometimes it helps for you to see what are the trends even amongst the black population as a whole. We raise in our submission the issue of the rising levels of cooperation dominance of food chains in South Africa and food supply system, linked with the global integration and export orientation of agriculture. And here, commissioners, we want to emphasize this because we don't believe that a lot of times South Africa have an honest discussion about what SAFTU will normally call the neo-colonial structural deficiencies of the South Africa's economy as a whole. The South Africa as a country was designed by its colonizers as a place where it is going to extract minerals and now increasingly agricultural products for the markets in Europe or in the headquarters of the colonial masters. The whole economy of South Africa is designed and it is structured up to today to feed the colonial needs of the colonial masters. Everything we produce, everything we have in abundance, including our mineral deposits, are exploited in the main to be exported raw, without any kind of beneficiation, without any kind of building secondary industries or building value chains in South Africa. And as a result, not only through minerals, but also agricultural products, we're losing so much potential of reindustrializing South Africa, because as we speak, the best of our citrus, of our vegetables, of our fruits is taken out of the country raw. And the scandalous point is that these then return back to the country as finished products. I'm intimidated by you lifting up that.
Thank you
that
so
mic.
much, Mr. Vavi. I've noted that since the inquiry started, I've been the most intimidating person. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll allow our evidence leaders to ask you questions, and perhaps in that discussion, you can elaborate on some of your points. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Vavi. Good morning to your colleague as well. Thank you for attending these proceedings. I will be going into about 5 questions and themes for you this morning. Based on your presentation, also on the submissions that we have received over the past few days, perhaps you were able to tune in as well. I want to ask you the question in terms of trade-offs. So your submission argues that there's a need for expansive social protection, but also then for rebuilding the industrial capacity, agro-processing, as you've just submitted as well. But as the Commission has previously also heard, and I'm sure we will be hearing throughout the proceedings as well this week, there's a tension between the two, or it's argued that there's a tension between the two, because government says it has a finite fiscal basket that we understand. So increasing the grants on the one hand, vis-a-vis industrial development and growth generating investments on the other. So my first question is, how would you propose that we kind of reconcile these two tensions? Is there a prioritization in your view that should take place in view of the fact that we have this limited fiscal basket that we are trying to assist us with in terms of rights realization? Let me pause there and allow you an opportunity to answer this question, and then I will move to my next questions.
Thank you very much for such an important question in the context of the work that the Commission is engaged with. We want to dispute first that fundamental point that South Africa has a fiscal constraint, because I think that's where the fundamental difference between us and the government continues to lie. We have no fiscal constraint. We have a government that have decided to pursue a particular macroeconomic framework that then impose itself and impose fiscal constraints on the government itself. And it has ignored everything that we in the labor movement and everything that we in the social structures of our communities have been advancing as an alternative to the so-called fiscal constraint. In this way, one, this government, unlike the apartheid government, decided to cut corporate taxes. At their highest point, they were 52% in 1992. They are currently at 26%, somewhere there. And in that process, it has lost billions of rands that it could have used to address poverty, to address the questions of industrialization that you are pointing out, and to provide a more comprehensive social security system to our country. Secondly, this government has allowed trade, what do you call it, illicit trades, which costs billions of rands. It have allowed mispricing activities of corporates. It has allowed illicit cash outflows estimated by the African Union and UNTAC to be at 1.1 to 1.2 trillion rands. It has allowed tax dodging schemes that, according to the Judge Dennis Davis Commission, cost a minimum of 50 billion rands a year. And it has allowed corruption, in particular in its procurement policy, procurement activities. Now, the procurement budget of government amounts to about 1 to 2 trillion rands. According to the head of procurement of government, a certain Mr. Kenneth Brown, government allows 35 to 40% of that procurement budget to be stolen by tenderpreneurs, by clever entrepreneurs who have long collaborated with the most corrupt inside the system of government itself to steal about 600 billion rands every financial year. The same government that allows that to happen all the time turns around and say we are fiscally constrained. We can do nothing about the plight of the poor. It's a wrong starting point. Our starting point is that we should have embraced from the beginning economic programs that ensure redistribution of wealth from the rich to the poor, unlike the current fiscal and monetary policies of government that guarantees redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich.
Thank you, Mr. Vavi. That's very valuable. My submission to you was whether there is this limited basket, and what you've pointed out is there's another basket maybe somewhere that a government is not efficiently making use of to address not either or, but both these issues. Now, on that point, Mr. Vavi, you also pointed out something that I just want to have your comment on. Throughout the proceedings, we have been made aware, and the submissions were received on a theme that is called corporate capture. I haven't seen in your submission very clear submissions on corporate capture, but you've touched on it in your answer now. That's why I would like you to explore a little bit for the Commission and for the panel to understand your view on the submissions that the Commission has heard on corporate capture when we speak about food security, as well as the elements that you've highlighted in your submission now.
We normally claim that the biggest capture of South Africa political system happened in the run-up to the 1994 elections. And it happened in the areas where we are now, through bilateral engagements behind the backs of the population that were taking place between the senior leadership of the ANC and the corporate leaders, whether they were doing that in Sandton or they were doing that in London. And so there is a capture. And that's why we are where we are now, the most unequal society on earth. And that's why we are where we are, where most of the activities are happening about 5 kilometers away from where we are in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, through the financialization of our entire system as a whole. But there is even something more devastating beyond the question you are asking about corporate culture. During the apartheid era, the apartheid government did far more for the agricultural sector than we are doing now. It had all manner of systems to make sure that it supports the farmers, in particular after the 1948 victory of the National Party. The tragedy of what befell on South Africa is that as soon as we took over in 1994, we abandoned all of those co-ops. We abandoned all of those supports and subsidies for our farms. We abandoned anything that will be called, that will smell community, for individualism, for the strength of corporates now built over many years of colonialism and apartheid, much more stronger than many aspects of the economy, and for us now to find ourselves where we are. Black people have no support from their own government. Even when they receive the land, 70% of that land lies in follow because there is no support for them. And we hope that when you make the recommendation, you will touch on the issue of the need to relook the commercialization of the sector as a whole, and something that we abandoned. We abandoned the whole support system that apartheid system have built.
Thank you, Mr. Vami. That's very clear. Just a quick one on your submission in terms of stunting. You also echo what several submissions have already provided to the Commission, and the Commission is very much aware of previous engagements as well. Now, in respect of stunting, and I'm sure the professors will also be able to weigh in there, it reduced cognitive development, lower educational attainment, and lower lifetime earnings is what we've read from your submission as well. So would you agree with me that child stunting should not necessarily only be seen as a nutrition or a children's rights issue, but in fact that it's a labor market and an economic development issue? And if so, should the state be required to treat early childhood nutrition as a core economic intervention?
Yeah, indeed, we maintain that view that, as you pointed out, I mean, as you were elaborating your question, that indeed the young of today constitute what will be the workers of tomorrow. And if one of the major problems of South Africa's economy is deindustrialization, and if you are going to reindustrialize, you are going to need mathematicians, engineers, chemists, physicists, and so on and so forth. And that, of course, it goes without saying that it requires cognitive abilities that have been nourished, and one of the major key aspect of that nourishment, of course, is food. And therefore, it shouldn't be looked at merely as, because when these questions are discussed, more often than not, it's as if the working class children in particular are handed over charity, but it's not charity. These are indeed the people who will embody the labor power of tomorrow and therefore enable society to progress in that sense.
Perfect, thank you. And my last question before I'm handing over. The Commission heard very concerning submissions about the safety of farm workers. Now, your submissions also strongly focus on labor conditions of the working poor. Are you aware of any documented health impacts of pesticide exposure on farm workers? Are you aware of any potential, we heard potential, litigation yesterday in respect of being exposed to pesticides, and what is SAFTU's position on the regulation and monitoring of pesticides, particularly in relation to worker protection?
Thank you very much for that question again. In fact, we launched a campaign in December last year, maybe too late when the focus of the population was to the buying spree. Our union organizing in the agricultural sector launched a campaign with our full support, the union called CASAU, on the devastating impact the pesticides have on our food, on our health, in particular the health and safety of farm workers. Please allow us to share with you a video that has been produced by Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, and in working with CASAU as well as other agricultural unions or farm workers unions all over the African continent from here to Kenya, tracing the devastating impact of those parasites on our food. We are dying today precisely because the farm or the food producers have been captured by greed, and they are now chasing the overproduction because they are chasing the international markets, and in the process, they are compromising the food standards, safety, and that's why we're dying of cancer. And that's why women are worse affected by the levels of cancer. It comes from what the meat we eat, the fruits we consume, the vegetables we consume. Please allow us to make a supplementary on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vavi. We will definitely, Commissioner Chairperson, through you, allow that supplementary submission. Prof?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and also your submission. I am just, I would like your opinion on the fact if a state raised the national minimum wage to nutritionally adequate levels, as you propose, I just want to know if it will not trigger further job losses in vulnerable sectors, such as agriculture or domestic workers.
It is important to again emphasize the point that we try to emphasize in our summary, that according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Group, you need 6,500. You need 6,000 for you as a household to get nutritious food. That's absolutely important base to always remember. Of course, going back to your first question, there will always be a balance to be made. Even though we argue that we are in a wrong growth path, but there will always be a balance to be made between what the human needs are and what are the economic realities. But in this particular instance, we believe that the discussion must be inclusive in South Africa. The first point that we are raising in the summary is that the wages of South African workers have been kept very low, not in 1994, but even before 1994, particularly through the influence of what we call neoliberalism wave that was spearheaded by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. And since those days, it's been very difficult for even the most unionized economies to be able to keep up even with the rate of inflation in terms of increases of South Africa's wages everywhere else in the world, not just in South Africa. The second phenomenon that I think is important to emphasize is the income inequalities in South Africa. When you sit in our country, like somebody once said, Thabo Mbeki, the former president, once said that in our country we live in two countries in one. There is a country, unfortunately, that discriminates people in every respect 4 times. There is a country that discriminates against black people. 31, 32 years into democracy, they remain the face of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. It's the same country that discriminates against the women that remain the face of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. There's a country that discriminates against its young people that remains the face of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. But fourthly, there's a country that continues to discriminate and sideline the people in the rural areas, in particular in the former Bantustans. And that's why we see these massive migrations into the towns and the big cities in South Africa. Then our politicians, unable to build houses for those people, they then turn around and they say they are all illegal migrants. What a shame. Scapegoating every crisis society faces against the most vulnerable other members of society inside South Africa as well as from the rest of the country. Nobody speaks about the disparities in income, the other world that we should hold accountable. Nobody speaks about the CEO's salaries that exceeds 250 times a salary of a worker, in sometimes even 600 times a salary of a single worker. Those disparities result in these extreme wage ratios that are just unjustifiable. So every time you speak about the balancing act, people don't speak about the CEO salaries and this other world of wealth. Harry Kwala used to say, of the other side of the population that dies from diseases associated with overeating. They always talk about the diseases that afflict the majority because they are far too poor to even provide adequate food for their children. That's where the problem is.
Thank you very much. Then also regarding industrialization, I don't know why I can't pronounce that now, but in any case, your data shows very clearly that manufacturing share of the GDP has halved since 1994. And you also argued that we are exporting our raw products and then importing them back again in some sort of manufactured value-added way. But what specific agro-processing industry should be prioritized to most quickly improve our domestic food affordability, particularly then as related to agriculture?
Thank you for capturing the first 2 points, absolutely fundamental to the work and the recommendations we hope that you will embrace as a commission. The crisis of deindustrialization is continuing even in the last GDP growth figures we now have on the table based on the fourth quarter of 2025. See, what was the decline is 0.4 or 1.4? 1.4 decline of the manufacturing base, and yet there is an increase of how much financialization? The biggest growth of the last quarter is again the activities that is happening in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. This is a crisis. This is what is driving levels of poverty, because the more you lose workers in the manufacturing sector and either to structural unemployment. Remember, we have 12.4 million people who are unemployed. 10 million of those, or 80% of the unemployed in South Africa, are trapped in what we call structural unemployment, meaning that they have not been in any kind of employment for more than a year. Disaster. And most of them, you know that they are now young people. What do? We once tried as SAF to initiate something with something called the industrial cycle or the manufacturing cycle in South Africa. We were saying to them, guys, and they were also realizing this is not, it was a conversation where we were saying, how could the people of Limpopo be the second poverty-stricken province in the country when they are sitting on so much wealth? Forget about the minerals that continues to be discovered left, right, and center. But just look at the richness of the province, the home of avocados, the home of tomato, the home of all manner of other vegetables. What do you know about all of that activity? Those vegetables are transported here into Johannesburg. There's something called the Johannesburg market to be prepared and processed to leave the country. In fact, the best gets taken into Europe, and we get settled with third and the fourth grade of our own vegetables and fruit. Tragedy. So we were asking ourselves, should we not, as part of Proudly South Africa or a drive to localize the economy, start with the tomato? And we had made a study with the manufacturing cycle that shows that when you get into ShopRite, Pick and Pay, and all of those retail shops, 70% of what you get there as tinned food, as tinned tomato, is coming from Europe, but it originates from Limpopo. Same like the timber in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga. That's how stupid neoliberalism is, ma'am. We like the market, even if it costs the economy all of the advantages that it should have. We should be industrializing by localizing. We should be industrializing by promoting proudly South Africa. As we speak, unfortunately, even before your child is born, is already captured by the Chinese market. From the infant up to when you get buried likely by a coffin manufactured by China, and everything in between. That's a crisis in that South Africa is facing, and it's called what? Stupidity. Yeah.
So just to piggyback on that point is that what the General Secretary of SAFTU has outlined is also underpinned by the very neoliberal dogma we have referred to. And the argument says, focus on what you are best at. They call it comparative advantage. So do not bother with beneficiation and value addition. Focus on extracting raw materials as they are, and therefore send them out so that you can gain the foreign currency. So it's underpinned by this logic of neoliberalism that says free trade, the free market, under any circumstances will be what will free society from the clutches of poverty. But history and, of course, empirical evidence demonstrates otherwise.
We are running short of time, so I'm going to add just two final questions from our side as evidence leaders. One, you touched on recently, Mr. Vavi, about income inequality and executive remuneration. In your section 1.2, you highlight these dramatic disparities in wages between CEOs and workers. We know that extreme income inequality has been shown to undermine economic growth and create problems of social cohesion all across the world, and here we have one of the highest rates of income inequality. So, income inequality also traps low-income workers in food poverty and hunger. My question is there anything that can be done about this, specifically about this extreme wage inequality between CEOs and workers? And what specific recommendation should this commission include in its inquiry report?
In our submission, we do point this as one of the structural problems, so I'm not going to repeat everything that is already covered.
Just the recommendation.
Just on the recommendation. On the key recommendation that thank you very much for reminding us. The key recommendation that we want to ask you to consider are the following. We have to raise the wages as a policy. We have to raise the wages and strengthen the labor protections as a matter of a policy. We have to rebuild industrial capacity and reverse deindustrialization. We have to accelerate land redistribution and agrarian reform. We have to strengthen domestic agro-processing industries. We must expand social protection systems. We must rebuild state capacity in agriculture and rural development. That's partly what we want to hopefully emphasize this. We must expand the conditional cash transfers as they are doing in Brazil and India. We must support family farming. We must support public procurement of food by small farmers. We must expand the food feeding programs the country is pursuing.
Thank you. So your focus is on raising workers' wages and social grants rather than on capping executive income. Okay.
No, we are. No, we are. Surely, and this is what we normally say, we are actually sitting on the ticking time bomb in the country precisely because of what the people this side of Alexander can see is happening on the other side of the highway. You can't sustain that bottled anger forever. You cannot frustrate those hopes forever.
So the recommendation?
Do something about the wages of the CEOs in South Africa whilst you are addressing the national minimum wage and deliberately increasing the wages of the South African workers. Cap the wages on the top. Look at the example that the Union Against Hunger have made. The CEO of Shoprite Checkers is earning over 100 million rands a year, and yet the packer at Shoprite Checkers is earning around 4,000 rands or so. You can't have that, and then one day when there's an implosion, you don't see a relationship between those two factors.
Thank you. My last question, and this is a provocative question. Would you agree that workers in the food system, from farm workers through to packers to supermarket cashiers and so on, are active agents in the food system, or do you rather see them as passive subjects of profit-maximizing corporates? And but while you think on that, the follow-up, just to close, what more can food system workers themselves do about the many challenges that you address in your submission, such as low wages, casualization of permanent workers, exploitation by labor brokers, unsafe working conditions, exposure to highly hazardous pesticides, unsafe foods, high levels of food waste, all of these problems in the food system? What can food workers themselves do?
Overall, we regard the workers as the real creators of wealth, any wealth. They are not just agents. They go beyond being agents. They are creators of the wealth. Without farm workers, there will be no food in South Africa, full stop. And yet we treat them as just mere appendages of the food system in South Africa. Structurally, we hope that you're going to make a recommendation about that disjuncture. And so what do we do? One of the fundamental weaknesses of the unions in South Africa is that they have not succeeded to organize farm workers into powerful unions that can increase the bargaining power of farm workers. It's only about 5% or so of farm workers who belong into trade unions. All federations, including all of them, have not prioritized the need to ensure that the manufacturing workers who earn better wages can contribute a percentage of their salaries towards ensuring unionization and therefore increasing of the bargaining power of farm workers. So unfortunately, your point is correct. The farm workers' important role as they play, but they remain the face of poverty and neglect in the whole food system in our country.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kunana. Any questions from you?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Vavi and your colleague, really, for thought-provoking presentation. I would like to start here regarding the labor market. Ageism is a challenge, even in South Africa. Insofar as you are concerned, is that supposed to be the case? Or are we at a stage where we can at least open it up? Reason being that even the older persons are saying, once you give us this social grant, it is not sufficient. Regard being heard to the numbers that you have just shown us, when you look at what could be the minimum wage, which again has been submitted by Amandla.mobi. They are saying the same thing, that this is just ridiculously low. It is such that no way that anyone who earns a social grant would be able to thrive in this current economy. Let me pause there and just allow you to weigh in, because the older persons out there are saying, by the way, I could be 60 years, but I'm still able to occupy the space. I still want to be able to contribute to the economy. But unfortunately, the laws of our country as they stand, they're saying that's the end of it for you. In certain types of jobs, of course, because when you look at doctors, they're able to continue. When you look at lawyers, they're able to continue. Politicians, again, are also able to still participate in that space.
Well, I like your question. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much. As you were speaking, I'm reminded about the current government program, which seeks to force workers who are 55 years and above to early retirement. They put aside 11 billion rands to focus on getting the 55-year-olds and older out of their jobs. And every day I listen to the SFM. One of the statistics repeated is the statistics that it's only about 14% of South Africans who are better prepared for their retirement age. The rest are going to be paupers, and they are going to be dependents of the government, even after spending 40% of their lives working. You know what is making me to laugh is that the people who are saying the 55-year-olds, teachers, nurses, doctors, police, home affairs officials, all of that, must go are themselves 70 years plus. What a contradiction. Yeah. And so yes, there is a problem about ageism. There is a second important issue that I've come to us to engage with the Commissioner, the point about age and the labor market. Of course, we've already said that the young people are the face of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and that's why there is a secondary social crisis of a drug epidemic all over the country. Not just in Pretoria, but all over the country. There's an epidemic of drugs, but we must add violence into that. So we have to do something about the crisis of youth unemployment. If you allow us, in our Section 77, we spend extraordinary moment to focus on what needs to be done to address that crisis of youth unemployment and want. Please allow us to make that secondary supplement. And so we do need to have focused programs, and government have not been doing enough of that work. Instead, what it is doing is more and more informalization of even the young people. The young people are not only the face of unemployment, but they're also the face of people who have the most insecure jobs. It is they who are being handed over in the name of black economic empowerment to black tycoons who are outsourcing them, who are taking their responsibility because they have now been declared as non-core and so forth and so forth. And that's why you're now seeing inequalities even amongst Africans, even amongst black people is growing, because sometimes we're shooting ourselves in the foot trying to solve a problem, and yet we're developing more inequalities. I don't know whether I've covered all of your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, I've got a challenge with time. But let me also say this, Mr. Vavi, and I hope that even if you can't answer me at length, but you can consider to maybe make further submissions on this. You know, the marginalized at large. Already I've mentioned the older persons. Then there's persons with disabilities. The other groupings, you know, the LGBTQI plus community, the children, you've already mentioned. But what I want to know from you, the policies or your recommendations, in how do we shift this needle? How do we make sure that they are accommodated in the true sense of the word with regard to food insecurity? You've already said that obviously that food is not enough, but what do we do? Government is saying we've put aside a certain amount that is going to go to DBE, and DBE is going to ensure that there's food in the schools. But is even that food nutritious? Because ultimately, if we want to have engineers, we want to have all those, professionals that are able to apply themselves, articulate themselves insofar as the labor market that we envisage for the future. Obviously, we are not there. But what would you say we need to do to ensure that this is really changed? Because you've already pointed out even a bigger problem, that the people that are making these policies, the people that are making these laws, they themselves are at an age where they could actually retire according to South African law, but they're still in the space. But they don't seem to be preparing for the future, for the rest of the country. And in fact, they are shrinking the very economy that actually exists. And I'm going to leave it at there, and if you're able to answer me, please do. But if you are unable to, I'll be happy to receive a further submission. Thank you so much.
Mr. Ravi, can I just make a proposal? Perhaps if commissioners, apologies for interruption. Commissioner, are there questions? Perhaps you can put them to Mr. Vavi and his colleague, and then we will then see how far we can get, because we are about 10 minutes behind time.
Mr. Vavi, thank you, Chair. Mr. Vavi, thank you for your presentation. Just for interest's sake, is there a difference between Secretary General and General Secretary? It's being used interchangeably, and one would want to know if there's a distinction between the two, just before I place my substantive questions to you.
Yes, but sometimes only symbolically. There's a history to this General Secretary and Secretary General. And the history have to do, unfortunately, sometimes with the Cold War politics. In the East, the secretary, the General Secretary was the most important official of the organization. Joseph Stalin, for example, during the days of the Soviet Union, entrenched the power of the organization in the office of the General Secretary. And, but in the other side of the world, the Western world, they used Secretary General, as you can see, from the United Nations to the ANC and to many other organizations, they have Secretary Generals. But in the other organization, the power actually politically lies in the presidency. In the trade unions that are inspired by the history of the Soviet Union, the power is dual. There's a political power that lies in the office of the presidency, but there's the power to run the organization from A to Z, including interpreting its political policies, that lies with the office of the General Secretary.
No,
so it's a very powerful office, but in the unions is limited by the fact that in the power is overseen and by the president.
Thank you, Mr. Vavi. Then to my questions. One of the main tasks for this inquiry is to accurately define the problem in order for us to be able then to make precise policy recommendations. You have, as others have, assisted us in being able to define the problem. In terms of your own submission, you have founded your understanding on rising levels of corporate dominance, a neo-colonial structural deficiency, but also then defined by rising food prices, low wages, as well as a concentration in the food value chain. Given this understanding and this submission, are you able then to assist us in understanding from your perspective which segments of the value chain does the Federation believe require stronger regulation to reduce corporate concentration? One does not assume that it is all of the segments of the value chain. Are you able to identify at which level of this value chain is concentration most focused on? in order to assist us further in the ways in which we think about the policy solutions. We would also be interested to know from your perspective. You have spoken at length about the plight of farm workers, and we appreciate your offer to make supplementary submissions, particularly with regards to pesticides and their impact and effect on farm workers. Are you able to assist us in understanding, given that many of the farm workers represented by your federation are employed by the corporations that dominate the value chain, how does the federation balance, on the one hand, protecting jobs for workers, and on the other hand, challenging the concentration of power? There has to be a balance to be struck there, and in what ways are you able to balance it? And then you have spoken about CASAU as being a member of the federation, and CASAU being the main union that deals with the plight of farm workers. Are you able to give us examples, and this is the third question, examples that can assist us in understanding the interventions of the federation in the plight of farm workers, particularly when it comes to food insecurity? And what lessons can be drawn from these interventions that can then be applied in different geographies across the country? Thank you. Those would be my questions.
Chair, should you answer? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner, in particular for your first remarks. We a lot of times feel that we are not being listened to when we speak about the structural deficiencies of the economy, whose product then becomes the very topic of your inquiry of poverty and hunger in a food secure country such as ours. Thank you very much for that. And we had hoped that we will make this one of our key points that we hope that you will recommend or will form part of your recommendations in your final report. Now, in terms of an attempt to answer the question, we're raising the issue of the food sovereignty and the democratic control of food systems in our submission. We hope that the Commission will look at the chapter that we're involving, with that we're quoting there. Food sovereignty emphasizes the right of communities and nations to shape their own food systems according to their own social, cultural, and environmental, excuse me for that, and environmental priorities. And food sovereignty goes beyond the concept of food security by emphasizing democratic control over food production, distribution, and consumption. In our submission, we make the point about what should be in that framework, and we list only 4 points. Point number 1, local food production. The example I was making about Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga. Fair income for farmers and workers. One of the aspects that we didn't expand on, Commissioner, is that the retail bosses have become so powerful that even the farmers have become almost their own slaves. They now name the price. In Woolworths, ShopRite, and Pick and Pay, the farmers have no say of how much must they earn from their own produce. That's the extent of that concentration of power in the hands of the few conglomerates dominating the retail sector. Then the issue of incomes for farm workers have been raised over and over in the discussion we've had. Then thirdly, the environmental sustainability. You cannot produce food when you don't know what is going to be the future and you're taking no measures to protect the environment, in particular to ensure that the local governments have capacity to address the environmental destruction. This thing is not passing by. As we speak, there are 3 districts in Limpopo that are flooding. The rains are way above the normal. We've been hit in 2021 April, where we lost over 500 people to floods in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban in particular. It's now a yearly occurrence. And yet, we were warned I've been here for some time, we were warned by the the CSRI, way ages that this thing is coming. In 1986, 87, you can go back to the reports, we did nothing as a nation to prepare ourselves. Now, we are being displaced in KZN, in the northern eastern parts of the Eastern Cape, in Mozambique, in Mas, in Zimbabwe, in Mas, and in Zambia, in Mas. And lastly, we want to make in that framework for food sovereignty, something we call equitable access to nutritious food. The previous question, Commissioner, you asked what we do about the child food programs that government have launched, and you have pointed out that not all of those programs provide nutritious food to our children. But we want to extend that further to say government ought to focus more now on the under 6-year-olds who are currently being excluded. And it is good that the president is beginning to emphasize on the early childhood development. But that early childhood development must take into consideration that those very same children come from the poverty-stricken households and they need to be supported. I don't know whether I've answered all of your questions.
Yes, you did. But at the core, in other words, is that at the core of the submission of SAFTU, if you want to capture and encapsulate what the GS has just said, is the decommodification of food. So the conception of what food is ought to move away from being a means through which profit is made and to return to being something that nourishes the human body and the human mind. That's at the core of the thing. And therefore that calls for, as we have said, local food production, and of course the democratization of the process of production, distribution, and so on and so forth.
Mr. Vavi, you don't have to answer this question now. The chairperson is warning me about time, but it's very important for me to place it on record. Over the past few days, we've had a number of very valuable inputs. And one of them was around the culture of growing food and food production. One was hoping to hear from your submission the impact of the migrant labor system on the culture of food production. We know from our history that indigenous communities had a particularly spiritual and cultural relationship with land and food production, which was disrupted by the migrant labor system. Now, in your submission, you have referenced Brazil as an international best practice, particularly the culture of family farming and the role of the state in supporting this culture of family farming, which becomes a very important lesson for us as South Africa to learn from. Many households, particularly that are food insecure in rural areas in South Africa with fertile and arable land, are not using it to grow food. And part of it is because of a culture that was influenced by the migrant labor system that has distanced people from a relationship and an understanding of land as production and an ability to grow their own food. Are you able to, perhaps in line with your supplementary submissions, help us in understanding from the perspective of the Federation the role of the migrant labor system in the changing of culture and people's relationship with land and food. Thank you so much.
Including the culture of dependency that is rising, which leads to food insecurity even where we should not have that problem as pronounced as we have it now. I come from the rural side of the Eastern Cape, and I can tell you stories and stories about neglect of the land. You know, Eastern Cape is regarded as the second richest land in the whole world. But when you go there, you don't see that. We're supposed to be producing millions and millions of cow and sheep and vegetables and so forth. There is a crisis of what you are saying, and I'm so happy that you are raising that we must do a supplement on it. There is a contradiction about the migration. Look, we hate xenophobia, but at the same time, we do accept that workers from neighboring countries have been brutalized and exploited to the extreme by the local farmers. Right from 1994, they started to employ everybody from Zimbabwe and Mozambique in the farms, and without even offering wages. Why? Not because they love Zimbabweans and Mozambicans more, but it is far more easy for the farmers to exploit them. Now we have the same phenomenon reaching the Western Cape. I'm sure you have heard wars between the people of Lesotho and Mozambique right in the Western Cape, because farmers now prefer to exploit them because they're more likely not to be in the union, they are easy to exploit, they can always be reported to the Home Affairs, so they almost like semi-slaves in the food system. So please allow us to make a supplement on that. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Our brilliant articulation of that. We are so impressed by all of you, by the way. Thank you very much.
Mr. I would want to have also had questions, but due to time constraints, we're actually about 30 minutes behind time. And we have asked the minister to wait until we call him. And we had asked him to come in at 9 o'clock. My suggestion is I have a number of questions, especially in terms of the use of labor brokers as well as other aspects in terms of business and human rights, especially in terms of your presentation. My proposal is that additional questions from the panel as well as evidence leaders will be sent to you. And then when you reply in your supplementary submission, you would then reply to those questions as well as presenting the video footage you spoke about that speaks about the issue of pesticides. I think it's very important for us to have that visually. Once again, Mr. Vabi, thank you so much for availing yourself, not only today but other days where you're present, so you're able to step down. You can continue to observe and listen. We are going to ask Mr. Baloi, can you call in the minister? Thank you so much. Everybody wants to listen to the minister. Thank you so much. We are now moving to our next stakeholder, which is the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for availing yourself as well as confirming your physical attendance. For this proceedings, I'm going to ask you to stand so that we can, one, introduce yourself, two, swear you in into the proceedings. Honorable Minister, will you be making presentations, and then your team, will they be answering or assisting you with the presentations?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and good morning. The Director General, Mr. Simpue Hamilton, will be present on our behalf. I'll do the introductory remarks.
Thank you so much. And the rest of the team, will they be answering questions or providing any type of support? If so, I ask if they can just move to the first row so that, one, we can duly also swear them in and that they form part of the proceedings. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, I ask that you stand so that I can swear you in. Full names for the record. May I ask if you use the recordings, because we have those who are joining us virtually.
Paul Parkstown.
Prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. I'll ask for the other colleagues, starting with the DG, to also then stand. Full names for the record.
Lindelwa Simpiwe Hamilton.
So you'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
The oath, ma'am.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Can we pass to the other two colleagues? Full names for the record.
Ubusiso Kagiso Welile Zwane.
So you'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Full names for the record. I beg your pardon, if you can just slow it down because we do have report writers. Full names. Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "I swear to God."
I swear to God.
Thank you. Minister, over to you and your team.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and good day. It's like literally midday. So good day, Commissioner. Commissioners, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me acknowledge the indulgence of the Commission in allowing us to come back today, taking into account that we were scheduled to be here on Friday and possibly broken telephone. We had arranged that because we were host to the Southern Africa Customs Union Ministers meeting, Trade Ministers meeting, that I would present virtually and the Director General would engage with our presentation. Commission then agreed that it would be ideal that we are present in person so that we're able to present collectively. I should say that we have received feedback from the Competition Commission and also the National Consumer Commission on the deliberations that took place on Friday. And because those entities necessarily are part of the department, the entities within the department, our presentation would have preceded theirs, but certainly we have reflected on the feedback from the Friday engagement and assume that we're not going to go through the issues that they had already canvassed, but will be guided by the Commission in that regard. Honorable Commissioners, as a nation sufficient national level, may hold place and for benefits of economy. So, the sound of abundance alongside deprivation, call for a constitutional application and 27 guarantees the right of every person to such food. Patent submission highlights structural features of a system that perpetuate equality, falling within our mandate across the value chain from input and production through processing, distribution, and retail. We have seen high levels of concentrate in the exercise of power. A small number of seed fertilized agriculture, simple food processing by the best, and is concentrated in handful supermarket chains. These dynamics weaken competition and push players to entry and limit the diversity of life. The higher prices to affordability, food environment was ultra-processed rather than nutritious, affordable options. We must also confront the exclusion holders, women and informal traders. Despite their role in retaining local foods, they face persistent barriers, pipelines costs, limited access to finance, and logistical and economic power. These obstacles can be out for chains and undermining both livelihood and citizens. While these issues persist, our submission outlines the measures we are advancing to rebalance power and promote inclusion. Utilizing industrial microprocessing support, we are strengthening local value addition, diversifying suppliers, and creating opportunities for small, medium, through condition framework market inquiries, are addressing structural distortions, excessive pricing, restrictive trading practices, consumer protection mechanisms, while safeguarding households against unfair price, unsafe products, and misleading practices. We are also leveraging public and localized policies to create stable demand for local nutritious. Through this policy tool, we can ensure demand supports inclusive food systems rather than reinforcing corridors. Critically, this work requires coordination. The department is working with the Department of Agriculture on master plans for poultry and sugar, the Department of Health on food safety and nutrition standards, National Trade and Development Finance institutions on funding for agro-processing, and with the Competition Commission on reducing concentrate and improving market access. These partnerships are essential to align industrial with food security and institutional rights. Honorable Commissioners, the DIC remains committed to access necessary power within its mandate to ensure that we are to reduce food inequality and enhance our food security. The Department is ready to work with the Commission and organize to ensure that the right to food is progressively realized for every South African household. Thank you very much. If I made this bit over to Director General and deal with the question that we posed direct to the Department. Thank
you, Minister. Commissioners, and thank you, good afternoon, almost. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present. The duties did participate last week, and having completed our presentations, we are confident that we have addressed the majority, if not omission, as of interest and concern. Department's input is going to focus on the 7 questions that we raised the department, and some which already is related to the minister's articulation. By way of background, indicated that the system is fairly highly concentrated, deep structured, and if power centuries across the region. And while South Africa is nationally food secure in aggregate production terms, we have challenges in terms of household food insecurity, affordability constraints, and nutritional inadequacies society in general. Cultural sector remain key sectors of economy, contributing about 2.6% of the country's GDP. And sector plays a good role in security. I have moved here. Yeah, apologies. All right. Apologies, Commissioner. The sector plays a pivotal role in variation through food supply and its impact is by strong forward edges as also raw material processing sectors, backward edges to actors, and any changes in agricultural production and sees along the chain can have adverse on food safety, constantly, and household. As I indicated, we have 7 questions. The first question that with the use of balancing power and food affordability. In response to, we gauge the levels of power within the agricultural sector includes by slow inputs, production, precision. This concentration is driven by number of dominants. Minister had mentioned control of seeds, fertilizer, of this going of agro-processing capabilities, logistics networks, and shelf space, which controls lands on the result. Competitive pressure is weakened, enabling higher market and power, and also food ability and nutritional with the process prioritizing high margin shelf stable products into preparation of ultra nutrition advances. So whole matters first players, effectively this reduces the supply of diversity and resilience within the ecosystem. We do have labeled Department of Competition, which undertake various market inquiries, outcomes labeled in various forums, and whose outputs and recommendations have to be followed. The second question dealt with petition policy and how constitutional obligations in that policy response. The Department of Trade and Industry acknowledges the right to food, access to quality, dignity, as upheld through industrial and competition acts, and this through the following instruments. First, public trade competition provided for the Act itself requires that all measures approvals and anti-competitive conduct investigations are implemented, employment, small business participation. Secondly, the department aligns industrial policy with the objective of providing food security, and this industrial policy through the programs are designed to strengthen domestic production processing, thereby the constitutional mandate progressively raise the right to food access to. Investigative will be support the programs of small accessing enterprise through initiatives, trade market access initiatives, as well as strategy in the field. And again, based on the first question, the support intentions to reduce dominance in supply chains by promoting local creation, diversification supplies, and strengthening small actors' capacity to compete. We also collaborate with the National Consumer Commission as well as competition commissions within the department. That question, food inflation and crisis response, in response thereto, the department has got various mechanisms that contribute to price monitoring, the intelligence in board states, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, National Treasury, the South African Reserve Bank, and the Competition Commission. The Agricultural Marketing Council price monitoring systems analyzing food prices across different regions and aid in understanding market trends, safe food security, and protecting farmer consumers. Stocks, the Competition Commission and inquiries identify structural barriers, excessive pricing behaviors, and inflation due to price impacts. In the event that there is a crisis, they advance crisis response intentions to rapid engagement to assess the crisis. The support for quality investment, safeguard against exploitative pricing, excessive and clearly affecting vulnerable consumers, right installation which achieved through a support for local agricultural structure, technology, equipment, and input substitution when, and then promoting affordability and access through aligning industrial policy interventions with soil protection food relief mechanisms to ensure households are protected. Question dealt with ultra processed foods and consumption. In response thereto, as a department, we fulfill a regulatory role. They have entities that are also regulators in this art. However, from a food point of view, Department of Health oversees food security production standards under the Food Connects and Disinfectant Act, which applies to manufacturing and sale as well as processed and accessed foods. Development regulates ensuring food products and legal standards. It has also draft Regulation 37, which could introduce back warning restrictions for on-marketing, as was intended to inform about nutritional quality and emotional attack. Production, marketing, pricing, label in relation to which are clearly high in sugar and healthy fats. These are directly including misleading health nutritional claims that can appeal to and coerce patients. Setting restrictions to safeguard key public health tools, authorities or by global authorities, such as health organizations, to reach exposure to food advertising that is poor. Those reforms that include warning labels based on nutritional profile and nutritional information to be clear and discourage consumption of a health product in low-income communities. Continue on the outputs food consumer protection and nutrition-related harm. In 2024 and 2025 year, the intensified effort to ensure safety following the rising incident food contamination and has probably increased in consumer goods in market to prevent, detect, and prosecute contamination based on the provisions of the Consumer Protection Act, insofar as they relate to the sale of hazardous and unsafe foodstuff by manufacturers. In particular, the entity has taken the following measures in line with the Consumer Protection Act: product recalls conducted and monitored in terms of Section 60 of the Act, initiating and receiving complaints in terms of Section 69 of the Act, monitoring and investigations in terms of Section 99 of the Act, referring complaints to the National Consumer Tribunal in terms of Section 77, where a contravention has been found. At least 6 of the product recalls administered in that period related to foodstuff, which included instant porridge, Indian appetizers, hummus, herbs and spices, frozen yogurts, peanut butter, cereals, and of these recalls, we have initiated formal investigations against BM Foods and Namib Mills, and the investigation against Namib Mills was finalized as an extensive laboratory test did not confirm the presence of harmful contaminants in the instant porridge. The investigation against BM Food on hummus was finalized, and the matter is to be referred to the tribunal for prosecution. In question 5, the inclusion of small-scale and informal food producers. To that end, the industrial policy development in the department is aimed at strengthening agro-processing, food manufacturing and value addition in the agricultural supply chains. We support small producers by providing incentives, funding, market access and enterprise development. And through competition regulation, we address monopolies and the abuse of market power in the food markets. Additionally, in relation to market transformation and inclusion, we promote black industrialists, cooperatives, and township or rural food enterprises. And through our EMEA scheme, we provide trade and export promotion support for agro-processing firms to access regional and international markets in the form of outward selling missions, inward buying missions, as well as national pavilions and exhibitions that would often enable them to participate in fund bases. Local procurement and financing. We encourage local financial by the industrial development corporate as well as entities that apply or support all businesses and budgets of. We pursue the improvement regulatory installation and reduce small scale provide structured development of hubs and special economic zones as well as industrial parks that have investment create. And the overall impact is that we contribute more competitive, inclusive, and locally driven food system. In relation to question 6, that is procurement, public procurement, localization, and food service. Public procurement and localization policies strengthen local, nutritious, and affordable things by requiring government, particularly schools and hospitals, to buy food from local farmers and processors. This creates demand, supports local production and processing, and improves nutrition foods and whilst reducing reliance on imports and thus strengthening food security. They are to prevent corporate dominance and protect themselves include reserved contracts and quotas, smallholders, cooperatives, and SMEs, safe feeding and documentation, reduce area small produce, transparent monitoring to prevent corruption and favoritism, fair pricing payment rules to protect producer income, local add requirements to import substitution by large firms, programs like training, aggregation, and so basically unfinanced up to help small producers and public support local for local in the reinforcing corporate control and tracing. In relation to the last question that addressed coordination and reform commitment, and we reply as follows. The DTC coordinates state institutions already advised on the collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, with whom we work through the master plans, but instruments as well, agriculture, processing, and the sugar land, introduction, diversification, development with government structures like an executive oversight committee led either by the minister or the declare in this. If there's any fund processing capacity and support, the Department of Health, we coordinate food safety areas in terms of industrial policy and how we call that, as well as process food standards like NRTS, as well as say so required. In terms of the commission, we collaborate to market concentration and improve competition in food and agro-processing, while supporting small fair prices to the public. In all our activities, the Department needs to time-bound force to face implementation, processing support scheme, defined investment segregated for us in companies in and these measures aim to reduce structural inequalities, expand local processing, strengthen food security, and I want to leave this as our last slide, and Commissioner's fortune. Thank you.
So I'm going to hand over to the evidence.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Honourable Mr. and DG. I just want to start the conversation and thank you for the very clear presentation and also the submission that you made to the Human Rights Commission. For clarification, I just have a couple of questions. The first is on the Competition Commission that spoke on Friday this week of us, and food price monitoring reports that they your department, and that some of the reports know that the cost of food items is higher and the increases reduced, and when pressed down, consumers do not always get benefit. The report also cited concern in Apple's elevated food prices and proportion or anomaly, and what specific enforcement actions is taken by the DTIC to dismantle these dominant positions rather than just monitoring them? And do the department have the power to, and what does it mean?
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me say the Competition Commission is through these responsibilities. So when the Commission is either invested in market conduct or undertaking a market, it would provide packages to institutions that they should take those steps. Our primary department is to oversee the Commission as its responsibility. The department does not investigate market concentration. The Commission does it on for government. So to the extent these matters are brought to the attention of government, it would be the duty of Commission to undertake those investigations. And just to emphasize the point that it's at two levels. So the Commission initiates, and there's the marketing conference approach that was undertaken because it had identified and in annual as presented to the Department of identified areas of concentration, whatever, in this particular excuse me, area of investigation. Then that's what media action taken, what the responsibilities of various aides should be in the conduct of us in the market. But the other part of this issue directly refers to them. Was a particular concern, it is brought to the attention of the Commission and they undertake investigation.
Thank you much. And then the second question is also refers to master plan implementations that you're currently busy with, for instance, and it specifically benefits the financial needs of the poor. However, that it is not the profitability of industries and that the poor are really from those plans.
Thank you. I think that point is that plan is an industrial policy instrument that has been rolled across several sectors. I think we have 13 master plans. Some of them sit with the department, some of them sit with other line function departments. These are compiled and put together through a very extensive process that includes quite often labor, civil society, business, quite often ensuring that the specific stuff we are in. And part of that had to do with ensuring that the effectiveness, there's competitiveness in this case. For instance, the master plan, we recently had an exemption to allow discussions to happen that enable that competition is not compromised, but collusion is prevented. And so there are very clear guidelines that are given on how about in putting this master plan together. And they go beyond just industrialization, go into making sure that whatever you buy a specific sector, because it is competitive, because it's cost effective, is then available public on the same basis of applied for. And where charges that are identified from a passing to view, Commission would then come in to investigate fixing, citation of markets, and whatever conduct that be there. So the ecosystem functions in that sense to protect the country, to protect consumers, and ensure supply or supply of the items in question. I don't know if Minister would add anything.
Thank you. I think it's very important because we know that it's integration and to viability as well. And I noticed that you talk about that, but you had to include because we have been involved in some of those. But I do think it's important that clarify that. You know. Lastly, I know that food X is not your admission. Is it not time that we put a nutrition lens on this? As South African Federation of Trade Unions mentioned this morning, South Africa is a net of our best fruits, vegetables and other agricultural products globally, despite the fact that our children are not consuming great amounts of vegetables. We also import mushrooms that is contributing to obesity crisis in the country. And this hidden is just more to this. Are we concerned about this? What should be our and other government agencies?
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. I think Minister will also add concern. I think as a department overseeing the economy itself, it's in our best interest to have a healthy population that can contribute economic from that point of view. As a market, the 60 million market, particularly when it comes to manufacturing, always to a middle-sized market, some sacrifice from a scale point of view to bring in value and scale action. Well, actually, in extent, it is one of the primary interests that require to ensure that the security that you require for your population, the well-being. Areas program that we have through additional commission supports rural communities through projects that engage farming and sustenance farmers and so on. Those are some of the areas that we contribute to. The role in for smaller growers and themselves local communities, so that while the bigger companies focus on exports they can, we have the smaller growers, small suppliers who in the space where can provide for the local market, as it were. And in fact, as stated earlier on, small players, we are beginning to put on international platforms so that they can export economies of scale, but still support the local market population in this regard. I mean, I'm not sure. I think this palm oil would be mainly from the Department of Health Science of quality of product that gets brought in. The work that are being in the cannabis and hemp master plan, we are beginning to for the use of hemp, which in some cases, I think there's a case study that was done in Cape Town that has proven that hemp is a lot more healthier. And in fact, it was raised in some of the feeding schemes in terms of the nutritional values in the outcomes. We're quite positive in this regard. So there are barriers that we need to circle.
I think that also we perform different functions that are complementary to other department of agriculture, who set and phytosanitary requirements and that's for the country, ensure compliance in that regard. the Department of Health would do the relation to health products and would do it in relation to industrial products. The SCPS, the rating system, and Methodology Institute. From a standard of determining the industrial standards. On the other hand, the Constitution has an obligation to ensure that when, for example, there is non-compliance with those standards, consumers can be taken up actively through a self-aided process or through complaints of the court. So if it's what we have to industrial setting, but for usual side, there's something in that. If there is anything wrong with the product, it's our obligation to attention to the consumer there's one in the products from the sectors to record to the national consumer. And one of the things that we always say to listen commission because a responsibility of both national provincial consumer commissions is the extent to which we educate public about this, raise the concerns that they have particular, because when the concern is raised, we are engaged to the consumer. So from that point of view, we do come in ensuring that matters meeting requisites, the facts meet and something, but the court of the fact, so and dealing with them when raised. But that's the important aspect. So the economy is very important to trade negotiations that we enter into. One of the protect are the standards, passive advice from statements. As you enter into negotiations in trade partnership with this country, these are essential phytosanitary conditions. The health standards are met. We will set on the trade agreements. But the ultimate would be said by somebody else. We would negotiate at those that are competent. Happens us when two countries would say regulation when it comes to this practice. And that's how we interfere and trade negotiations with these processes. We have not dealt with a situation which you correct me, but I've interfaced with the situation at the expense of food security in the country. Therefore, as you negotiate food, for example, you are doing it at the expense of access to the resources in the country. So we have not ourselves had to deal with that. But if it is something that we need to investigate, it's something that certainly we would look at. But maybe DG would correct me, but I've not had to interface with that as a particular area of concern.
Thanks so much, Anetta. I have a few questions we have to head to person. Minister, thank you for making the work of regionalized. You were recently conflicting sectors and you made terminology as a real absolutely in however, the notion of the trifidently. And the explained in speak to let's say the legislative framework would put them as immediate enforceable right. It's basic nutrition for kids. So although we recognize Section 27 has been provided in framework of attention rights of children, which is immediately in full. Now that to bring as we about these land weapons that affect that are a realizable framework. And my request for our action on immediate as well. Why I want to take because your and regulatory framework and both mechanisms are in play. But it is on cooperation departments. You've mentioned of that in your final submissions to that form. Now, my be to put you the past few days we've heard and also have noted reports, academic research. Despite all of the audits regulatory frameworks, despite this, we are still seeing children dying of hunger. And we have a presentation before us that are available. But that coordination of these mechanisms between stakeholders is required. Now, Minister, I would like to argue that in view of that children are still dying of hunger, against these mechanisms that have a dependence on each other, you make with participants those actually you say that these mechanisms in fact optimized sufficient order for us to rely on model created aligned with the topic of today. That's my question.
Well, firstly, let me say that there are institutionalized systems of coordination in government. It would include government clusters, the three primary clusters, the social cluster, eco cluster, the safety say. And those would coordinate work with the final related class. And they would work with the action mechanism in the class system. When there are specific tasks in particular that is led to the system, the president usually establishes science responsibility of when it's coordinate interministerial. So you have an interministerial committee focused if it's but also particular issues that we need. To the extent that the system has been enhanced, we are beginning to see, let me say, direct effect in the intercap because the cluster the president has ensured that the whole cap cycle is to ensure the clusters are institutionalized. So you class to do their work for members with stress of class 17. But there are also master processes where we work with industry and civil society implementation of initiative that to action. Do this is the exec overs committee and they already differently established that are very productive state to that's the general issues about what the coordination system works, and I can say that to a large degree the system works itself. Areas of black gaps that you possibly would direct us to insistence, I think it work that. And we fully responsibility for our responsibility to the commission. We also cognizant of our responsibility. Yes, that we as a supplement and not a product fund. We have taken on it to our
You mentioned working with industry. You also mentioned regulation R777 and reform the role of our department and also your supporting role. I've heard through a few days somebody's concerned, and I'm positive that you have this will be first you've heard of the concept of corporate. Now, in respect to my action on you have submitted to the Commission regulation R37 is in the process being now. I think the comments process was already comments closed in 2023 and in 2026. My first request would be, Minister, there's allegations of corporate capture that we've heard throughout, and I'm putting it to national effect, at least. So, the submissions of the Department Regulation 3337, are we able to have a copy of those submissions? And when making submissions, you allow submissions to, of course, your primary duties, are those assessed against the constitutional parameters such as food safety, etc. So the concept of on that and regulation 3 for the department submissions to that extent and do an assessment on whether your submissions are aligned to rights.
Maybe I can comment on the corruption colleagues can comment on this. Part of our responsibility to the competition is to ensure that with instances of undermining correction and competition of industry. And as I said, in some instances, in certain instances, we respond to seven raised for to ensure when syndication are mentioned that the community takes the syndication and the contract I can deal with. I made the talking of food, we undertake acquire fresh produce market, then you are able to look at the entire value and say what is in here and how does the impact on column pricing and excellence. So the practical way in deal with it. On the other hand, particular issues of colonial are brought to the attention with applications, historically bread amongst others, then we've had quantification and deep areas of corporate and corporate capital. As you that there is corporate in the public sector, according to the inventory pricing, etc. And in that instance, we deal with it. I'm not sure you want which year the competition.
In the book, most of the policies they are being developed by various government departments prior to their becoming open government and is interrelated government. And so we would have participated in the process of the competition where our views and our inputs seem to have been missed in the drafting. Only then do we then formally submit a response or a submission as part of the public comment process. In this case, there was no need for such. In policy formulation and compilation generally, both in the department and in government-wide, all policies when being formulated and the inputs when being received are tested against the Constitution with the Bill of Rights as one of the key pillars therein. And so we would even go as far in some cases seeking legal opinions when we're dealing with sensitive matters or areas of lack of clarity. In the case of R777, as I indicate, we made no data failure that is actually that our contents were careful.
Thank you. May I hand you language?
Thank you. Mr. Would you agree that practice of pricing high margin supply and market and fair effect where falls in production input costs on the pass on to consumers are all violations of the constitutional right to food? And would you also agree that aggressive marketing of ultra-processed foods, especially to children and to low-income consumers, is also a violation of the right to nutrition for the right to food for all?
But that one, partly because it is an area like our expertise as a department and to we would be it's to our that is enough of kind that would be and which can comment start and say to supply part of our culture and this compliance stand there's a department to the commission compliance to those standards, but it would not be in our remit to the something that they can comment on. Regards to the first part of the I still agree and the good state movement under those competition. Because in reality, in competition, donors in particular.
Last question. What happens if powers vital to this mission, or when it expression to become actually, do you need more prices to regulate, more powers to rate food price?
I think that the TIC should, and maybe you should understand the expectation might from the TIC.
I'm asking whether, given that we have high risk margins in food supply chain, do you think that you need to make legal in terms of pricing or hard or that you can begin to make this more affordable for people by regulating their margins and so even it's not officially legal?
We can use competition and and I think that through that mechanism of dealing with it as competition, mechanisms will be able to make it.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
So much evidence, Commissioner Kunana. Any questions from your side?
Thank you so much, Extension. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Would you say that the number of institutions that have been established, the defense is really able to meet its need? The reason I have the question is because the necessary issues that is being raised with us, the crowd, the windows is not accessible to them. What they're earning in terms of social grant, what they're earning in spaces for. So would you say that what you place is really effective? It is working, especially when here the people to only the one sort. I'm thinking about what we had yesterday, that times to eating of certain foods. Now, how do you think committees should be able to understand that this is not food that is fit for us? It's not food that should be eaten. When we've got a lot of health shops that are not regulated, where is the teacher in terms of this institute? You look at make some more part and some that look instead of maybe these are supposed to be the ones that are overseeing the sponsorship. You've already thought the part of health being the one they must get the most of, but the system works to say to happen as the project in order to ensure that the very good laws also to work to get the right to food is indeed realized.
Thank you very much, and I should say it's always a difficult question. And it's a difficult question because, of course, you've got a government with in excess of 30 ministries that have different mandates and responsibilities that cross and do want to also in our policy ranges and so on. So it's very important that we are responsibility, and at least in this regard, now we either on the side of that. In the context with institutions and that tends to talk about standard settings. We have standard settings which are complementary to the standard setting bodies. The Department of Health, Department of Agriculture, for example. So you have a number of standards, the National Regulator of Compulsory Standards, the National Metrology Institute of South Africa, and the South African National Aviation System. And these standard bodies implement because they come there. So set standards in relation to how we measure what gets into them. And those standards need to be regulated to see it is what are these standards and this is measurable to be undertakes responsibility. Whereas the National Regulator of Compulsory Standards would possibly say, if you have a plastic bottle that has water in it needs to meet these standards, therefore play a role. So by the time you consume the water, you've already enough details. But who set the standards for alcohol is somebody else. It's the work in most of the city of actually they do. If you think about it, we interface with different elements of daily lives. It's still for granted that when this was built, it met the building standard. When this building was built, it met the rest to go. Now, I have the issue. In relation to security, that's what our responsibility is from point to the content we look at getting colonized and anti-competitive behavior, and then we're able to have. If it is in relation to the standards of what consumers eat and consume, and that's, of course, we're talking food in the sense, but it extends to all consumer issues. We have to tell that regard. If you ask me, we say, well, the institutions function here on Friday, they certainly are. If you ask them, say, let's need more money. Because this is just budget. Well, I think the Commission is bringing firmly to light, especially which is under the information process, is the need to elevate certain issues. We say, in the next week, what to come up with. Because they competing in this way. The minister is going to do everyone to and what last and this is which we don't have these comments and what the committee well ahead of self, but because it is particularly require attention, we need to listen to them is extend their issues around security, how to practice. The committee has worked with
Okay, for that, Minister, if you will do evidence, you can all just say source of 100 to try to say, then where are the shortcomings? And what do you, what about training for members of our communities, especially we learned on the other day that you could be looking at this particular bottle and seeing that there are serial numbers there, and it could possibly be saying SABS approved somewhere there, and yet it might not even be real. You know, we need to educate how to care and put us whether and let me issue capacity. We've got enough soldiers around. That I appreciate you are at home. That you've got in there, you know, the ones that are sort of in the world. Everything that we need is informed. There isn't really enough people that are able to short a number of voices that we have at tree. They are able to access these institutions so that they can bring to you all this information as we stand. And I'm going to leave it at that because I know that probably my time is up. So, Minister, if you're able to engage with the guide, find if you take the debate further. Thank you so much.
Firstly, I agree with there's a lot of questions which the illicit trade component. You do have products in the market in a whole range of areas, and dealing with that requires its own enforcement mechanisms, coordinating with the SARS, with the affected departments. You have illicit product with regards to consumable products, and products. Also, then our compliance issue with the illicit trade point of view, and it's been elevated by the President as a priority issue for all departments. The competition commission, as I said, well, they would investigate at the competition, whereas National Consumer Commission deals with things. Now, we have national provincial consumer commissions that complement each other. So it might, in some instances, more a coordination issue as of being one pass. You might collect it national, when in fact a lot of it is done at the level of the province. So there are certain areas of improved coordination, the content side, would need it.
If we may, Commissioners, I think on you address the issue of dependence and coordinating other roles. In as much as these institutions there functioning, the role of inspector, municipal and official, which are capabilities outside to go check businesses are licensed properly, they operate in a manner that is compliant with the occupational health and safety requirements that explicitly there beyond the product, because even if the product could be sound and healthy, if it's handled and mishandled, it may have imbalance. So standing there
Thank you, Mr. G. I have a set of questions, which in the interest of time, I will put you to make a note. To all and to respond to now, you state this question. The question, the one, the interface between the null sphere and the sphere of government. To need a more assess the accountability and coordination gaps between the department as well as local government and what's happening at local communities. I ask this specifically because our government has ensured that each model has a champion of member of national to opposing to national to the question by plan face to extend justice. That was the first question. The second question relates to the interaction between the minister and the evidence lead. We would be interested to understand how to reconcile, on the one hand, the minister and assessment that we are facing severe and household food insecurity, and as a result, the right to food is being compromised. On the hand, submission from the minister, there has not been development and suggest or support any claim that says that the export of food, whether it's fruits or vegetables, from local communities or the production level, is having a dire and negative effect on food security. We understand Africa exports around 50% of the production, and as a result of the high levels, would see the increase of export against the increased food security. In words, case of increased security. I will leave that with sisters understand. Then to the questions that I have more directly for you than DG. The first one relates to the price decision. In terms of your submission, the Agricultural Marketing Council, together with Competition Commission, able to engage, identify a crisis the food be more suits their idea that how's that measured? That would be the first question. Question to marketing, which we also identified. Mr. Yub, to have touched on this in your engagement with the listeners. We want to know what happens following investigations of the Competition Commission. Once the Commission identifies concentration in the sector, what then happens? And at the center of the question is just to understand powers and roles of the end, and also be able in assessment determine the appropriate interventions to be able to whether it's assisting the part to move beyond just the problem identification and to be able to ensure that the interventions are effective. When related to recalls, usually 6 of recalls are food related. In sense of how many. So if 6 of the recall related, how many products in total were recalled? Also, Minister mentioned that the investigation against foods of prosecution are able to submit to part of supplementary sponsors the investigative report in relation to be food. And then the last question, going to press to expect the way to be identify the problem in order to emphasize policy relations. Now, you clarified the part that we have as entry, which is the reduction of foreign rates of insecurity. In according to the person that you think in, what are the paradox? Would it be market concentration on its own? Or is there a store food system? If you could speak that, would industrial politically play a role in intervening? And if so, what interventions need to be made at the level of industrial policy to be able to assist us in addressing the paradox? Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Question was asked, and I want to make a condition. Because that would fall clearly and investigate through the commission and part of what role industry conduct. And some of that work has been done in market inquiry. So it's about complementing that work in the commission, and it's something that we'll talk to the competition commission about in relation to dealing with that specific issue. Produce food and you can't people hungry. And you said food one shortage in volume shortage. It's an excess shortage and sometimes bites and so on. So there's an issue that's quite held in the nation, and we agriculture and industry policy in identifying where that particular issue is. So I'm really suggesting that instead of offering a simple answer towards a complex issue, let's rather have a more scientific investigation into that particular matter. We can confirm that we can bring the BM Foods report. We can submit that. On how many recalls as a percentage of, we'll also get confirmation from the Consumer Commission, so we would be able to provide and furnish that information. On the role of the district, yes, it's possible to the extent that the issue is aligned to say there is in the food value chain, if you like. And sometimes when you talk about it as value chain, it's part of industry, but it's a food that concept is municipality, mental health, and meeting standards, their responsibilities with regards to meets of handling and the health, ensuring that food happens at appropriate level. How do you deal with excess pricing and so on? So it becomes a cross departmental and cross government issue that can be dealt with in the DA. But in many instances, it needs to be focused so that respective responsibilities are properly identified and aligned. So, yeah, the issue around so, you know, as the Department of Trade and Competition, part of our first job, trade function, and my colleague minister says that your job is to sell and to buy when you're dealing with trade. So we want to expertise because we're trying to help. And if you look at the structure of the economy, we know and about outside the country. Now it's really to tracks to do been a lot of work to ensure ex-market gate said this other elements. What cost it to us if you are trustful to help him, then negotiate that between and the nature of negotiation. This is what this is what can agree to. In instances where we believe particular products under threat locally, we wouldn't go and negotiate on its behalf. It can't be that we do it at the expense of the country. That's what I was saying earlier. We haven't had an experience where we've had to deal with the of it that it needs in country and will be facilitating. But we don't sell because we have had a product or necessary product it's ridiculous. So is our experience there's been to detriment of the gives but not access food. So it access locally, some access through national trade, through ensuring that you have zero rating on VAT for certain food products so that you create access. There are issues of people still being insecure, food insecure. What scientifically becomes the gap? And how do we resolve that? That's the investigation we can undertake. And I'm very different because that's why scientific rather than in my own having an issue. I'm truly helpful what's on my mind and put everything together. So the things and cost the Competition Commission would identify, and as I said, we will investigate and deal with the issues. So from a process point of view, we should be able to deal with that. What triggers it should be an identification of a challenge. Let me make, and this is not but we can't have a challenge with the food business. Therefore, our in the to the better is in the broader scheme of things, that doesn't extend to lack of access. Products in the center that are able to produce beef for the market for a period of time. So how do we then identify what constitutes the crisis? Because access to protein would still be available in particular forms in the country. So you'll need to and say, yes, I deal with this issue. I might deal with a sector, the food, with a basket of food products, constitute what and the competition. I should say that there are various efforts to address these issues that also happen in sister departments. So whether it's about school nutrition programs, whether it's about food gardens that are done by agriculture departments, I've had to work with this in the Gauteng provincial government where you identify programs that also contribute to addressing these challenges, and they are done at different levels of government. DG.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think reinforcing the point around the impact of exports on food security, and as articulated the Minister, I think that cannot be the reason, not even as a contributor, and I'll say why I say so. Indications are that we produce around 30 million tons of food every year, but we waste about 10 million tons of food every year, 80% of which is still estimated to feed 30 million families at the rate of 2 meals a day. We have more than enough food. It is the fact that it doesn't land on the right tables and plates and societies in this regard. So we produce more than what we need. We sell what is available, and that which is sold locally, much of it ends up in landfills and other areas where it should.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Nduli. And I think, DG, you actually ended off where I wanted to start in terms of food security. You were proposed by food how to meet these foods being available, how it is economic protect, how do we ensure that which consumer, but in this low-hanging food can immediately deal with issues of malnutrition and hunger. How do we ensure that Section 60 is implemented in a way that resolves the issue of hunger in South Africa? That's the one question, and I'm going to ask my second question. I have several questions, and then we can, due to time constraints, have a written set of questions from the panel as well as evidence leaders, and then you could reply, Minister, in your supplementary submission. What we heard is an informed consumer assists the national consumer Commission as well as the Competition Commission. But a hungry consumer will never raise a complaint about the standard of food, even if one results in health issues. And often because of the type of foods they eat, they are unable to trace it to one specific product. Noting that you have, as the department stated, that there have been product recalls, does product recalls without advising consumers of the inherent and the health risks to them assist? Because often they will eat it thinking that I can eat it because I don't, without understanding what the recall is about. And then lastly, now I'm okay, yeah. I think I'm going to pause there because I have other questions, but those two questions, and then we will then, as the panel and evidence leaders, engage with you via written submissions. But thank you so much for that. Oh, my last one. This one is very important because there are audience members that are listening. The acting commissioner on behalf of the National Consumer Commission stated that the complaints line is not zero rated. So for a consumer to call and complain about a product, they would have to pay. Is it possible, Minister, given the nature of South Africans, given the poverty lines as well as the issue of economic inequalities, to actually go back to having this complaints line zero rated to ensure that South Africans that need access to your department and the consumer are able, the National Consumer Commission are able to do so?
Sorry, Chair, can we take the matter up with the Commissioner and feedback? So that we understand what the basis of this issue is. Because in reality, the question might be, and so we come to the Commissioner, there are calls that go to the Commission from, let's say, a cell phone line. Is it zero rated? What technologies would you need to put in place and so on? So that I think that it makes sense, even if you say categories of consumers, or depending on the nature of issues, it's something that we should look at, and I can undertake to look at it and engage with
The reason I'm bringing it up, Minister, you said everyone is asking for money. So in your conversations about money and the National Consumer Commission and the acting commissioner, perhaps think about this possibility of how do you promote the funds to be able to enforce it after the recent fund as in right.
I think we just need to have it around how do we enable this as a value add and enabling action right to the consumer to access the data without claim the claiming it already on it. So I think it's a case of work out how we commission and experts not in strict
there's officer gives you resistance. I intend to the corporate commission as I say issue an instruction. That's a plan. We have had with us food waste, and the critical issue the commission has said to us is ultimately industry has also said unless we apportion culpability, there's a problem. So if we say, for example, this fish product expires on the 10th of May, but actually it is still safe. That's a very subjective answer at the point that you say so. If a person consumes that product after the 10th of May, who's culpable if something goes wrong? So the problem has been about culpability because we've looked at this in a great level of detail with the Consumer Council and the Commission to say, how do we deal with this problem? And I think because we've been mulling over it, as you can hear, I'm talking because we've been mulling over the issue to say, but how do we solve this problem? And how do you ensure that you don't take risk? So we've been kind of going around trying to find solutions. It is a solution we need to work with as a country. And I said to the team, taking into account the bigger challenge is not really clear. Kent would be different from focus. And you that and agriculture, second fund, quite a piece of investigation and capability. Because people accept the food price on date of expire, the shops shop. In to the reform that I refer to awareness of their really not really. I don't think it's hard for we should come to about list can and there's been an opposite issue by industry that says your labeling requirements in the country are such that they create a South Africa unique level of labeling requirements. What that does, if we are a multinational, is that we need to isolate a production line for South Africa. And as soon as you isolate that production line for South Africa, the product gets more expensive because you're meeting different standards. And I'm raising it because it presents those levels of complexity to say, we might say, do this on the label, and what happens on the label increases the price and creates a greater food security problem. So industry has also raised that and said, look, if you can change certain of your regulations and we're able to meet standard production lines, it would help us make food cheaper. And the health department would have a completely different view about it because they say, but we need to meet these health standards. I guess I'm throwing to you a challenge that we try and grapple with in government all the time to find solutions both in government but also working with industry. But yes, I commit that we will send follow-up responses when so required. Thank you.
So much to yourself, Minister, as well as the DG. Your team don't have to answer much because I think you were quite knowledgeable in this area. We are going to, as the panel as well as the evidence leaders, write a set of questions given the time limitations. We will then ask yourselves to then respond, as well as the additional discussions you've had with the panel members as well as the evidence leaders. We will send out that correspondence, but we hope we are going to limit the written submissions or supplementary submissions on or before the 6th of April 2026. Thank you so much to yourself, Minister, as well as the DG. You're excused from the witness podium. Colleagues, we're going to a 5-minute comfort break. We'll have lunch after the Association of Rural Advancement has made their presentation. Thank you.
Control the presentation. I must join the meeting. Send me the link.
Do you have the link?
Lindo is sending me.
Are you
Yes. Yeah. That will be my screen here. That.
Please back after that short requesting the Association for Rural Advancement to come forward in person. As the plate, this is the
The name is Sitol. I'm the strategy manager at AFRA, the Association for Rural Advancement.
Thank you, sir. Just for now, the swearing in as well as the affirmation process, full names for the record as they appear on your ID.
Siyabonga Sitol.
Will you be taking the affirmation or the affirmation oath? You consult outlined in your coin. You will that every you are to say before the electric, so raise your hands. Help me, God.
Thank you very much, Person. And I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity and greet the evidence leaders and our esteemed panelists. As I have said in my introduction, come from the Association for Rural Advancement, and I play the role of managing the program as our G. I would like to just start by giving an overview. I've tried to keep my presentation short. The idea is to give a summary.
Mr. Stoll, apologies. Apparently, it's not recording the proceedings. Can we just pause for IT to sort out that aspect?
As for need to record, proceed or
with interaction with Sonia in, so that process has been called.
Okay. I'm Bill Sasol. I representing the Association for Rural Advancement, and the role I play there is a strategy manager, managing the programs of the organization. I have kept the presentation to as short as possible because I agree summary and maybe substitute the question in February. We use the opportunity to highlight what we want to share with the lived experiences of the communities that we support. So in this, I'll try to my expertise to share the community with to the commission into those lived experiences. So I will go briefly and I will look at some definitions and just a disclaimer, those definitions I'm not talking about what you'd find in the dictionary. I'm just explaining that the words I would use or the phrases that we use in our work, what we mean when them. So the same page as the presentation. And as I said, I'll ground the presentation as the farm dweller experience. We want to look at the law and what the law has promised marginalized of their rights. We focused on three themes that are part of the inquiry, which is theme from so briefly to common commission. We not that we meet we just pick that we want discussion if need be. Then 7 want to end the nation by talking about the voice of those that suffer from persecution. So AFRA is a land rights non-governmental organization. We were formed back now about, I think, 7 years ago. And at the time, we volunteers, some were academics, came to arts of political organization with the four things that were taking place at that time was Zuluna. AFRA evolved over time to the rights organization now, but our focus remaining rural people, particular focus on farmers. So the whole aim and in terms of our vision and how we center our programs and activities, it is all for working towards an inclusive, gender equitable society where rights are realized, valued, protected, where essential services are delivered and tenure is secure. So we work intensively with communities around the KwaZulu-Natal and Boma, and extensively with education and to nationality and show the impact on the so we've tended over the years communities to organize in community-based organizations, networks that are formed by farm dwellers, and the organizations that are listed there are some of the organizations that we work with. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to change my screen and how do I change it now? Yes. Thank you very much. So we AFRA are those organizations that exist across mostly KZN province, and those are all organizations that are funded by farmers themselves. So in terms of national engagement, we engage like organizations across the country, part of certain works and like the UNANGA, like INES, and like I work to present aid restaurants in food systems network. We, as I said, I would just like to briefly, just so that every time I say occupier, we on page 1 in terms of, say, private person, the Executive of 10 Act, who right on a farm, a tenant whose parents or grandparents provided labor to farm owner in return for enjoying certain rights like grazing livestock, cultivating on the farm, living on, and so on, as by the Labor Reform Act 1986. The farm worker is separated. I know that I always, when I'm traveling, I noticed over there, for Western Cape, the farm work is used for all that on the occupier may no longer be providing.
So if you could just, in terms of your presentation, if you can just put it in presentation mode so that we're able to read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Is that okay? Thank you. So I was saying that we know farming protected by the Labor Relations Act, legislation, and the labor tenant can or them but tenants who's the impact of Act actions. Then over the years, workshops with themselves. First there was that they were more comfortable with it encompasses an over tenant, the farm, all that are living on commercial farm or privately on land that is zoned agricultural land will fall under this broad category of farm dwellers. Then the farm owner or land owner would include an owner or a lessee or the person in charge as described or an extension of the labor tenancy. Okay. On this one next. There we go. Okay. So on the food text on and the for opportunity and right to dignity. So that is the focus of the presentation. You know, when I was looking at this and listening to other presentations from last week, you know, the height of the irony in this case was this paradoxical reality of having those that produce the food for the country or live closest to where food is produced being among the fewer of citizens. That really talk about bribing what kind of food system we have. You know, this slogan or this capture from a group that we had with community associations from across Kenya and Malta, they summarized their position and they said that they probably only grouping in the country that need permission to eat. And we're saying that it's that in farming setting, in the way law, the extension of Secretary of Tenure Act, the labor tenant, it gives so much power to the owner that a lot that you practice on ambition, cultivate without permission, brought on without permission. So that's the problem with how the law is written. And this is despite some really great legislative and jurisprudential developments that we've achieved. You know, there's a constitutional court case, the Mwelase judgment, that compelled the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development to establish a program to secure the rights of all labor tenants that have lodged claims and process all those outstanding claims. You know, there's the program is, but people are not teaching on the ground. The Pietermaritzburg High Court, we succeeded in we still made where farm dwellers and tenants actually the court was able to us and declare the provision of basic services to farm dwellers a constitutional obligation of municipalities. That has yielded great results, which we can discuss. The provincial Copter department has worked on provincial guidelines for service in farm dwellers, which they've now approved, and they are working with municipalities as a guiding legislative framework for them to use. There's a national policy today on the provision of water and sanitation services on privately owned land. All of that stems from that Zabalaza Mshengu case, which clarified the responsibility of local municipalities. I'm not going to dwell much on the legal framework and the constitutional. I think every single presenter has started there, and we are all on the same page around section 27 and 28. Maybe one that I would talk to is the property clause around section 25 of the Constitution, where you will see in the recommendations that I've included expropriation of land there, which will be important when I unpack the recommendations as something that is available in the Constitution, whether or not you amend the Expropriation Act, whether or not you deal with other areas of, but the Constitution as it is gives the state the power to action what we will talk about in the recommendations. The third theme around the centrality of land and agrarian reform. Here, farm dwellers, we submit that farm dwellers' right to food cannot be separated from their right to land. And this is due to understanding the history. I think the previous witness spoke about the cultural connection and the historical connection to land. And farm dwellers in the main, in particular labor tenants, some of them are indigenous to the land, so commercial farms were built on top of them. So they've always been on the land, so they have a special relationship with the land. So we feel that because of the diminishing of rights over time, they are unable to produce food as they had done so in the past. For instance, the right to graze livestock is often restricted or even refused outright. And we know that livestock role, as I've said, in income generation, in cultural life, and but graze just to the supply that make the play food concept. We conduct what is fine. Just to help and we should report that the sticks in more detail. The indivisibility of it's our submission that land reform and the right to food are intrinsically linked, and we therefore say that addressing land inequity is essential for restoring dignity, reducing inequality, and ensuring that marginalized citizens have access to land and the means to feed themselves. We about house instant for and owners if consent or are able to enjoy through case law, like the recent Banyoni and Kruger matter that linked electricity. So those are successes. But again, we have an issue where there are groundbreaking judgments over the years in the country, but the implementation is something else, and that is what we also need to do. We call it something in social model, and the associated corporate is increasing globalized food system that treats agricultural products as commodities and not as a basic human right. We submit that there's a broken system that has to and must be transformed. As currently constituted, the first season of us including instability, public and to sustainable in the future. So all that's why we said it must be changed. There's been a number of other witnesses and also those that are experts more than we are happy that the Commission has received such and we hope that it will influence the recommendation. So I know that the previous speaker also talked about health issues that come from the current way food is produced and the way we consume food at the moment. So there again, we've talked to issues of health such as obesity, diabetes, and different forms of cancer. So, I think that was really talked about in the previous presentation. We come to what are we then saying from what we've said in our written submission and what we are saying today in giving oral evidence. We are saying that we have to target low-hanging fruit. It is our experience, it is well experienced, there's often assumption that only failing form of also for law and using mechanisms that used the fund cultivate, they have ancestors on that land. We do not believe that there is any need to land as part of land that is owned by the landowner. So in order to mitigate that, we believe that portion of the farm is ripe for expropriation in the case where the landowner is not willing to sell it. And note, I did not say expropriation without compensation. We just leave that blocking this sort of risk. And the land that farm by land that they are using, the landowner has no economic farm occupy. The landowner is to cover to them over so the queue near the land to push citizens. We submit about the stigma and for charity, and therefore call for processes that have started, like the Food and Nutrition Security Council, like the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan that should come out of that the department should immediately embark on drafting new policy in relation using new forms that are being constructed I'm sure that many of us lead up to a national policy to guide provision of insane services that was finalized gazetted. We believe that to take advantage of that, we need all ministers need to be able to be guided by that policy. We know that the case was in case that that's we have started, but I believe that and ministers to use this out on farms that equates the cells that are being created in his work of land in the land lease and disposal policy. So the state itself owns a lot of land and a lot of farms through whether it's in different departments but within the state, and we believe that that policy is the right mechanism to ensure the prioritization of people who are already on the land. So we're not talking about releasing land to call people from somewhere. We think farms exist on the land state, and some of the farms should be decent. These are doing be the usual case are not private now. It is what we want for farm support is differentiated. We've embarked on that with the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, where this approach of buying a community 1,000 wheelbarrows and 1,000 garden forks and 1,000 shovels changes nothing. I have communities that when I visit and I do site visits, I have people who have 3 wheelbarrows now because government doesn't have any system in trying to understand the beneficiaries they support. So what we've done, we've piloted this and we with the Cabinet of Culture to our do the research and have in whichever local and then have a initiative to can be ready export instead of having that we can understand government to just understand why told the win we have this do things like our own resources to assist government to make better decisions. The development of the National Agroecology Framework has been underway for some time, but there's been limited participation on the side of civil society. Consulting, so the home can civil society to add value. Evidence you can, okay. I think the evidence does look at me because she asked the question, but I think there are case studies to show that it does work. And I think the response from our colleagues who answered earlier about, yes, there would be a dip, that is also, that can be shared through case studies, but we believe that we need to push agroecology as a strategy for the Department of Agriculture to adopt.
Run out of time, but I'm going to give you 2 more minutes just to wrap up.
Thank you very much. The key recommendation number 7 talks to agroecology. The last one is it's similar again. I think it was the General Secretary of Staff who also spoke about climate change. So I won't repeat that, but we believe that going via a district level approach and complying with the Climate Change Act would be the way forward. In ending, and thank you so much, Chairperson, for the 2 minutes. So in ending, I just want to share 3 quotes that I can't get rid of in my mind in the work that I do with farming communities. One day, attending a human rights event in an area called Nhlazuwa in Richmond, KwaZulu-Natal, a group of elderly farm dweller women were having a conversation and involved in the conversation. And they were asking me for help because the farm owner had just planted sugarcane right up to their doorstep, so they couldn't move really. So it was a form of constructive eviction. And one of the ladies just said, our homes are surrounded by sugarcane, but we can't even afford the very sugar we smell every day to make tea for our visitors. And that told me something about our food system. Mr. Pegezaki Knene, who's a farm dweller, also talks to this issue about low wages and access to land. And he submitted that we have always received low or no wages as occupiers and labor tenants, providing labor to commercial farmers. But this has never been an issue, as we had access to sufficient land for grazing our livestock and cultivating crops. Today we live in poverty due to joblessness that is coupled with landlessness. And that again tells you the story of the diminishing of rights over time, what they have done to people who were able to feed themselves because they had access to land. The youth submits that we are farmers in waiting. They took the land, they took our dignity, but our knowledge of cultivating the land and milking the cows that our forebears taught us remains in our hearts and minds. And that they were submitting in that they are ready. They just need the proper support from government, and they can feed themselves if they were to have their rights protected and not face eviction and insecure tenure in the way that they do. Chairperson, you gave me 2 minutes, so let me stop there.
Stole, to the evidence leaders.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sistole. I just want to start with your first quote on your last page, where you talk about elderly women, and that is actually the gender equality that I also want to just ask your opinion. We know that women are primarily food providers, yet they face higher unemployment. And what specific programs will prioritize rural women for land and agricultural support? What would you recommend needs to be done?
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, I apologize. The laws that govern the rights of farm dwellers are problematic because they entrench and perpetuate a pre-democratic relationship where landowners had power over people that lived on their land. And obviously the current constitution ensures that no right supersedes another. So surely they should then have equal rights. The rights of women in particular should be equal to any other. But what we find is, because historically farm owners would have this relationship of a farm dweller and a landowner is an unwritten contract that happened verbally between the landowner and the head of household of a family. Now, patriarchy tells us that that negotiation would have always been with the male head of the family. And therefore, that is the contract. And we've seen people being evicted, women being evicted by interpreting Esther to say that once the main occupier has passed on, the landowner has a right to evict the family members. That is an example for you in terms of how the law is being used to subject women further into further diminishing of their rights. And therefore what we find today is that women are unable to access land as they should because of these reasons that I've stated. So one, it would be the law reforms that are necessary to balance the scales and ensure that ESTA or the Labor Tenants Act and our interpretation of the Constitution balances the rights of women with men and with landowners on land, so that they can have equitable access to land.
And then you actually did answer to some extent the had about specific enforcement measures in combined water and sanitation farm private. But it seems problem with implementation of national policy of a prevention service. So, and you did say, you know, perhaps we need a roadshow to municipalities to actually inform them about this piece of legislation, and what are your comments on that? Because for me, this is something new. Thank you.
No, definitely, the SLC is great advancement without people that seeks to assist, without them knowing about it, knowing where to go to ensure that they are able to use it to protect their rights, then it's meaningless. But we do have quite a progressive Department of Water and Sanitation, and we have a good relationship, and I've been in many discussions, as well as with KZN COGTA. And to answer your question on enforcement, first, for example, KZN COGTA has institutionalized the KZN guidelines for servicing farm dwellers, in that when municipalities apply for funding, they need to first comply with the provisions of that of those guidelines. So that was quite a creative way of ensuring that municipalities ensure compliance with that. So I think similarly the same can be done with the policy in ensuring that municipalities are complying with what the policy is saying before they are able to access any other funding. So that's one idea. But I do agree that it's all about raising awareness. It's all about, and not just communities. There are many municipal officials themselves who do not know anything about this. And so there's a big required need for us to go out. And again, I say us, I'm not government, but I say us again because we are always happy because we have built a network across these communities to assist government to ensure that they reach everyone. And the municipal officials that would also need to be educated around this. So definitely I think it's awareness, and the enforcement is to kind of have a mechanism where municipalities have to comply in order to access funding.
Yes, and I hope that the case study of the KZN will roll out into all other regions of the country, provinces. So, and then you started with a very bold statement of, I need permission to eat. That actually, you know, is directly in line with the right to food. And what, you know, how can, I mean, you did talk about the court case that was successful in Pietermaritzburg about where the citizen do have the right to actually produce their own food, but they still need the permission of a private landowner. And how can we actually educate our landowners then to say that, you know, people are hungry, you know, and if they are prepared to do the hard labor of doing their own vegetable garden or whatever, that they should have then the right to that as much as they have the right to food, to produce their own food.
No, definitely. I think there are long, important discussions to be had with organizations like Agri-SA, the provincial associations of landowners, the local farmers associations. There are conversations to be had that, you know, there seems to be a tendency of all of us waiting for government. I don't know if it's this issue that the General Secretary talked about of dependency earlier, but there is this issue of waiting, as saying we're part of a land reform program, so we'll wait. And the landowner side as well, they seem to be waiting for government to do things. But there's an opportunity to donate, there's an opportunity to settle rights without having to wait for government. So there are conversations that are important to have with the relatives of landowners to say, because one thing, landowners themselves are able to invest, they don't know, so they are big advantage by that. So if they were able to settle the rights of people by donating certain portions that are not under dispute, and in that way people will have secure tenure, be able to use land and produce food, and they would be able to use the remainder of the farm for their own commercial productivity. So I think that's one way to do it, in that there needs to be constructive engagement to talk about what we need to do for this land reform program, not what government needs to do. We've always had a worry about where the money will come from to buy back the country. So the taxpayer has to foot that bill, that all the land that was, whether by force or the land that was lost, this current land reform program is basically saying that land must be bought back at market price. And we don't know where that money will come from. And so that's why we need to talk about land donations, we need to talk about expropriation, we need to talk about all mechanisms that will allow the state to acquire land and transfer to citizens who lost their rights by being previously disadvantaged or through apartheid law.
Thank you so much. And there are any as effect sites have on your currency. They are currently available for these vulnerable communities to demand and that respect. And as well, then you meant on how we can best assist the research behind this, noting that we have heard from other interested stakeholders the past few days that the research might be very much aligned to industry. So maybe just your comments on that from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Evidence Leader. On the issue of pesticides, we currently actually have active cases. I think we have 2 cases in the organization right now where there's a dispute between farm dwellers and the owner on the pesticides, where a family has actually lost a family member as a victim in terms of the cost of this. I think the one thing where we've struggled is to bring the correct government departments and institutions to play this role. You know, it's unfortunate that farm dwellers are largely invisible. They are on the outskirts. They are, you know, and if you never grow up in that setting, you probably don't even know that they exist, you know. I think when you drive on the N3, you see these houses and you always ask, where do they buy food? Or because they're just on, you know, there's no development around them. And those are farm dwellers. They are spatially scattered. They are, so it's, in terms of how government is structured and how it approaches service delivery, they don't seem to have an appetite to go out and assist a single family. They don't seem to have an appetite. And we struggle with that. And it's often we have to rely on entities outside of government to then assist. But the likes of Department of Health and others should be part and parcel of this. So we will definitely share those cases that we have. But unfortunately, as I say, that I'm not sharing a good story. I'm sharing a challenge. So I will be sharing with the Commission the challenge of pesticides, not the solution to it.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. My question is around the issue you've raised on the importance of land access, food security, and the challenge of insecure tenure amongst farm dwellers. In your presentation, other than a passing reference to utilizing ESTA in one particular case to assist a farm dweller by the name of Ms. Nini Mieza, you've really not engaged with the provisions of ESTA and how they can assist farm dwellers to secure tenure, or the extent to which you believe they are insufficient to assist farm dwellers, because on the reading of ESTA, it is very clear that the right is to reside and use the land. So I'm not sure if the submission you are making about how farm dwellers are still insecure, is it the incident of the law itself being insufficient, or is it an issue of maybe the implementation? Because if you have the right to use land, of course, maybe there may be instances where a person wants more land than they have. I understand those, but the land that you are occupying, you should be able to use it for food production. So where is the challenge? So that is my question. And linked to that, have you approach as part of your advocacy work relevant departments, because I know Department of Rural Development, they do a lot of work and they do respond to these issues in the cases I've dealt with, where they will mediate between the farmer, the farm owner and the dwellers, and where the dispute appears to be beyond remediation. They do have a program where they are actively looking for alternative land for farm dwellers. But in the work that I do, most of the time is the farm dwellers who would say, we don't want to move because we have graves, we are connected to the land. So I just want to just gauge the extent to which your organization is availing itself and the people you are representing to these alternative pathways to address the challenges that you've outlined. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Evidence Leader. No, most definitely. In terms of ESTA, we definitely work, and the mechanism in ESTA that is relevant to what you are asking, Evidence Leader, is Section 4 of ESTA. And Section 4 of ESTA provides for the securing of the tenure of farm dwellers through the acquisition of land. But it talks again about on-site settlement and off-site settlement, and you have correctly shared that in the majority of cases, farm dwellers would not want to leave their ancestral graves and be settled outside the farm. So therefore, that opportunity of settling these rights through off-site settlement is not one that is used very often because of the attachment to land that farm dwellers have. And the settlement on the farm is usually contested by the landowner, as they would in the main be seeking to access as much of the farm for commercial purposes, and therefore it seems that one of the first options is to evict those farm dweller families in order to access the entire farm. But we do have, we have used the department, we do work with the department, we have our fights and we have our collaboration, but there are many cases where they are using ESTA, Section 4 now, to secure the rights, using the tenure grants that are available to purchase land to upgrade the rights of farm dwellers. So that is something we advocate for strongly. We do support farm dwellers in choosing to remain on the farm. We believe it is their right to do so. We are also supportive of the mechanism of offset settlement being available, but we are also very supportive and bias, towards farm dwellers wanting to stay on the farm openly. That is an open bias that we have.
Okay. But you didn't address, you addressed the issue of the engagements with the department, but you didn't address the first issue. That is a Section 5 right, the right to reside and use the land. So what I'm saying, in terms of the law, if it was properly applied, the issues that you are raising to say farmers are residing, but they're not allowed to use the land they are occupying to plant, it should not arise. So unless you are saying there is so that part, is it a deficiency in the law itself, as you said, or is just that maybe the law is not being implemented properly, and maybe occupiers most of the times, they're not aware of their rights?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Evidence Leader. I did earlier on touch about interpretation of law, which is a big problem. We fundamentally disagree with the legal representatives of landowners in how they interpret ESTA, and what you are talking about exactly has led us now. We have an agroecology hub on site at our offices, and we train farm dwellers to learn about farming through that hub. And then we give them support to go and replicate what we are doing in the office where they have portions of land near their homes. And what that has done, it has served to work on what you are talking about exactly, in terms of the fact that they're using land productively, that they're showing that they are farming, is one way of securing their tenure. Because, when we are in court, often landowners would say, I am evicting this person because they unilaterally grazed cattle on my farm and never gave permission and so on. But we use the same to say, the same ESTA says that there is implicit consent, that the person has been keeping a garden or farming or producing food for the last 2 years and you did nothing. and there is implicit consent. So we are now using agroecology in that context. But as I said, it's the interpretation of law which we have a problem with. But unfortunately, with the department itself, that there are often times where we disagree in terms of how they interpret the law themselves. Many constitutional judgments talk about the spirit of the Constitution. And what we find when we deal with mediations and the department that you raised, they often don't want to look beyond the prescript of the legislation. And we want to look at the spirit of what the drafter of the law intended, not what the law just reads. And that is our problem. And then the issue of implementation, again, as an example, court orders. There are many cases that we've won in court where we have settlement agreements that were made into a court order, where the court has simply said, acquire this portion for these families. I've been working on a case since 2012 where we signed an agreement and was made into a court order in 2012. But I'm telling you that today I'm sitting here, those people still don't have land. But there is a court order. So those are the type of problems we have, that we still have a department that ignores orders of court. And I can share more about that. I think earlier on I shared around the Mwelase judgment, which is a case that we have against the department. There was a constitutional court judgment where we...
Mr. Stolep,
yes,
in terms of the court judgments, may I propose that one, you perhaps in your supplementary submissions list the court judgments as well as non-compliance and how far that is in terms of, because then you are giving us an understanding that there are several court cases as well as several judgments as well as court orders, judgments as well as settlement agreements that arise from those court from litigation. Perhaps what you can do is provide us with a spreadsheet of the process and how far that is. Then we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
That is perfect. Chairperson will do that.
All right. Commissioner Kunene, any questions from you? Thank you. No questions. Commissioner Tuli? No questions. Thank you. It's not me, they've chosen not to ask questions at this particular moment. Again, if the panel does have further questions based on deliberations, we will reduce that in writing, send them to you. But in terms of the supplementary submissions, is in respect of those cases, but also you can elaborate on the stories in terms of the last slide of the lived experience from the people who are associated with your organization, as specifically also focusing on the adverse impacts of pesticides, the remedies for victims in terms of pesticides, and whether there are remedies, whether it's class action versus individual cases, and how do we ensure that we provide them with those remedies. Thank you so much. You are duly excused.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
To the colleagues that are sitting in the room, I want to thank you for your patience while I delayed your right to food. We are now going to have lunch at this very late hour. We will then return at 3 o'clock. And then we will proceed with the next submission from Young in terms of the amended program, we will then have Heart and Soil to come in, and then after that, Young Urban Women Movement. We are adjourning for lunch. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, colleagues. We are back from our lunch break. We will just once again apologize for the time delay. We are running behind time quite significantly. We'll ask the representative from Heart and Soil, Urban Permaculture to appear. Oh, I see they're already sitting. Thank you so much. Is it just yourself or you're joined by someone else? All right. Can we just provide you with a microphone? Just for introductory purposes, your name as well as your role at the organization.
So my name is Jo Hunter Adams, and I'm the founder of Heart and Soil Urban Permaculture Hub.
Thank you so much. So for the purpose of just swearing you in as well as administrating the affirmation, full names as they appear on your ID document.
Joanne Ruth Hunter Adams.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I will take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
I just want to advise 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the commissioners, Makosha, Kwinyana, and Tuli. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jo Hunter Adams. I'm a public health researcher and I'm a farmer. I am presenting a submission that I submitted with Dr. Donna Hornby, who's a researcher as well and also a farmer with expertise in land reform. Dr. Donna has worked alongside AFRA on rural land rights research in KZN. What AFRA described just before lunch about farm dwellers in KZN and what I'm describing about smallholders in Cape Town are different expressions of the same structural failure. Land treated as a development resource rather than a food systems resource, and the rights of those who farm it treated as disposable. I also want to acknowledge the joint submission of the Just Transition. This submission provides the structural analysis of which our presentation today is, in a sense, a ground level illustration. We listen and work for the people who own the supply chain. So nothing I'm about to say should be heard of as a substitute for adequate grants, minimum wage, movement for universal income, or breaking up the corporate concentration that this inquiry has already heard about. We totally acknowledge that people need money. Small farms, however, over time come to resemble the communities that they inhabit. At their best, small farms become anchors for values and connection to self, to one another, to plants, to insects, and to ecology. In that sense, they become Ubuntu generating units. This is our farm on the left. It's a food system where communities grow food, where there's dignified work alongside food production. These are high labor systems which create work with lower capital investment than big ag, where the owner is the farmer. Knowledge is passed to the next generation as soil and ecological health is built every year. It's a system that's resilient to climate change shocks, to fuel prices, etc. And diverse foods can be grown nearby by people you know. Rather than being kind of a crazy idea, this is how most of humanity has fed itself for most of our history. So I don't mean to romanticize history, but I want to bring subsistence back to the fore and say that we need to find a type of subsistence that works in 2026 from the ground up. Food security in South Africa is treated almost universally as a complicated problem. And complicated problems have a certain character. They have many parts, they require expertise, and crucially, they can be solved. If you engineer a better supply chain, if you design a better irrigation system, if you establish a good procurement policy. It's a paradigm where things need to be measured and solved, and inevitably that results in the recommendation to get clever and powerful people in the room to solve it. But I'm arguing that a complex system, that food security is not a complicated problem, it's a complex system, and the difference matters. Complex systems are characterized by emergence, by context dependence, and by the interaction of factors that cannot be controlled from the top down. In a complex system, the answer to what works is always, it depends. It depends on whether landform makes very urban living viable. It depends whether small-scale farms can access land in the 30s when they have energy to build their own complex systems. It depends on all amount of capital, not a little. And it depends on how the Department of Agriculture's alternative farming systems. So no single intervention creates food security. Food security emerges from the interaction of many factors in specific places and times. In this sense, the same interventions that value people will create good food systems. The solutions that create time and margin become more important than those that solve technical problems. I think Professor May made the point that the system actually functions quite well for some people. And I think that speaks to the fact that many of the technical issues have already been solved for some. And it's actually the complex systems issues that we're lacking. Sari's submission, representing some of the most vulnerable in our food system, concluded that food insecurity persists not from lack of policy, but from fragmentedness and weak coordination. Fragmented governance and weak coordination are a complicated response to a complex problem. I apologize, it's a little embarrassing because I know speakers. We are small-scale urban farms present a viable alternative to food production precisely because we can respond to local complexity. And we believe this model addresses both positive and negative obligations of the state. So my area of research has been on the relationship between nutrition and non-communicable disease. What the evidence tells us is that in South Africa, the poorest household spends the most, proportionally on the least nourishing food. And every rand spent in that system concentrates capital further upwards into the handful of multinational food companies that now dominate South Africa's food environment. Growing food locally doesn't replace the whole system, but it removes one household from one cycle of that system. And when that starts to happen at scale, when neighbors grow things, when there's abundance of seedlings that are shared at very low cost, when a WhatsApp group shares free knowledge, food norms shift. So non-communicable disease doesn't develop overnight. They accumulate over thousands of small dietary decisions over years and decades. Decisions shaped by what is available, what is affordable, and what's normal in a neighborhood. Small, consistent shifts in those defaults, sustained over time, compound into significantly better health outcomes over the life course. The positive direction works in exactly the same way as the negative direction does, slowly, quietly, and with enormous cumulative effect. So we're bold enough to suggest a strategy that decentralizes power, where there's local coordination and small-scale farms, and these farms are located close to market, so they're peri-urban. That's what we're proposing. So let me tell you what that looks like at Heart and Soil. On 1 acre of peri-urban land in Cape Town, we process 1 to 2 tons of organic waste from our community each week. It comes to our doorstep, or I go and pick it up in our Gulf, and that waste is diverted from landfill to our animals through composting and through black soldier fly breeding, which is a way of creating protein out of waste. The larvae feed our chickens and contribute to compost, which feeds our vegetables and fruit, which feed our family and our community. Our milking goats produce dairy, our bees pollinate, and I'm very proud to say that not one drop of water that has entered our farm has left it in over 10 years. my kids said not to talk about pee at this point, so I'm just going to try not to. So we run educational programs. We sell directly to customers through weekend markets. We've established a nonprofit to formalize our community impact, and we've operated these systems at a meaningful scale for years. Yet none of this exists in isolation. The black soldier fly system is technically complex. It requires careful temperature management, but that's the complicated part, and it can be taught and that can be replicated. But whether the system actually contributes to food security, that's the complex question. And the answer depends on whether we have land security, on whether spatial planning protects our farm rather than rezoning it, on whether relationships and local markets exist, on whether the state supports or ignores what we're doing. These things are true of every small-scale farm in South Africa. The technical knowledge can be shared. The conditions that make it viable must be created and protected. These kinds of systems take a long time to evolve, but once they're there, they're incredibly robust. So technical farming solutions, the complicated systems, can't realize their potential unless they're embedded in supportive socioeconomic contexts. You can teach a community to breed BSF perfectly, but if spatial planning paves over their farm or the state fails to secure their water access, the technical solution collapses. I wanted to use an example of a friend, Natalie Jane, in Mitchell's Plain in Cape Town. She has technical knowledge related to BSF. She has access to land, and she even has some limited funding. She has all the skills and abilities necessary to make farming work. And what's more, she's passionate about making it work as a way of changing her community for the better. The challenge is her farm, or the spaces where she farms, face constant vandalism, which limits her ability to make progress, right? So in this case, the context that would make the most difference for her would be interventions related to safety. So safety suddenly becomes a food systems intervention. Yet across South Africa, the planning environment is erasing exactly the types of places that food security policy depends on. Consider these three examples from Cape Town. The Philippi horticultural area, 3,000 hectares of the most productive peri-urban land in South Africa, is under relentless pressure for residential rezoning. Odamolan Eco Village has over 30 years of food production, community enterprise, and youth development, and it's facing Western Cape government redevelopment plans. And the Lakhiel smallholdings. These two phases. First, a temporary the structural capacity that space instruments have minimums recognized or produce systematic local spatial development framework, the national food security will have designated to assess this right to at national level. Ensure that over the level is no bridge between the two. There are instruments in South African law, as I understand it, that protect high potential agricultural land, SPLUMA, and the new PDEL Act that was signed in just 6 weeks. But my understanding is what pre-urban do means that to explicitly integrate into environmental assessments, land plannings, architects and homes is a live example of what the absence of small period and farm work properly located and supported. Not because we've solved food systems or solved food security, but because we create the conditions where localized food can continuously enrich and adapt. So a farmer with 4 milking goats can't compete with an 8 operation holding edges and shifts. Similarly, obtaining this income through direct precisely because of Amity. Dr. Hornby similarly creating for income for herself and others by being close to market in KZN. The question is not how to scale up one farm, the question is how to create the conditions where many such farms can emerge, each responding to its specific context, each linked through shared technical knowledge, and supported by accessible agroecology hubs. Starting a small farm requires a lot more than land. It requires knowledge of what to grow, when. It requires seeds and seedlings, years of building up the soil before we get returns, animals that require upfront costs, and time to establish systems before they pay. These are real barriers. For us, they were really hard. For someone with fewer resources, they can be insurmountable. This is precisely why funded agroecology hubs are a mechanism that pools the startup costs so that many farms can emerge rather than just the few with independent means. Seed banks, collective composting, affordable and well cared for animals, hands-on training, a hub reduces the capital threshold to start. So we're not arguing for opting out of the food system. But if a household also grows spinach and a neighbor keeps chickens and the person down the road has a goat, we see a thickening of the food system. And that happens through proximity. When people see their neighbors growing things, norms shift. And the impact of creating a buffer supplying even 20% of the food needed in urban centers creates significant resilience against economic, pandemic, and climate shocks. So even if grants were adequate, minimum wages were livable, and retail margins were regulated, a food system that runs through long-haul corporate supply chains remains fragile. The peri-urban age is what makes the whole system more resilient once those fixes are in place. This is also a health argument. Since poor dietary habits compound over many years into chronic disease, and according to the norms around us, small improvements, a household that regularly eats fresh veg, that swaps seeds, shifts the baseline in ways that compound positively over a whole lifetime. The key is time and stability. There's a concept in permaculture design called the edge effect. So in any ecosystem, the boundary between two different systems, forest and grassland, land and water, that's the most productive and biodiverse space to be. It draws from both worlds. That's what peri-urban agroecology hubs are. They sit on the edge between city and rural, between income, race, and cultural groups, between the formal food economy and the informal. That edge position is not a liability. In permaculture, it's one of the most interesting and generative places to be. So each of my requests of this commission tries to address a gap in the current framework that the commission has authority to address. Firstly, protect existing peri-urban agricultural land through spatial planning reform that requires food system impact assessments before productive agricultural land can be rezoned. Secondly, land reform that prioritizes small family holdings near urban centers, creating the conditions for emergence rather than high capital, large systems outside of cities. Thirdly, funded support infrastructure for agroecology hub as the startup infrastructure for small-scale farming, providing seed banks, compost systems, training, and shared animal stock. The national policy on agroecology already exists, and what's missing is the budget line that would make some of this real. Fourthly, interdepartmental coordination for small-scale procurement, learning from previous failure in land reform by attending to relationships and local conditions at the district level, not just by establishing mandates. And lastly, recognizing that food security requires both positive and negative rights obligations, not only ensuring access to food, but protecting citizens from harmful agricultural practices and preserving productive farmland for future generations. The goal of food security is not food on shelves. It's what the FAO describes, food for an active and healthy life. That means dignified work, it means local relationships, and building ecology that includes and transcends. Small-scale, peri-urban farms, properly supported and protected, create momentum towards that goal. Not because we've solved anything, but because we've created the conditions where communities can continuously feed themselves, adapt, and thrive. Thank you so much.
So much to the evidence leaders.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Joe Hunter Adams. I think you can take a deep breath now. How complex it is, and then I to all opinion, and about some of the statements that you make, or that we should answer. And I don't think there's any right or wrong answer. It's your opinion. So, how is the constitutional came to birth urban agreement?
So I think a difficult question. So I think I can't speak nationally. I can only speak for Cape Town. And I think the challenge is the municipal budget and the mixture of the increased rates conflated with desire for housing. So sometimes seem like housing developments are directed towards the people who need them most. And so I am develop very, very slowly people who need, and very, very quickly people moving from Joburg. Yeah.
And then, to your knowledge, are there specific interdepartmental mechanisms, I don't know why they go, in place to ensure small-scale farmers can realistically meet the procurement requirements of state institutions? Because many times they say, you know, that they do try to procure from small-scale farmers, but how realistic is that to be able to deliver every day of the week if you want to be a feeding program that of particular school?
So I think great question, and I think it speaks exactly to my hope that things could be much, much more localized. So in our community, for example, the awesome Masi Creative Hub has created a relationship directly with schools. And that direct relationship with direct communication makes all the difference. And then that develops over time so that the supply is consistent. I think when it's abstract, I think that's when it fails. I do think that smallholder farmers struggle to supply at scale, especially when our costs are much higher than commercial ag. So our prices have to be higher. So in that sense, I believe that the focus should be first on subsistence, because I think otherwise what tends to happen is small-scale growers start selling the food that they were supposed to eat themselves. And then they end up being food insecure as well. And that doesn't deliver what we're wanting it to deliver. So that's why I think high-level mandates can be problematic because of these like very granular things on the ground that impact the reality. I think for us, for the first 6 years, we didn't consistently have excess. And even now, as smallholder farmers, we can't sell at wholesale prices. It just wouldn't work financially. So I think returning to subsistence and highlighting that as a key baseline can, rather than a livelihood strategy for cash, I think there's benefit to that, especially if people are able to live at the places that they farm, because then stewardship emerges.
And also, as you argued, that you have direct access to the city and you know that you don't have that high amount of transport costs
Exactly.
as well. So, in your opinion, what really worked? What are the lessons that you've learned? It seems from the examples that you have shared that you have some kind of connection with other farmers that are in the same situation as you are, and that you support each other. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and that is something that is maybe part of what we heard that was true prior to the election in 1994, that there was more support systems for small-scale farmers.
Yes. I'm afraid I can't speak to farming pre-1994, but
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Well, yeah, it was this morning's
yes.
presentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, in your opinion, how can government formally recognize and fund agroecology hubs as essential public interest infrastructure for training and food security? Because you very clearly showed what training you're doing at your place, your farm. I don't know what to call it. Your hub.
Our farm. I'm not sure of the exact mechanism that funding should take. I think that's maybe up for the Just Transition group. I think that they would have really good insights on the mechanism to do that. At the moment, I think funding teaching is probably the best way. Yes, yeah. I think a lot of the other roles of an agroecology hub actually pay for themselves, because you can supply seedlings at a very low cost. You can supply chickens at a cost that people can afford. You can do all those other things, and your presence is enough. So you don't have to be funded by the state. I think the education stuff, probably you have to be funded by the state. But some of the others actually don't need funding.
Thank you so much. Perhaps just one question from my side. I want to thank you for reminding us of not only the positive duties of the state, but your submission was the first one that expressly mentioned the negative obligations of basically the state having an obligation not to make things worse. Now, my request to you is, again in your experience, is how has government made the possibility of a development such as yourself worse in your experience? Because then we can learn from the lessons on where that negative duty must then be reinforced.
So I think the pressure of redevelopment, of the pressure of the local spatial development framework creates immense pressure in our community and becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It has been shared in draft form over many years, and I'd be happy to submit that to the Commission in writing. But it's the clearest example I know of the planning system that doesn't really consider assessing what they're about to destroy. They have no mechanism for that currently, the municipal planning instruments. And even the draft stages have power, which is crazy, because they become self-fulfilling prophecies. Once they're out there, the community immediately changes, which is an interesting thing, because maybe they don't have obligations before a draft is made into, is fully, what's the word? Once it's voted on, but even before a spatial plan is voted on, it has an impact. But the research requirements, the requirements of the state before that process seem minimal. So, yeah, I think the planning space is probably the biggest yeah.
I'll just ask one question.
Yes.
And it's really out of ignorance, so please enlighten me. I'm just wondering how what you're doing fits into the food system overall. So do you see permaculture as a, let's put it as a niche for a small number of people that are willing to put in the time and effort to do this kind of work, or can you see it going to scale in some way? To put it another way, how does it sit alongside the industrial commercial farming sector we already have? Can they coexist, or do you see a world in which 20, 30 years' time the whole of South Africa's food is produced using permaculture principles?
So I'm not against, we're not arguing against large-scale farming, because I know that right now South Africa still needs it. What I'm arguing is that food security has two separate failure modes. So too little production nationally and too little access locally. Large-scale farming addresses the first thing, the need for production nationally. I would say peri-urban small holdings address the second, local access. And I think they solve different problems. I don't think that they should be seen as competing. So our farm actually produces like 4 million calories a year. So our productive capacity is equivalent to, per acre, to large-scale monocultures without synthetic inputs. So the key there is it requires so much manpower. So the question is not whether large-scale industrial farming will go away, it's whether we can get enough people farming. So there needs to be a lot more people farming for something like permaculture and agroecological farming to work. And I think we have people in South Africa. We have a lot of people looking for things to do.
Also, just one question from me, but perhaps before I ask the question, just a comment, because I've been engaging other speakers on the issue, the role of farming at a household level. So I think yours is really the first presentation that underscores that, because there is a risk. Then I'm not saying we should not emphasize the role of small-scale commercial farmers, but to overlook the household, there's a risk of doing away or displacing one form of dependency for another. Because ultimately, I think really food security does require households to have sovereignty over their food production. So for me, it's just to really appreciate that. And also you touched on the 1 hectare, 1 farmer policy, and the importance of that policy. Yes, it was not perfect, but it is important that for households to be able to produce their own food. My question is, in terms of the work that you do, you emphasize the importance of subsistence. I want to find out, as part of your program, do you also teach people how to preserve food, how to preserve the food they produce? Because I think the reason why some of household farmers will end up selling excess at lower cost than their input cost is because they may not know how to preserve the food. So do your programs also touch on that aspect? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I think we do, but I think our WhatsApp group, for example, actually aims to help people guys better. So we're very blessed in Cape Town and youth here, but pretty much the country is hell of a blessed climate. So we can grow things year-round, pretty much in large swaths of South Africa, which means we don't have nearly as much pressure to preserve food as we might in climates with long winters, for example. The key is planning out our planting, I think. But we do think about, like, you know, how do you preserve your tomatoes for the year? And I think those are really important considerations. I think the challenge that we've seen in Cape Town, I remember there was the great brinjal crisis a few years back when all the small-scale farmers were told, grow brinjals, they grow really well in Cape Town. So all these small-scale farmers grew brinjals, and there was no market, and the farmers themselves didn't really eat much brinjal. And so then, you know, a crisis emerged just from this mismatch between, you know, what we're growing and what can easily be eaten. So, like, a lot of what we do is just trying to figure out that balance, which is a constant dance of, like, what do you grow for yourself? What can you do to keep your food production the whole year round?
Thank you to the Evidence Leaders. Commissioner Dooley, any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Are you able to help us understand what Ubuntu generating units are?
So I guess I understand Ubuntu to be I am because you are, and I think in small farms we are literally that. What we produce is dependent on our community. Our success is dependent on our community. And by doing what we do, our community is constantly getting stronger. Not only in connection to one another, because the farm is a space of connection, but also connection to plants, to animals. Some people who come to our farm say they've never been to a farm before. And that's a really meaningful way of thinking about, like, oh, we're ultimately about generating connection to the land that a lot of us have lost over the years, myself included. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes. In your presentation, you say, and I quote, this is how most of humanity, referring to Ubuntu generating units, this is how most of humanity has fed itself for most of history. We need to find a new way forward that is inclusive and transcends past versions. Are you able to help us understand how, and this question was asked in a different way by Professor Devereaux, how this can be replicated? Oftentimes, when one speaks about or thinks about permaculture, it's often seen as a reserve of the middle and upper classes who can afford the time and the land and the privilege to be able to practice permaculture farming. What would you say to people who see this as something that is reserved for the privileged and the middle class? And given that you are advocating for a return to a relationship with land in using these similar models, how do we balance the politics of land and growing as it pertains to permaculture? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think our great-grandparents were probably the first permaculturalists. I think I think the idea that permaculture is, we use the word permaculture because I love the principles of care of people, care of earth, and return of the surplus. Those are the three core principles of permaculture. And I think those principles have been part of humanity for a very long time. I think when I say includes and transcends, I think when I've interviewed people in our community who grew up subsistence farming, they say it was a lot of work and that they are very happy for it to be behind them. And so I think that's what I mean when I say includes and transcends, because I think we need a version that is fair to people, that isn't thrust upon them by necessity. So there needs to be some capital. If you can farm, you need wire, poles, and shade net. It's not a lot of money, but you need that to make subsistence farming work. But that doesn't mean that it has to be the middle class. Poles, shade net, and wire, they're not so expensive. Sorry, I'm not sure if I've answered your question adequately. I apologize.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwinana.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you've brought a really different perspective insofar as the culture in the farming is concerned. But what I want to ask you is this, and I'm not saying you're an expert, but this is what just came to my mind to say, but how do we change the mindset in order to assist people to go back to farming, for instance, or to think about that in the way that you've just described? Because when you think about urban areas, the youth thinks more on, they want to be on their cell phones. They want quick fix. And one knows that if you're going to go into farming, where, let's say even with different crops, you need to wait. You must be patient. It's seasonal. You must know at what point you're going to go into harvesting and so forth. So how do you think we can just change this mindset, change the thinking, so that people understand that in fact they can circumvent their inability to feed themselves by ensuring that they actually produce the food themselves, that they can even use the small spaces. I mean, we know, or at least those of us that have that information, to say you don't even actually need hectares and hectares in order for you to farm. You can, whatever small space that you have, and in fact you don't even need to farm in that way as well. There are other methods that you can employ to actually go into farming.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, absolutely. I think the examples I see, I think we have to be careful of talking theoretically about the youth. Because when we talk theoretically about the youth, we risk deciding who they are before we've met them. Not speaking negatively to you at all, but my experience is that so the organizations that we work with, the youth respond to connection, and so if they are preached to, then of course, it's not going to be great. But if we're connecting, then connection can be around anything, and it can definitely be around growing. And if we are excited enough about the possibility of that connection, I think all the small-scale growers that are teaching youth, some of them are teaching quite young kids, because young kids are enthusiastic about everything, and that really helps. But even teens, I have the privilege of spending time with teens every Friday afternoon, a neighbor's school, and as long as I am a safe place of connection, they're going to do the growing, and they're going to be excited about growing, and we see them taking things home. So I think if we go back to connection, and if we go back to a very small scale, then a lot of problems solve themselves.
Thank you so much. And I can hear the excitement in your voice.
Yeah.
And even in your face, I can see it. I can tell that you really enjoy what you're doing. But you recall that, at least in my time when I went to school, there was a subject called agriculture. And I haven't seen it, at least from my children's subjects. I think it has been done away with. But what would you say is your recommendation then? That we actually introduce it very early in terms of the children and them studying, so that they can move up with it.
I think school gardens have been raised by other people in this commission, and I think school gardens as a site for learning are huge. And I think that the possibility for school gardens are untapped. Our first attempts at school gardens have often been fraught with difficulty, but then the miracle happens, a new version comes, and at the same school, and the school garden improves. And so I think, yeah, I do think school gardens, if we're willing to fail fast, try again fast, and just keep on going, we shouldn't be afraid of failure, because we keep on finding better iterations. Yeah.
And similarly, we should not think that the elders are knowledgeable. Whilst, yes, we're teaching those that are young, I think similarly we should do it for the elder people and even older persons that have an interest, but also trying to show them that, in fact, that is likely to assist you in ensuring that your right to food is ultimately met. Thank you so much. Chair.
Would you like to respond to Commissioner Kunina's input?
I agree.
Very short and concise. I think for me, I don't have any questions, just to acknowledge and thank you for the presentation. I think sometimes you're correct. We speak about the youth without understanding the youth. And I think sometimes we need to perhaps allow them to be part of these processes. And how do you make farming cool? And sometimes it's not about cool, it's about accessibility to it. So thank you so much for this discussion. You are duly excused. You may take your... Thank you. Can we ask the Young Urban Women Movement representative to come forward? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Just for brief introductions, your name as well as your role at the Young Urban Woman Movement.
My name is Asia Omamorale.
Ms. Morale, can you just stand while I administer the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
Can you kindly stand?
Stand up, babe.
Yes, please. I forgot to do that with the previous presenter. Once again, your full names for the record.
My full name is Asia Omamorale.
Ms. Morale, will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
I will take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you see that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Duly sworn in. Thank you. You have 20 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, good evening everyone. As I said, my name is Asia Omamorale from Mokopane in Limpopo. I'm representing young urban women. Our campaign is global in 45 countries. The campaign is based on gender-based violence, economy inequality. So today we have given an opportunity to come here and yeah. So yeah, I'm very nervous. Hey. Okay.
Don't be nervous. We're from the same province, so living representing well. So drink water, and then know that you represent very well.
We are facing an implement, facing meetings or just road. Members of to build in Africa, South African food system. In our community, access to availability, nutrients and food remain a serious challenge. Many households, especially those held by women, facing raising of price, unemployment, and limited access to the land or local food production opportunity. This deeply put us in poverty and increase a variable to gender-based violence and economy dependency. The key issue affecting our community the key issue affecting our community, including the high price and the impact of the low-income household, the limited access to the fresh and nutrient food in township and rural areas, lack of
Can I ask, perhaps because this is something that you've lived through, this is your life, can I ask that you tell us your story and perhaps you can tell it in your mother tongue? So that you're more comfortable. I think even
no,
here.
it's because I don't know how to.
No, yeah. Hence, do you want, okay, perhaps let's allow you to proceed as you find more comfortable. Okay.
The key issues affecting our community, including high price and the impact of the low-income household, the limits of fresh and nutritious food in our township and rural areas, lack of meaningful support of the small-scale human farming and informal food trade. This link between food insecurity, unemployment, and social inequality Food is not all about the nutrition. It is about the dignity, equality, and justice. Young urban women affected by food insecurity, yes, they are often included from decision-making proceed about food system. I respectfully engage to commission to strengthen and protect the right of food in the Constitution, increasing the community-based food production, prioritizing women and youth in agriculture food-related economy program, addressing the cooperating price practice in negatively affecting poor communities. I'm willing to provide further information or particular oral submission in. Thank you for the opportunity.
Much to the evidence leaders.
Thank you very much. And I urge you not to feel at all nervous. We are just here to hear what you have to say and to learn from you and your experience. So the questions are really just going to be an opportunity for you to talk more about your submission. So my first question is, you say that there's limited access to fresh food and nutritious food in the townships and rural areas. Some people might be surprised to hear that because Limpopo does have a lot of food production. So just explain to us why there's limited access to fresh food and nutritious food.
The reason why we say we have limitation of fresh food is because of some of the time in our areas we are surrounded, like we are in the surrounding area of where we have mining. So some of our product won't grow as we expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and towards the mining, we are running shortly of water in our community, especially in Mokopane, because we are like they donated water from our area to the mine, so we are running in short of water in some of the time.
Okay, so it's competition between the mines and the farming and agriculture for water, and it's also the environmental impacts of the mining on production.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any ideas about what can be done about that issue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. I wanted then to move to another point that you raised, which is that there's a connection between food insecurity and unemployment and gender-based violence. You say that there's an intersection between those problems. And can you explain what those connections are between food insecurity, unemployment, poverty, and gender-based violence?
Can I skip it?
Sure. You want a different question? Okay. You're also representing women and young people and urban people. So do you think that that women experience hunger and food insecurity more than men? And young people have more hunger than older people?
On that one, I will say, as like we are based on gender-based violence, some of the issues come from like a person will just raise an issue of saying, I'm staying with this kind of a person because he can put food in my table, but being abused in daily basis.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand. Okay, and women need particular help, for example, with agriculture. What kind of support do women need? Is it access to land or support with seeds and training, or What kind of help do women need?
I think we need help to access of the land and also in training.
On farming or on
Yes.
other livelihoods?
No, on farming.
On farming, to grow your own food?
Yes.
Okay. And I suppose one reason why you want to
Prof.
grow
Debo,
your own
can
food,
I
sorry?
pause. I see, I'm notified that there's a colleague from Young Urban Women Movement online who says that she's able to assist in terms
Mhm.
of the process. Can we just fly to one Rebecca? I don't know then. I think her first name is Rebecca. Can she kindly switch on her camera?
Oops. Camera. I'm not sure if
Yeah, we can. All right.
I tried switching it on. I'm not sure if
We
I
can't.
am.
We can't see you, and I would need to have the camera on in order for us to swear you in.
I've tried. I've switched it on. I can even see the light here. I don't know if. I don't know why is it not coming on.
I think what we're
I
going to
don't know.
do, also Rebecca, just pause there. What we're going to do in terms of the other questions, we'll ask them to make further submissions, but she can then answer the questions that she's best suited to answer, then we'll take it from there. Prof, back to you.
So I should ask the remaining questions?
Yes, you may.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, that she's removed the lid off her camera. Is it a technical thing? Right. I think that's, yeah, let's just proceed in terms of the written submissions. We've tried to have Rebecca joining us, but due to technical issues, she's unable to do so. Also, Rebecca, please listen and note the questions, and then we will also ask for further submissions. Prof, you may proceed with the rest of your questions.
Okay. Can we continue? Yes. Thank you. Just a couple more questions from me. So the first key issue that you mentioned as challenging is the high food prices.
Yes.
I suppose that's mostly in the shops, or was it in the local markets as well? Is it like the supermarket, or where is it? Where are the prices?
I think in the shops.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that one reason that you say you would like more help with farming is because if you're growing your own food, then you don't have to buy it. And-
Yes, but
right.
you can't farm a meat.
Yes, but you obviously saying it's impossible to afford the food at the high prices in the shops.
Yes.
So it's better if you can grow it yourself.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand your argument, and I think that makes a lot of sense actually. So is there anything else that you think can be done about those high prices? Do you think that government should take action, or the supermarkets should lower their prices? Any thoughts?
The government must ensure the accountability in the food system and strengthening the social support and addressing the unemployment. Our policy must remove the paper to implementation because communities are already facing their delays.
Okay, good. I think that's all the questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mokhale. Thank you again for this presentation. It's good to see young women also coming to the table, especially young women from rural areas, which is a voice that we have not heard directly. So I just want you to know we really, really appreciate your effort and for pushing through, you know, despite your nerves. The first question I just want to clarify. In your submission, you indicate that you are a member, you sign off as member, Young Urban Women Movement. But when we read the body of the the submission, you indicate that I welcome the opportunity to contribute. And further down, you indicate, I respectfully urge the Commission to, I am willing to provide further information. So I just want to first establish, is this a presentation that you are making in your personal capacity or on behalf of Young Urban Women Movement?
In behalf of Young Urban Movement.
Okay, on behalf. And just to confirm, are you an ordinary member of the movement or you hold a position within the movement?
I'm an ordinary member.
Okay, but you were mandated by the movement to make the presentation on behalf of the movement?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Rebecca Saloma is my facilitator.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. No, that's the first thing I just wanted to establish. So then, and the reason is I also wanted to ask you more information about the movement itself, because you said you are a global, is it a global movement?
Yes.
Okay, with the South African presence?
45 countries
We
of
are in
Africa.
Okay, in Africa.
Yes.
And then in South Africa, is it only in Makopane, or is Makopane
in
just one of many
East
regions?
We have East Rand and Mamelodi.
Okay.
Yes.
And your mandate as a movement, what are the core things that you are mandated to do as a movement?
We are based, we are, the main fact of our movement is gender-based violence, economy, injustice.
Okay.
Yes.
On behalf of young women?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with that background, maybe just, you indicated also in your presentation that you do advocacy work. Maybe just outline some of the advocacy work you have done or are doing, particularly in relation to food security as a movement, or projects that you may be involved in as a movement to promote access to food or to promote food security. Do you have the programs?
I think Baba will answer it.
Okay, you would outline but in your area in Makopane, there's never been any project to promote food security?
No, we haven't.
Okay, so is this then your first engagement on the issue, this hearing? Is it your first platform to advocate for
Yes.
yourselves? Okay. And with that then, you've not engaged any stakeholder like government to raise the issues you've raised, the high food prices, limited access to fresh food. You've not raised it to any government department or municipal department to make certain demands and ask them to assist you?
We collaborated that with Amandla Mobile.
Oh,
which is
Amanda
the-
Mobi.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, which is the one who have sent us the invitation of Human Rights Commissioner to be the part.
Oh, okay. So, you were recruited through. So, in terms then of the project, who did you engage with in collaboration with Amandla? You said Amanda Mobile?
Yes,
Who did you engage with in terms of government stakeholder? Have you, even through them, where you maybe went to your municipality or written to a government department to put your demands to them?
No, this is the first one.
Okay, this is the first one. No, then in that case, then I will leave it there, Commissioner, but then to really thank you once again, to encourage you, since you're saying this is your first engagement of the sort, that when you go back, even in your localities, to engage also with stakeholders in your localities. A lot of stakeholders spoke about the important role of municipalities, for example, in facilitating food securities. So those are some of the stakeholders beyond, I think, this engagement that you need to look into engaging on an ongoing basis, because your cause or your core is just And so we just wish you then all the best in continuing your advocacy work around then food security. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. I do share the same sentiments as Ms. Mulombo regarding your first appearance. I think that everyone is nervous when they have to make such public engagements, but you're doing really well. I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Ntuli. Any questions?
Ms. Mohale, I also share the same sentiments to just congratulate you for the bravery in coming to present a topic that you have not immersed yourself in for a long time. So thank you very much. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of bravery to do what you have done. A lot of questions have been covered. I would be interested, given that one, you have not worked on issues related to the right to food prior to this engagement. What sparked your interest? I assume that Amandla.mobi has a network of organizations that they work with, and they would have shared then the call for submissions with many in the network. What sparked the interest in you to make this submission, given that this is an area of work that you are not familiar with?
What sparked me is us, as the member of Young Urban Women, is that at least maybe our voice will be heard when we are going there to represent.
Now you have described for us in a little bit the area that you come from.
Yes.
And from your submission, I understand that it's semi-urban and there is mining activity around the area, which is what constrains your ability to participate in farming activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us the relationship between the mining company and the community, which relationship has a direct effect on your ability to use whatever land is available to grow food?
The mining, like, can I, nkantsha lebitso la mine? Anglo, like, doesn't help us with anything. Like, we have tried, hona le batho ba le hore, hona le dikolo tsa agriculture ko re tswang. So they have tried hore at least ba ba ngwalele, ba ba kopele hore ba ba thuse when coming to the donation and stuff. Even now there is no respond. We some went ba dikolo went to the Department of Agriculture asking for help, but nothing is happening. Like myself, I've been the part of bana ba lo re ba tsamaya ba ilo kopela di donation to the Department of Agriculture. From 2017, I was doing grade 12. So since then, nothing happened.
Okay, is there available land in your area that you could use for farming, which may not necessarily need support from the mining company to be able to farm?
Yeah.
Say, for example, if you were able to get some seeds, would you be able to have access to land to grow food in that space?
Yes, there are a lot of spaces around where we are surrounded, where we can have a farm in there.
So the challenge is just access to seeds and access to the tools.
Yes.
To be able to use that land.
Yes.
Besides the mine, are there any other attempts that the Young Urban Women's Movement has made to be able to start some kind of agricultural venture?
No.
No. Okay. No, thank you so much. Then the last question for me is, you mention interventions in the area of gender-based violence, in the area of economic justice as the areas that you have experience in as a movement. Are you able to give us practical examples of some of the work that you do in your community to support young women in these two areas of gender-based violence and economic justice?
Yes, we have made a platform where young people can come and share their stories comfortably, and then we don't have a place where we can assist the survivors of gender-based violence, but at least we can assist them with sharing and counseling.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Mokhale. We appreciate your submission. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kwinana?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Mokhale, for your submissions this afternoon. You have referred to something so profound, which actually has not been alluded to in this engagement. The fact that the surrounding is likely to also affect the food security. Because you spoke about the mines, something that really has not been spoken to. Thank you for bringing that up. And also, you are representing women, but what I wanted to find out, this organization, by virtue of the name, should I then say it is just for young women?
No.
All right.
No.
Who else does it represent?
I think we do accept boys to come and join us. Also, we do have boys in our organization.
Yes. So you've got boys, you've got girls. Do you also have older persons?
No, not older persons, but I think it was 18 to 35.
Is it the phone? Oh, okay. Please put your phone aside. It's disturbing the mic. Do you have persons with disabilities?
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yes.
And how are they affected by this? Is there anything that we'd like to bring to the attention of the Commission that we can also consider?
For the disability people?
Yes. Yes, you've actually spoken to a number of things. You said the schools are not being assisted by the mining industry. Yes. I can tell you that in an engagement we did in Northern Cape, amongst the questions we were asking was that, are they using the IDP, which the municipalities are expected to have with these businesses that are in their different areas, where they can tap into the resources that they have that must assist the community. So you are saying something that is, in fact, in terms of the constitution of our country, is expected of the municipality, but something that would seem most municipal managers are not even aware of. But now, with persons with disabilities, they are the most vulnerable members of our communities. And I thought you would possibly have maybe a story to tell on what challenges do they then experience in your community. That is, if you have them in your midst and you are alert of the challenges that they experience. Do you perhaps have? But of course, if you don't have, maybe at a later stage when you do submissions, maybe you and Miss Silomo can sit around the table and be able to just, articulate that. You know, there's something that is so important that I want you to also realize by the fact that you came this afternoon to this engagement, is that we women are more than men. But most of the time we are being led by men. And you have taken a very big step by being there. Because what you're saying to us is we need to change the spectrum. We need to change the landscape. It's about time that we have women leading on issues that affect them the most. Because you said these are households that are led by women, right? Yes. And over and above that, they are the ones that suffer this economy injustice. And you are saying no to it. Yes. That's correct. Yes. And you are saying dignity is at the center of it, right? Yes. And you said equality. Yes. Those are the values that are enshrined in our Constitution. So once more, thank you for this. And I hope that you'll have the time to then just unpack a little bit more. I saw that Ms. Siloma has been writing, and unfortunately in the chat, but because she could not be sworn in, that evidence can, that information can't go in as evidence. But you still have an opportunity to then submit that information, which the commission will then take into account. So again, you know, as you go out there, please walk with pride, and by the way, must never shy away from an opportunity to speak your language. In fact, in the country, we have 12 official languages. Yes, ma'am. And that's something that, unfortunately, as South Africans, and I see a lot, as I used to see it a lot, I don't know, these days it looks like things have improved in the sports industry. With football, most of our footballers, while they could be unable to speak in their language, then they shy away from doing it. But you can meet somebody who comes from another country. They're so proud of their languages. So be proud. And Commissioner Makwasha is saying big up to Limpopo. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kunena, for that. Ms. Magal, I'm going to ask just one question. You speak about the young urban woman movement. Commissioner, we can't always have older persons everywhere. Please give the youth space. You know, sometimes these discussions must take. No, Commissioner. You see what is happening? An older person is taking a younger person's space. But and
it is inevitable, Commissioner. You can deny it today, but a couple of years from now, you will be regarded as an older person.
It's true, but we want to create safe spaces, especially for young women in rural communities, to have conversations, Commissioner. I think when you talk about gender-based violence and femicide, how do you relate that to hunger? Because if you're unable to work, if you're unable to have food security, is it a contributing factor? Does it impact issues around gender-based violence? Does it make women stay in those situationships when they were supposed to leave because they are hungry?
Is that a question? Okay. What can I say? Motho ha dutse ko ho senang dilo, like tšhelete ko eng, o feleletsa a tsena ka hara dilo tse le hore a di nyake. O tlo dula ka hara toxic relationship because Joe, you are starved. O batla go ja. Wa understand? Okay, maybe little sharing of the story. We saw our parent. Ne? I'm 29 years at age. I'm having 2 kids. Ne? I'm raising those 2 kids alone. I'm not working. Ne? And we saw our parents being abused. Like, I can say I'm kiti khurisetsa bana tšhelete ka bone e cooks ke sa le di muffin the street opane. for bana ba ka ba kgone ho ja or ke ska kgona ho dula ka hara toxic relationship.
You also, and I think that's what we wanted to have the fact that you say the stock doesn't intend to put them to yourself, this just of being in toxic relationship. This is true. So thank you for being brave and for standing here and representing a person of disabilities. Thank you so much. You're excused from the witness podium. I excuse you. I know that Rebecca wanted to make to when you were answering the question. I know she's still listening to us online. You have until the 6th of April 2026 to make further submissions.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're excused. In terms of the program, we're supposed to have the Minister of Agriculture. However, the Minister will be appearing tomorrow, the 18th of March at 4:30. We're now going to ask for our last organization, Priceless South Africa. Priceless South Africa, just note that our midnight shifts have been so exciting and keeping us awake, so we are expecting the same of yourselves. Please come forward to the witness podium. Thank you so much to the colleagues or the representative of Priceless South Africa evidence team. Just, you can sit down now while you just briefly introduce yourselves as well as what Priceless South Africa is.
Okay, good afternoon to the panel of commissioners and evidence leaders and to the rest of the room. My name is Bawana Twala. I'm a senior researcher in the law and policy team at Priceless South Africa. I'm here with my colleague, Darshan Naidu, who is also a researcher in the law and policy team. And we are from Priceless, which is a research unit, and it's a research to policy unit. And we essentially work on research that then informs evidence-based policy making. We focus particularly on non-communicable diseases, particularly prevention. And yeah, we've worked on, for example, the HPL, which is the Health Promotion Levy, which is a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages, and that kind of work then influences public health and yeah, health at the population level.
I note that there's 5 of you, so one will make, so the presentation will be made and then questions will be answered by the collective, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So Darshan and I will do the presentation, and then we as a collective will be open to answer questions.
Okay, I'm going to start with yourselves. If you can stand so that I can swear you in and affirm. Full names as they appear on your ID document.
My name's Baroness Samugela Twala.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation, Ms. Twala?
I'll take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Full names as they appear on your ID document.
Darshan Naidu.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
The prescribed oath, please.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Can you pass the mic to your next colleague and just give her space in the witness podium?
Hi.
Good afternoon. Full names for the record.
Good afternoon, Susan Jane Goldstein.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? So, if so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Full names as they appear on your ID.
I am Nosipio Nzimande.
Ms. Nzamande will be taking the oath or the affirmation.
The oath, please.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Yolanda Teresa Iradu.
That's your name as they appear on your... Okay. Will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
The oath, please.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to start off by saying Vanakkam, which is a South Indian greeting, and I was inspired by what the Commissioner said earlier of us being proud of our mother tongue. So Vanakkam to the Chair, to the Commissioners, and to the evidence leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this national investigative hearing into the food systems of South Africa. We commend the Commission for recognizing the urgent need to interrogate the structures, practices, and governance arrangements that shape the country's food environment. As our submission explains, this inquiry is both timely and necessary in light of persistent hunger, rising diet-related disease, and recurring food safety failures. In this presentation, we focus on two key elements of food system reform. The first is the need for a rights-based operational framework for the right to food. And second, the need for coherent cross-sectoral food system governance capable of addressing the structural drivers of dietary harm. Our submission also identifies several governance reforms that could support the Commission's recommendations. These include establishing a rights-based operational framework for the right to food, creating a cross-sector food system governance mechanism, ensuring the timely implementation of evidence-based nutrition regulation, strengthening food safety and pesticide governance, and introducing stronger transparency and conflict of interest safeguards in food policy processes. These reforms are necessary because South Africa's food system is producing deeply contradictory outcomes. the country faces what is often described as a triple burden of malnutrition: persistent undernutrition, rising levels of overweight and obesity, and ongoing micronutrient deficiencies. These outcomes are often framed primarily as a problem of poverty or individual choice. However, our submission emphasizes that they also reflect systemic failures in food system governance. The availability, affordability, and marketing of food are shaped by policy decisions, institutional arrangements, and corporate structures that influence what food people are able to access and consume. Understanding these structural drivers is therefore essential if the right to food is to be meaningfully realized. The starting point for the analysis is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Now, the right to food is not simply a policy aspiration. It is a constitutional right. Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution guarantees that everyone has the right to access to sufficient food, while 28(1)(c) provides children with an immediate right to basic nutrition. These rights impose obligations on the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill access to food and nutrition, alongside related rights such as dignity, health, and an environment that is not harmful to well-being. Importantly, the Constitution contains rights that are interdependent and indivisible. The right to food cannot be separated from the right to health, the right to dignity, or the rights of children. When food environments expose populations to unhealthy diets, or when structural conditions restrict access to nutritious food, multiple constitutional rights are implicated simultaneously. This has an important implication for food policy. Food system governance should not be accessed solely in terms of economic development objectives or agricultural production targets. Rather, it must be evaluated against constitutional obligations and the state's duty to ensure that policy choices do not undermine the realization of fundamental rights. A rights-based framework therefore requires government to consider how food system structures affect dietary quality, health outcomes, and equitable access to nutritious food, particularly for vulnerable groups such as children. It also requires the state to protect these rights against third-party interference, including situations where powerful commercial actors shape food environments in ways that undermine public health. This brings us to one of the central structural features of South Africa's food system, of corporate. Africa's food system is characterized by significant corporate concentration across multiple levels of the value chain. A relatively small number of large firms dominate food manufacturing. For example, evidence shows that of major companies control sectors of food production and distribution, enabling them to exercise essential influence over facility and supply chains. The Commission's Retail Market Inquiry found the 5 largest supermarket chains account for more than 60% of formal food retail sales. Concentration at this scale shapes how food markets function. Dominant manufacturers and retailers can prioritize product portfolios and distribution strategies that favor ultra-processed, high-margin foods, while fresh and minimally processed alternatives often receive less prominence within supply chains. Corporate concentration also influences which suppliers gain market access. Through mechanisms such as exclusive supply arrangements and buyer power dynamics, dominant retailers can determine which producers obtain shelf space and which smaller or informal actors are excluded from formal retail channels. Beyond these market dynamics, large firms also exercise what can be described as a non-market power. This includes lobbying, shaping policy debates, funding research, and influencing regulatory processes. Corporate networks often involve overlapping board memberships across food manufacturers, retailers, banks, and agribusiness companies, creating institutional ties that can facilitate coordinated strategic action across sectors. Taken together, these dynamics demonstrate that food environments are not simply the outcome of consumer preference. They are the result of structural market power and governance arrangements that shape the choices available to consumers in the first place. This raises important questions about how policy processes operate in contexts where power is unevenly distributed. Public participation. When it comes to public participation, it is a fundamental component of democratic governance, and it is constitutionally required in many policy processes. However, participation does not occur on a level playing field. As our submission notes, participatory spaces in food policy often brings together actors with very different levels of resources, expertise, and institutional access. Well-resourced industry actors are often able to mobilize extensive technical submissions, commission economic modeling, and sustain long-term lobbying efforts. These capacities can shape how evidence is framed and how risks are interpreted and how policy options are evaluated. The experience of the health promotion levy, more commonly known as the sugar-sweetened beverage tax. It is South Africa's tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. It illustrates this dynamic. Research on the parliamentary process surrounding the levy shows that industry actors frequently framed the policy as economically harmful or procedurally flawed, often calling for additional consultations, impact assessments that had delaying or diluting regulatory proposals. Similar dynamics have emerged in debates around front-of-pack labeling regulations, where public health advocates have supported strong warning labels, while industry actors have advocated extended timelines and less stringent regulatory designs. Participation processes can also be influenced through institutional channels, such as the National Economic Development and Labour Council, also known as NEDLAC. While NEDLAC is intended to facilitate social dialogue among government, labor, business, and community constituencies, questions remain regarding the visibility and influence of perspectives within these deliberations and how competing submissions are ultimately weighed. Without stronger transparency mechanisms, participatory processes risk becoming procedural exercises rather than genuine sites of democratic deliberation. Meaningful participation therefore requires safeguards such as clearer disclosure of financials, transparent reporting on how submissions are considered, explicit reasoning for decisions. These may be essential to participate is to mutate the interest in incentives may conflict legal roles. However, will continue protected by current system governance and institutional reforms needed to strengthen the realization of the right to food.
Thank you, Doshin. So the structural weaknesses that we've described, essentially corporate capture and uneven participation or disparate power in the participation space, exist within a broader governance failure or weakness in that South Africa lacks coordinated institutional architecture that's needed to realize the right to food. So essentially in this session, we'll be looking at what a coherent governance system would actually look like and where are the current gaps. So, what did I do? Thank you. So while we consider that essentially the right to food encompasses availability, physical and economic accessibility, as well as nutritional adequacy, and that links to the other indivisible rights that Darshan has spoken to, there is no single department that holds mandate over all of these. And I think that this also happens in a context in which Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the fastest growing markets when it comes to food, and that it is a highly contested space. Yet a systematic review of national food system policies found that even though these policy objectives span agriculture, health, environment, education, and social protection, the responses are implemented independently with few tangible cross-sector coordination mechanisms. So South Africa's food governance is essentially shaped by three competing coalitions. We have a food security coalition focused on agricultural production, Health Coalition concerned with diet-related disease, and an Economic Growth Coalition prioritizing trade liberalization and industry development. And these coalitions hold fundamentally different framings of what food security means, thus consequently producing structural incoherence in both policy, content, and implementation. Critically, as Darshan has mentioned, industry resources to contest policy are significantly greater than those available to Health Coalition actors or even to the Food Security Coalition. Thus, industry has a preferential position in food supply chain making. Policy promoting trade liberalization and foreign direct investment roots under malnutrition and food access objectives. Food basket and affordability studies show these dynamics increase the relative cost of nutritionally adequate diets, pushing healthy foods out of low-income household baskets and limiting compliance with national dietary guidelines. This leaves a number of populations behind, particularly women-headed households who face disproportionate exposure at the intersection of food insecurity and non-communicable disease risk. As found by a nationally representative study, 20.6% of adults were socially vulnerable and 20.4% were food insecure, with the highest burden among Black African women and rural residents and those 65 and above. Households with adolescents aged 15 to 19 had approximately 30% higher odds of food insecurity than those with younger children only. Then we come to currently existing mechanisms to mitigate these issues, such as the child support grant, which despite reaching 12 million children has not demonstrated significant improvement in dietary diversity. We also note the National School Nutrition Program, which reaches more than 9 million children, but is focused more on quantity than quality. So though these things are aimed at trying to get children fed, they are not yet at a place where they are able to then consider the broader issue of the double burden of malnutrition, which is undernutrition and overnutrition. So no existing policy mechanism links food access to dietary quality and NCD prevention. This conventional framing of food security, which is based on availability and physical access, is inadequate. South Africa exemplifies the double burden of malnutrition, with stunting coexisting along adolescent overweight and obesity, particularly where we see a growth of a Western diet in urban areas and spreading towards the rest of South Africa, where ultra-processed foods account for 39.4% of total energy intake among low-income adults. When we speak of ultra-processed foods, we refer to foods that are high in fat, sugar, and salt. Excuse me. This is driven by common food system determinants, particularly the rapid expansion of cheap ultra-processed food and displacement of traditional dietary patterns. There are key policy tools that currently exist that seek to address some of these issues, but again, the implementation has been poor or limited because of the lack of coherence in the governance system. So for example, the health promotion levy, which then is a tax on 2 per gram, an excise tax on per gram sugar content above 4 grams per 100 mils. The World Health Organization recommends a minimum of 20%, but we implemented it at 10 to 11% and been adjusted for inflation. We have the R337, which are educating on as well as advertising marketing to children, and essentially adopting an approach of double duty action, which not only has protecting children from misleading health claims, but also creating regulatory leverage for departments like the Department of Basic Education to set nutrition standards for school meal procurement. Again, there's no mandatory statutory framework governing digital marketing, which is particularly on the rise in terms of reaching unhealthy, advertising of unhealthy food to children, which has been found to strongly influence children in terms of what they consume. For the school nutrition, the NSNP has been found to fail to keep pace with food inflation, but also in terms of the quality, it has not been able to focus on the quality of nutrition due to poor coherence in the food system. So then with all of these things considered, we recommend one, that we adopt a rights-based operational framework for the right to food, and two, that a cross-sector food governance system would, one, address timely implementation of evidence-based nutrition regulation, and two, strengthen food safety and pesticide governance, and lastly, three, transparency and conflict of interest safeguards in policy processes. In conclusion, as we've emphasized, it's really important to have a coherent food governance system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have been advised that we are going to be losing our sign language practitioners. Just want to thank them for being with us the whole day, but also apologizing to our stakeholders within the deaf community that they're going to be without a language practitioner for the remainder of the proceedings, and then I'll hand over to our evidence leaders.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission, which I can just say I enjoyed reading it, and also your presentation this afternoon. I do concur with many of the statements that you make. It's also in line with some of the submissions that we've already heard. But I do think that perhaps you can highlight just some of the questions that arise. So for me, the one that you just spoken of, about 39.4% of diets that consist of ultra-processed food in low-income households, is of extreme concern to all of us, taking the obesity in our country into consideration. So, in your opinion, does the concentration of market power in the processing and retail materially affect the affordability and the availability of nutritious food in South African households?
So when it comes to processing and retail, am I correct that you mean in terms of the cost of the food? So my colleagues can add on, but I think, yes, the cost of food particularly, but also availability of food. We see, and I'm sure other witnesses before us have attested to this, but there's also the idea of food deserts or availability of certain types of healthy food in some areas versus others. I think particularly in our experience and in our research, there's also a marketing of ultra-processed foods as healthy or low in sugar, so a lot of health claims being placed, or for example, eat chocolate, it's high in energy for sport, or maybe advertising yogurts, which may be full of sugar. And so some of that consumption may actually be from marketing where health claims are made, or for example, energy drinks as, keeping you awake, but those things amount to ultra-processed foods.
Yes, and I think that highlights the importance of why regulation R3337 should be have been stalled for such a long time. And in your opinion, do you think that industry pressures have played a role in this delay, because it's to their own interest? Although they would say that they are paying lip service to the fact that they are already implementing some of the recommendations that is in this particular regulation. But we are, almost in despair. When is it going to be released? Because then so many foods will have a health warning.
Thank you. Yes, I think that you're completely right. I think it is in industry's interest to delay. And it's a tactic that's been used in other fields as well, alcohol and tobacco legislation in this country, where industry has delayed and delayed. An example is the alcohol bill, which has been delayed since 2016. And isn't it, there's a saying that rights delayed are rights denied, or justice actually, but I apologize for that. But I think it's very clear the role that industry has played in delaying. There are lots of ways that it does that, and I think we don't have hard evidence, but they flood the department with comments, and the department is obliged to reply and consider seriously every comment. And this is partly why it's taken so long just to get to the point where the comments have been looked at. So I do agree with you. I think the industry has played a big role in delaying this important legislation.
Thank you. And then regarding the school feeding program and the public procurement system, you did speak to that. Do you think that the existing procurement arrangements in schools inadvertently are giving too much power to the food retailers and are entrenching commercial influence over children's diets in ways that undermine the right to basic nutrition?
Thank you. So we recently did consulted on a research project with a partner of ours who has appeared before you, Section 27, and part of that was working on considering the procurement system, and that as it stands currently, it's not as effective as it can be in terms of maximizing procurement of food in the interests of the NSNP. Part of that, and again that goes to a coherent governance system, is that because of what is locally available or what works best and being run at the provincial level, a decentralized approach works best in some provinces, whereas a centralized approach works better in others, considering provincial circumstances. And so there's a concern that it's better to centralize it because then it ensures that certain provinces, in terms of the budget, it just works better, whereas in others, locally, they have better relationships with local producers. And so it's a question of trying to improve the implementation while taking into consideration these provincial level issues. And part of that is also around how certain provinces may have different budgets or access to different costing for what they procure. And these are the kind of things that we need to consider, particularly where we then talk about making the budget for the NSNP more responsive or reflective of inflation, which would then ease kind of the burden of that a bit.
Yes, and in my experience, the vendors that are allowed in during the breaks of the children contribute largely to their ultra-processed food intake.
Yes, absolutely. We conducted a study recently on policies targeting reducing diet-related risk for NCDs in adolescents. And part of that study was then looking at how can we improve the school food environment so that we can decrease diet-related NCD risks. And this would then, in other countries which are relatable to us, other countries in the global south, so countries like Brazil, for example, or Chile or Argentina, Ecuador, they ban consumption of or sale of sugar-sweetened beverages or foods high in fats and sugars and salt. They allow only sale and consumption of water or milk, or encouraging consumption of water or milk. Other countries have banned sale of energy drinks to children younger than 18. And so those are the kind of things where if there was a more coherent approach to the governance system, and again to add to the previous point, where in terms of agriculture, so agriculture on its own has already looked at how working more coherently with the Department of Health and Department of Basic Education, they can then improve how the NSNP is being implemented and production of food. And even though there are papers on these things, it's not necessarily filtering down and reflected in the implementation and governance level of the system.
Yes, and then my last question is about the health promotion levy. I think most nutritionists in this country was part of this process as well, in the consultations and so on, and we pleaded that the funding should be ring-fenced for consumer education. And they told us it's not possible to ring-fence fiscal income. But we do have, I do know that we do have some studies that showed that even though it was not to the levels of WHO recommendation, it did have a decreased intake, and it also led to more innovation in that particular industry. But don't you think it is time that we put pressure again on government to say, well, this is not inflation a targeted process at this moment, but how can we also encourage government to ring-fence this funding as it was supposed to be used for? Because I mean, with the salt reduction, we showed that if we had good consumer education afterwards, they understand why the legislation was propagated.
Thank you for that question. I think, in fact, there was a little bit of money. When I say a little bit, I think it was 20 million rand that was ring-fenced for the Department of Health to use. And the Department of Health couldn't use it, or they didn't. And then in the end, I think that they, as I recall, they gave it to cancer, which was a good thing. Not a bad thing at all, but it wasn't related at all to the HPL. I think that, I mean, there's a lot of discussion at the moment, especially with World Health Organization, looking at raising finances for health, especially that the US money has been withdrawn. There's a lot of people are worried about financing health altogether. And there's a lot of talk now about increasing taxes and so on. And there is evidence that this is a valid way. In our discussions with Treasury, they have said to us that they do not ring fence, but there is such a thing as soft ring fencing, which means that they will ring fence it unless they need the money for something else, which is better than nothing. But it doesn't guarantee that money for health or education.
If I may just add on to my colleague's point, I think I just want to pick on the efficacy of consumer education after sodium regulation, and just to emphasize that what we, or what evidence shows and what our research has shown, is that the most important thing is implementing these kind of regulations in the interest of public health to prevent it having to be a decision that's placed on individual members of the public for them to make decisions about, oh, can I drink a Coke, can I not drink a Coke, but rather if there's a tax on how much sugar is in, then it already removes and addresses that kind of issue at a population level, so that we know that at least we've maximized what the state has an obligation to implement before we then start targeting or focusing on consumer education. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Mine is just a further engagement that we had with another stakeholder earlier, was it last week, about the availability and accessibility of non-nutritious foods. So what I wanted to ascertain is, from your research, was it in a particular locality and area where you find that that population group has doesn't have access to more nutritious food, but have ready access to non-nutritional alternatives? And if so, were you able then to establish the commonly accessed non-nutritional food alternatives in your research? And and also were you actually able to establish from your research that these non-nutritionist alternatives are cheaper than nutritionist food? Because there is that argument that that has been made by many stakeholders that the reason why a lot of people resort to these foods is because it's cheaper. But the counter argument I made is like, I look at the prices of the food people eat and I feel it's more expensive. It could just be me, you know, and I made examples. I don't know if the areas where you did research, they also buy these food knickknacks, you know, sweetened yogurt, polony, Russian, Vienna's, you know, processed cheese. Those things are not cheap. Cornflakes. So that's why I wanted to know whether your research looked into that and you were actually able to ascertain empirically that this food is cheaper than actually buying more nutritionist food.
Thank you for the question. In terms of where we did our research, we did a study, I think it was in 2018, in Johannesburg. So what we did is we mapped outlets of foods across all the Johannesburg regions, the different Johannesburg regions. And we've got a map which shows very clearly that the healthy food outlets are all focused in very specific income areas, and that there are outliers where there basically aren't any healthy food outlets. But I think that's the one aspect of access to healthy food and the cost. I think another aspect is the cost of cooking. So you could say, yeah, but beans are very cheap, but you have to cook them for a long time, so you need fuel. You need a place to cook. A lot of the fruit that you think that one would argue is quite cheap, you need to keep in refrigerators because it goes off. So it's not all just the cost of the actual food, but it's the whole environment. But I think in addition to that, the actual food is cheaper in many cases, although people don't understand what a healthy diet necessarily is. And in that instance, I do think that education can help, because beans and cabbage are healthy and they're not expensive. But
so I think just to add on to what my colleague has said around affordability of healthy food. So a recent study looked at, it was a retail assessment of 5 of South Africa's biggest retailers, so Aspa, Pick n Pay. And what they did find is that a healthy basket costs 30% more than an unhealthy food basket. So there is that in terms of the actual financial cost also.
With that mapping will really assist our process. If we can please provide that. So you are saying then the cost is broader, is also proximity to where you can find the healthy alternative that adds to the cost of food. No, thank you. That is the one question I've had. But for me, it's just a general comment as well, to say perhaps there also needs to be education, because even the example you are giving now is also the example that a stakeholder gave about beans, but now we have alternatives, you know, where you can cook them at low energy input because the technologies, your Wonder bags, alternatives. So maybe there just has to be education to say there are alternatives that can lower, and maybe they should be made accessible more broadly, particularly to the poorer segment of society. Thanks.
Thank you, Evidence Leader. If I may just add, even with affordability, it may also be instances where the food may not necessarily, or it may be a situation where it's not cheaper, but it is an indulgence. So considering also the makeup of the most vulnerable in our society, so lower income earners, you've had a hard day, you know, you woke up at 5 a.m., you got on a taxi, you were on your feet for 12 hours, you come home, you know, I'm gonna get myself a chocolate, I've been through a lot. Or your child, there's a marketing term or type of marketing which industry preys on, which is called pester power. So you may not be able to take your child to private school or you know, buy them whatever, an iPhone, but your child wants a yogurt or they want yogetta. And so, you know, and the impact actually of pester power is that the mom will be influenced as the main caretaker likely, and what will happen is then they start eating how the child eats, because then the whole family is affected in terms of what they consume, even where there's a question of affordability. That in itself also comes along in terms of the impact and the insidious type of impact of marketing techniques, which is why it's so important for those things to be regulated, because then if that marketing is taken away, it might then at least remove one of those criteria while we work on affordability as well.
Very much to the evidence team. Commissioner Nduli, any questions?
No, thank you. I agree with the evidence leaders. Quite an interesting and very informative presentation. Thank you so much for that. I only have two questions. The first one is if you could perhaps just elaborate a little bit on this notion of pester power. I heard you mention private schools and non-affordability of private schools. What does that mean? Does it mean if I can't take my child to private schools, then I compensate with sweets?
No. It was just an analogy. So pester power is where the marketing targets the children. So for example, you may notice, or well, when you go home today, cereals are at the eye level of children, or toys, so they can see, oh, okay, I watch Peppa Pig, and Peppa Pig is on the cereal box, or the cereal box is colorful and animated and has cartoons. So you go to the store saying, today I'm buying a stir fry and sparkling water, and you have to take your child with you. And so you're in the shop and the child is like, Mama, please, can I have this cereal, can I have cereal, can I have cereal, can I have cereal? They're pestering you. And the company has created this colorful to attract the child, so that the child then pesters you, and you then get the child what they want. And now it's kind of like, oh yeah, he really liked that thing. Oh, my child always likes this. But now all of a sudden that's a thing that you're eating all the time, or it's always available in the home. Or then your child doesn't finish their cereal or their snack. Now you're finishing it. Or like, you know, their brother or their sibling is stealing the snacks at night, you know. It just becomes a, ooh, arranging the cheese puffs sanana, you know. And so now, that's what pester power is.
No,
Kind of
thank you.
preys on children to then pester their families, and that impacts the consumption of the whole family unit.
No, thank you. As you've heard, we have many victims of pester power in the room. All right, then my second and last question is just, in fact, it's not a question, it's just a request. If you could kindly submit a supplementary submission that can assist us with international best practice on the banning of sales of certain products. I think it was part of your engagement with, I think it was, yes, one of the evidence leaders. If you could please assist us with that. It's going to also help us as we think about policy interventions and best practice examples therein. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinan. Pester power.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. You said something about the people that sell around the schools. Already what I'm thinking, they are the same people who are also fighting for the right to food. And so if we're saying now they should no longer be given the access to sell around their school. So already we are saying their right to food is denied. And these are our SMEs, these are small, medium enterprises. But of course, with the same breath, as you said, nutritious food is more important. Now, what would you say we should rather do? Instead of denying them the right to be able to trade, we had the Minister of Trade Industry just this morning and later this afternoon. And this is a right that is enshrined in Section 22 of our Constitution. So how do we balance this interest? How do we make sure that we don't close them out, but we give them an opportunity to be able to trade in nutritious food as well? And then I'm also thinking, because I know they're probably going to say one question, but just in case, let me throw also this one in there. Spaza shops. Spaza shops, I know for a fact that you can't get nutritious food in those spaza shops. I see those mannerisms. I'm not sure what you're saying, but maybe maybe another spaza shop. But at least the spaza shops in the rural areas, the spaza shops in our townships, those spaza shops are definitely selling your knickknacks, not even knickknacks, not even knickknacks. There's some symbols there, I don't know what to call them now. You know that thing of calling Colgate, toothpaste Colgate. That's what is happening to me now. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about snacks. They don't have a name. They're in some plastic. You know, they could be red, they could be yellow, number of colors. But unfortunately, children really love those things. But how do we ensure that we've got a thriving economy? The other day I attended an engagement where they were talking about that we've got lots of money in the country. Today we are saying there's lots of food. But they're saying the money is not documented anywhere because Ukoko Dlamini does not go to the bank. She keeps it under the mattress. The spaza shop could be doing the same thing. But how do we make sure that once, yes, we observe the right to be able to trade, the right to food for everyone, but of course, most importantly, the children to have this nutritious food? What would you say we should rather do instead of saying, let's just put it in the hands of government to provide food, but you also recall that they provide food for certain schools. What do you call them, Shelley? Those schools. What schools? Yes. Quintal ones, yes. You know, yes. So, yes, maybe let's just engage on that one. Maybe I'll have a follow-up, maybe I won't.
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I think I'll start off by saying that the informal food system is large and thriving in our country. And I think it's one that many different stakeholders struggle to penetrate as well as to regulate. I was making mannerisms when you're talking about the spaza shops because in the same breath, the informal fruit and vegetable sector is one that's really thriving in our communities. And so we see opportunity for selling and providing healthy food at affordable prices in our communities, and that there's a need for that. That's why those things work. But again, you are correct about the spaza shops and, you know, the sweets, the crisps, the drinks. And I think part of the difficulty that we have, a partner of ours, we were part of this project where they conducted essentially trying to see how they can improve the nutritional quality of the NSNP, and this was in KZN at select NSNP schools, which are quintile 1 to 3. And part of that project was then trying to engage the vendors outside schools. And that is a historically difficult group of stakeholders to engage or to get access to. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I think, you know, they're protected. You know, they work in conjunction with transport and the taxis. So it's difficult to come up to them and say, hey, can we have a conversation? But I think one of the ways in which this kind of inquiry is so important is that it opens us up to stakeholders maybe that can help us to access that kind of group. And particularly where the solution wouldn't necessarily be, oh, government do something, but even as researchers trying to find ways or evidence-based ways to improve these kind of situations, they're quite difficult to access. And so it would be wonderful to then create an opportunity to, I think that the solution for that particular problem is one where we would all sit together and say, what can we do or what can't we do? For example, the things that that particular project had hoped to look at was even just then, not that you stop selling, but maybe you add a fruit and veg, you add water or you add whatever to the group of things that you're selling, which would be a very low-hanging fruit in terms of trying to extend improving the food school environment, even to informal vendors such as those.
I wish you were making these submissions when Oma Mokhali was here. She did say she's selling fat cooks. And now you're saying we should put a burden over them. And maybe for them, these fat cooks are easy to make and of course to be able to sell. Now we are saying no. Rather go and get water. There are certain standards that it might not be possible for them to buy the proper standards. Because when you do Masat, last one, Commissioner, go to Mabasat, you find there's water. It's not written Valpri, it's not Aquella, it's something else. And then now we are saying these vendors must also then be educated, I suppose. Now, taking cue from what the minister said, they must be educated so they can be able to tell whether this is proper. But again, will it be affordable for that child at that school? And then as I close, if I'm saying, rather think about it, make in your further submissions that you're going to make, as already requested, maybe just go at length with regard to this recommendation to say, how can we be accommodative? How can we be inclusive? Let us never lose sight of where we come from as a country. I still say our democracy is very young. It's a couple of years. And we still have the injustices of the past. They continue to show their ugly head. And that is why we need to open up systems so that they can be able to accommodate many and others that are just striving also to take their children to a private school. Thank you so much, Chair.
Just to add on, thank you so much for that very important sentiment and question, Commissioner. And my addition is basically to say that we need an all-hands approach where it's not only us as researchers, but it's the entire system. Like, how do we level the playing field? And all actors need to be involved. Because if we provide recommendations, we're speaking from one perspective, but we need multiple voices to be heard. And that's a very important question, very pivotal to this commission. How do we level the playing field so that everyone else gets a chance to play?
Sorry, Commissioner, can I just add one little thing? is that I really believe quite strongly that our informal sector are major contributors to obesity and our problems. I know that they sell a lot of unhealthy things, but if we can get the formal sector right, it will make the biggest difference.
And just in closing, Commissioner, I think that's why we speak so much about a coherent governance system. And when I said this is the view of the and rail, even as vendor for NP. So the whole inquiry would together still necessary access or easy round table to them. But for them actually to say want to see, so I said the example that for session to be able to see to find ways that are actually productive and achievable and continue to provide burden. And so we would be able to kind of different perspectives, as said, from different folders, so that maybe we can have it before and can one have healthy food, but also at an affordable ways and accessible ways, while still even the low income, the formal, not necessarily them regulating that are using and money, then push and control the market so that things to even the in level.
I just want to one of the after Commissioner Quinn says, because I'm say something about it. I think it's important that others don't only sell corn snacks. They do sell fruits. They sell that, so we can't distort the what they provide to our children. It's simply that one, those snacks are cheaper. They're the cool snacks. It's better to eat an apple than to eat. It's better to eat the corn snacks than to eat the apple. And again, how do we make healthy eating for our children cool? Because when they're pestering us, it's because of how those food items have been added to them and marketed to them. I know there was a point where, even in schools, you have the mascots coming to schools and to play with the kids, and the kids would associate healthy activities with these mascots. So it's marketing by corporates directed at children, which make unhealthy food look healthy. So how do you move away from the narrative? Spaza shops or in the informal sector has been now, because of the mischaracterization of and the role they play in the informal sector and rural community, we are seeing you save. Rural community don't move even. So how do we then ensure that while we are protecting the sector, say corporates, you need to understand in rural and township in that? My other questions would then just one question. The first day, the first inquiry, informal traders, they said no one sees to us. So for we also say, we try to speak to them, it's very difficult, and they come to the commission and say, no one speaks to us, no one engages with us because of how peer. How do we then have it to ensure that those who feel voiceless, those who feel empowered by the system, are given necessary access to those systems in a language they understand? Because often we lawyers, we like our legal jargon. How do we not simplify it? How is language that is appropriate for the...
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair. So on the point of use, again, maybe I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but that's why, in particular, USAVE is formal. It's part of a company. It would have to meet certain regulations. That standardized level of regulation will filter down to the shop like USAVE, where they are directed at a certain target market, but now they can't make helps, or they can't. That would hopefully lead to some kind of change in the way in which they structure what they do provide. Hopefully not necessarily just to find different ways to market the very things that have the warning labels. But regulation standardize, at least in terms of marketing of unhealthy foods, regardless of the level of shop and the target market. Then your second question, which I think speaks to participation, and I had been saying to my colleagues earlier that we should have, yes, we made submissions of participation and power, really that we should have made a point to say that participation and the right to food are indivisible, particularly in context of how industry and power and the monetization of economic incentives work in our country, where we should be able to prioritize participation. Participation is intended to get the vulnerable and those who don't have access are heard, not necessarily where then it's an argument that oh, the sugar industry didn't get to comment, or, and they saying they're affected, so we must consider that. That was not the spirit nor the intention of participation. And then secondly, in terms of the comment on not being seen, not being heard, I can't speak to it because I didn't hear the submissions or testimony, but I can say that maybe it would be a question of who they feel not seen by, and who they feel not considered or engaged by. Could that government, could that be private entities? We think as researchers that is an inroad that we've been trying hard to make, and we would very happy to look those people up and reach out to them and see if they would be keen on engaging. And I think things that we do try to ensure, and part of the ethics of research is to engage in languages that we understand, respecting the autonomy and see of the participants, particularly in qualitative research, trying to make sure that reflect and the purpose and was saying, and seeing how that then impacts implementation and research. Thank you.
Can I just also add a point to that? I think it's a brilliant point that my colleague has made, that this idea of participation in democracy is not necessarily to hear more corporate voices, but it's especially to hear the vulnerable, their voices. And I think the amazing thing to me is that we have mechanisms in the country for that. One of it, as we mentioned in our submission, is NEDLAC. NEDLAC is supposed to bring those 4 constituencies together, and one of the constituencies is community. Now, one of the research that is currently ongoing at Priceless is around the HPL and where was health and that voice, even just generally community voice in dialogues. There's not much I can say at the moment, but you know, when that research released, we will send it through to the commission. I also have something to say.
It's o'clock. I'm going to cut you off. Thank you so much for this. I think what we, in terms of the supplementary submissions, is the international best practice standard on banning cereal. The recommendation, the inclusion of informal traders and how we the playing field. Perhaps you can also broaden the conversation having the issue of participating in the right to food. You touched on it in your submission. You did not really expand on that. Thanks so much. I think you're quite correct. It's access to, what is it? Justice denied? Rights denied. It does injustice. Often because rights are denied, we need to have these type of inquiries. We need to have litigation. And even then, today, even when there are judgments, justice keeps getting denied and rights keep getting delayed. So once again, and the I see that the original report you submitted, the research reports. And I think that thank you so much to the colleagues. Then concludes the day 4 of the inquiry. We will see you guys tomorrow morning at 8:00. I officially close today's session. Thank you.